The Amduat. As the African sun sets in the west after a long and hot day, the cycle of life for all creatures begins again. The fields, now protected by the refreshing evening breeze, have been tilled, cultivated, seeded, and irrigated. In every village, fires are ignited to prepare the evening meal. As the evening approaches, individuals become increasingly joyful and more vocal. Through their conversations, humor, and merriment, as well as their musical and dancing activities, they are attempting to repel the imminent presence of nocturnal entities. However, once the illumination of the final fire completely vanishes, its feeble radiance futilely struggling against the encroaching darkness, night has irrevocably descended. Fortunate are those who have discovered the solace of sleep, thereby evading the solitude of the night. The ancient Egyptians were well aware of this fact. It is impossible to prevent darkness from descending once the mighty sun god, after finishing his daily tasks, grows old and tired. Then he plunges into the darkness of the night and the underworld. Here, a different governing principle prevails, the law of the night, silence, and death. However, it is precisely this law that inexplicably revives the radiant illumination of the sun, granting it a renewed existence. In what other manner could it be possible that at the commencement of each fresh day, all living beings arise, brimming with renewed vigor and youthful vitality? A hymn dedicated to the sun in ancient Egypt succinctly expresses the idea. Upon awakening, they are captivated by the splendor of your beauty. As you emerge, they are filled with awe, instantly recognizing one another as you shower them with your radiant rays. The concept of sunlight rejuvenating in the depths of the netherworld is prevalent in numerous Egyptian texts. As the sun descends below the western horizon and darkness swiftly envelops the surroundings, an enigmatic process of metamorphosis commences within the Earth's core, culminating in the wondrous phenomenon of the sun's emergence at dawn. Similar to the sun's daily renewal and regeneration, individuals who are fatigued from the pressures of daily life and those who have passed away may experience a similar rejuvenation. Accompanied by the sun god, the individual's soul has the potential to descend into the realm of the deceased, where it will receive divine protection from God against the treacherous and winding routes of the netherworld, as the individual's existence is sustained by God's illumination. The ancients were captivated by the perilous voyage to the realm beyond. During the Middle Kingdom, the Book of the Two Ways, which was illustrated on the bottom of specific coffins in the Middle Egyptian necropolis of El Bersha, provided an early depiction of the journey to the afterlife. The Egyptians were unparalleled in their contemplation of death and the afterlife, and their dedication to the deceased was unmatched. During the New Kingdom period, approximately in 1500 BC, this contemplation resulted in the creation of the Books of the Netherworld, which provide a detailed and methodical account of the afterlife. These compositions exhibit a remarkable depth of contemplation and an extraordinary profusion of profound understandings of the essence of humanity and the world. From a psychological perspective, the Egyptian depictions of the afterlife aim to understand what C.G. Jung has theorized as the collective unconscious. Jung's discovery of the collective unconscious, along with its archetypes, is considered to be one of his most important findings. The term denotes a metaphysical layer that has evolved over millennia, encompassing aspects of the mind that go beyond the individual's personal unconscious. Specifically, the emotional experiences and memories of one's personal existence. The collective unconscious is comprised of the totality of innate instincts and their corresponding archetypes. Every individual possesses both instincts and a collection of archetypal images. While instincts refer to typical patterns of behavior, archetypes refer to typical patterns of understanding. The archetypal images, which are universally present in all human beings, collectively symbolize the vast reservoir of spiritual experiences throughout human history. The treasure is manifested through religious imagery, ancient and universal ideas, and texts from various periods and cultures. It can also be experienced by individuals in the present through profound and spiritual encounters. Individuals who are deeply affected by such an encounter or revelation within their innermost self, possessed the capacity to emerge as religious leaders during their era. This holds true for all individuals with charismatic personalities. The ancient Egyptians conveyed their beliefs and ideas through religious imagery and texts, which contained elements of mythology and magic. Today, we can readily identify a remarkable level of precision, akin to scientific accuracy, by interpreting these expressions through psychological language. Regardless of whether it is articulated in religious or scientific terminology, the fundamental concept remains unchanged. The ancient Egyptians discovered profound truths through intuition rather than conscious or psychological means. The development of spiritual maturity and richness, as seen in the books of the Netherworld from the New Kingdom, was a result of thousands of years of human reflection and the initial efforts to symbolize or embody numinous power. Ancient Egyptians used a pole with a cloth wrapped around it as a symbol of divine presence. This symbol, known as the Neta hieroglyph, represented the concept of God and dates back to around 3000 BC. The human spirit remained inactive for countless years until it started to manifest observable evidence. At a certain moment, humans constructed a sacred pillar connecting the celestial realm and the terrestrial realm, allowing the wind to interact with the fabric of the structure, which was skillfully crafted by human hands. Within the vast and bewildering expanse of the cosmic realm, ancient humans established a reference point to identify the center of the world. Ziggurat temples were built in the lowlands of Mesopotamia with a similar spiritual purpose. The towering of these temples was not caused by the hubris of man, as claimed by the Hebrew Bible, but rather by the desire for a sense of place and home in the vastness of the cosmos. Thus emerged a lively and imaginative intellect that, after that, tirelessly explored the enigma of the divine and the human soul through constantly evolving signs and symbols. Although the ancient NTR pole no longer possesses its mystical power, it still has an impact through the presence of the national flag flying on its flagpole. The New Kingdom books of the Netherworld, when viewed through a psychological lens, demonstrate the growing awareness of a fundamental flow of universal symbols that consistently accompany daily events and activities, providing them with purpose and guidance. The fate of an individual, as well as that of nations and cultures, is perpetually intertwined with a concealed current of gradual yet uninterrupted metamorphosis within the fundamental archetypal configurations. Throughout Egypt's extensive history, numerous pivotal moments of political and cultural change occurred. During these transitional periods, there was a shift in the previously accepted principle of the dominant archetypal image, leading to the breakdown of the old value system and subsequent rejuvenation. In other words, these were periods characterized by both chaos and renewal. Frequently, following the devastating effects of wars and catastrophes, a fresh conception of God emerged on the horizon. In Egypt, following the disastrous collapse of the Old Kingdom, Osiris, the deity associated with death, gained prominence during the Middle Kingdom. This led to a profound spiritual revival, unlike anything previously witnessed in the land of the Nile. Spiritual growth, as depicted in the books of the Netherworld, is always intertwined with significant political and social restructuring. The study of Egyptian history allows us to examine the underlying and unconscious archetypal factors that are not readily apparent in historical events. Presumably, the historical factors that led to the mental transformations of these individuals were also accountable for the profound political shifts. Now, let's examine the significant historical and intellectual advancements that occurred in ancient Egypt. In the late 3rd millennium, the Old Kingdom, which had been prosperous for a long time, suddenly collapsed. Along with it, the highly productive, stable, dependable, and firmly established social structure represented by the goddess Ma'at also ended. The land experienced a state of turmoil and catastrophe in terms of politics, society, and spirituality. Throughout the ages, the people enjoyed a tranquil existence under the protection of the divine ruler. However, they were now unexpectedly thrust into a battle for their very existence. Amidst the chaos and breakdown of established systems, a new type of literature emerged known as instructions or wisdom literature, reflecting a growing spiritual influence. These principles emanate from an enhanced awareness of the individual. In the Complaints of the Eloquent Peasant, a common resident of an oasis representing the general population confronts a high-ranking government official and delivers articulate speeches advocating for the reinstatement of Maat, which refers to a fair societal structure and fundamental human unity. The Old Kingdom would not have tolerated such confident behavior from an individual, especially towards a high-ranking civil servant, let alone the king or a deity. During the beginning of the Middle Kingdom, when this unfairness had become clearly evident to everyone, there was a greater focus than ever before on the afterlife and the assessment of the deceased by Osiris. The instruction for Merikare provides insight into the realm of Osiris and his retinue. Do not rely on the duration of years. They perceive a lifetime in just 1 hour. The people's profound longing increasingly shifted towards the afterlife, and Osiris, the ruler of the underworld, following the injustice they had endured, although they still cherished and esteemed earthly existence. What individuals of the same period may have perceived as a disorderly and purposeless deterioration, in reality could be governed by an incomprehensible fate, principle, or significance. The number is 6. This becomes particularly evident when we contemplate the alterations in the notion of the afterlife that transpired periodically throughout the extensive chronicle of Egypt. The pyramids served as royal monuments during the Old Kingdom and the early Middle Kingdom. On the outskirts of the desert, these structures continue to stand tall and grandly, seemingly guarding the people of Egypt from the vast emptiness of the uninhabited territory. The pyramid served as a representation of the ancient creation of the world to honor the deities rather than being solely a display of royal authority. It can be likened to the Christian cathedrals of the Middle Ages in terms of its architectural significance. The pyramid, a reproduction of the ancient hill made in stone, emerged from the dark waters to establish earth and sky against dissolution and chaos. It was believed to oppose the powers of chaos and death. May the monarch be interred underground, and the well-being of the populace under his care be safeguarded, and may he partake in the eternal harmony of the universe. Furthermore, the king was interred in the desert, symbolically positioned at the periphery of existence, in close proximity to the treacherous abyss. This location was chosen because only in such close proximity to disorder could the cycle of life be rejuvenated. The monuments built in ancient Egypt were designed to serve the purpose of reviving life on the brink of decay and death in accordance with cultural beliefs. The Egyptian pharaoh was interred within the obscure depths of the colossal mound that constitutes the pyramid. In this emblematic epicentry of the globe, he could find solace. At this point, his journey to the afterlife commenced, specifically his journey across the celestial sea, facilitated by the large boats interred next to his pyramid. Starting from the reign of King Wenis towards the end of Dynasty 5, approximately 2350 BC, the previously unadorned walls of the chambers inside the pyramid were embellished with mystical spells, including both incantations and utterances, which are commonly referred to as the pyramid texts. Historically unprecedented, the deceased was encompassed by incantations of sagacity, specifically the ancestral wisdom of his forebears. Even in death, the king desired to retain this knowledge, as it shielded him from the impending unconsciousness of the night and the darkness of the tomb. In other words, it prevented him from succumbing to non-existence, as the Egyptians would have described it. The spells and images found in the tomb can be interpreted as a type of magical knowledge that possessed apotropaic abilities, safeguarding the deceased from perilous forces of darkness. The deceased, deeply rooted in the spiritual customs of their forebears, held the belief that their lives would persist uninterrupted. This conviction stemmed from the primal fear of ancient humans, who dreaded being disconnected from the unceasing passage of time. Given the close connection between the sun's movement and continuity, the pyramid texts frequently identified the pharaoh with the sun god. Similar to Re, the ruler can appear from the celestial mother, Nut, at dawn. As you are Re, the one who arises from Nut, who gives birth to Re every day, and like Re, you are reborn on a daily basis. The theme of the emergence of life from the maternal womb persisted during the Christian era, as evidenced by a prayer to Mary that dates back to at least the Middle Ages. "You are fortunate. From within your womb a luminosity arose, radiating globally, proclaiming your admiration. Greetings to you, the embodiment of deliverance at daybreak, you, the source of delight." Within the dimly lit sepulchre located inside the pyramid, the deceased embarked on his ascent towards the heavens. During the Old Kingdom, the netherworld was regarded as a gloomy abyss that people actively avoided. In order to achieve dominion over the celestial realm and ascend to the position of the supreme deity of the heavens, the pharaoh placed all his aspirations on the radiance emitted by the circumpolar stars located in the northern sky. I vividly recall, as though it occurred just yesterday, being a young person standing beneath the celestial expanse, in the midst of a magnificent environment in the Swiss mountains. I was overwhelmed with astonishment and reverence, profoundly affected by the faint and gentle radiance of the stars, illuminating the surrounding darkness. This was an unequivocal emotion, a transcendent experience, evoking an intense desire for love that is difficult to articulate. An underdeveloped consciousness requires the shelter of darkness in order to be influenced by the illumination it provides. In Egypt, the emergence of a yearning for light was often attributed to the perpetual darkness of the night or the dim illumination of the netherworld. Every delicate existence yearns for the break of day. The archetypal motif is that the miraculous transformation from death to life begins in the darkness of the tomb. According to Egyptian beliefs, the bay soul of the king, which was able to move freely, would rise from the dead body and join the gods in the sky, thus becoming a part of their divine realm. Teresa of Avila, a Spanish mystic, expressed a comparable encounter when she penned, "Within the core of the fortress resides a habitation upon which all else relies, where profoundly enigmatic interactions occur between God and the soul." Erich Hornung has highlighted the occurrence of a significant change in beliefs concerning the afterlife around 1890 BC, specifically during the reign of Senwosret II. The number is 9. Remarkably, this monarch deviated from the tradition of aligning his tomb towards the north, and within the confines of his pyramid, intricate subterranean passageways were discovered. This construction reflects a transition towards the idea of an underground afterlife. Henceforth, the arrangement of the tomb would be designed to accurately depict the physical structure of the netherworld. During the later period of the Middle Kingdom, this change resulted in the desertion of the pyramid as a burial site for kings. Starting from the reign of Thutmose I, around 1500 BC, the pyramids were substituted by tombs carved into rocks in the Valley of the Kings in Upper Egypt. These tombs were adorned with exceptionally lavish decorations. Once again, a profound political transformation of disastrous proportions occurred prior to this conceptual shift. By approximately 1800 BC, the cohesion of the territory started to deteriorate once more. Indigenous lands were infiltrated by individuals from Western Asia. Equipped with their equestrian companions, they possessed a clear advantage over the Egyptian foot soldiers, ultimately overpowering the formidable strength of the pharaohs. Ultimately, the Hyksos, who were foreigners, successfully asserted their authority, inflicting a significant setback on the Nile region. Almost a century later, Egyptians managed to liberate themselves from this foreign domination and reunify the country under their own rule. Subsequently, Egypt experienced a period known as its Golden Age, characterized by an unparalleled surge in intellectual pursuits. It seemed as if a significant advancement in religion and culture had been dormant in the unconscious mind, gradually developing until it suddenly emerged into the open, resembling an explosive event. Following Thutmose's imperialistic policies, I led him and his army across the Euphrates River around 1500 BC, marking the first instance in history. This event expanded the awareness of Egyptian culture to a universal scale. In the past, it was inconceivable to regard foreigners as equals to the Egyptians. In the Book of Gates, 5th hour, lower register. Foreigners are portrayed alongside the blessed dead, indicating that they are regarded equally to their Egyptian counterparts. An exuberant sense of joy and appreciation for life emerged, encompassing the entire world and focusing on the sun god, who was solely responsible for the beauty of life in this world. Therefore, we peruse a renowned hymn dedicated to Amun. You are the only creator of everything that exists, the singular creator, from whose gaze humanity emerged, brought into existence all that exists, and from whose mouth the gods originated. The one who created vegetation for the livestock, the fruit tree that benefits all of humanity, who created the habitat for the fish in the river and the environment for the birds to fly in the sky, the one who provides respiration to the contents of the egg, bestows vitality upon the progeny of the gastropod. The user's text is empty. Greetings to you, the one who accomplished all of this. The solitary individual possesses numerous hands, who remains vigilant throughout the night while everyone else is asleep, actively seeking to benefit his creations. Amon, who is steadfast in all matters, Atum and Harakti. This remarkable acknowledgement of the world and its inhabitants signifies a growing and refined understanding of the sun and its impacts, specifically referring to a heightened awareness of solar consciousness. This phenomenon was closely linked to the contemplation of the journey into the netherworld and a progressively intricate depiction of Osiris's realm of the deceased. As the Egyptians of the New Kingdom became increasingly focused on the different forms of the sun god, who traversed the sky during the day and illuminated the world with his vitalizing sunlight, they grew more and more curious about the fate of his light during the night. How was it feasible for the sun god, evidently fatigued in the evening and described as an elderly individual in the texts, to rejuvenate with youthful energy as he ascended the eastern horizon in the morning? The books of the netherworld explore the phenomenon of life's regeneration during the night and in the netherworld. They bravely delve into these previously terrifying depths. Fascination shifted towards the concealed domain of the netherworld, as Eric Hornung has asserted that rejuvenation is unattainable within the structured and delineated realm. This occurrence is only possible when objects that are aged and deteriorated are fully submerged in the limitless areas that encompass the act of creation, specifically in the therapeutic and disintegrating abilities of the ancient ocean known as Nun. The Amduat, which is the oldest known book of the netherworld, was referred to as the Book of the Hidden Chamber. Psychologically, there is a tendency towards introversion that is evident in cultural and intellectual history. Seclusion and isolation are frequent stages in the process of rejuvenating one's awareness. Repeatedly, new archetypal images are formed when encountering the great unknown. In contemporary times, the process of an individual's psychic development involves retreating into seclusion and exploring the depths of their soul. Through this introspective journey, the soul encounters various figures and images that originate from the inner realm of the psyche. Gradually, this encounter fosters the development of a new state of awareness. At an individual level, each significant increase in awareness is connected to the breakdown of a previously achieved wholeness. The Amduat effectively portrays the process of rejuvenation through its textual content and visual representations. The burial chambers of Thutmosis III and Amenophis II house two exceptionally exquisite copies of this book. The royal tombs of the New Kingdom were meticulously unearthed in the heart of the Valley of the Kings. Nestled within the rugged terrain of the western mountain of Thebes, these tombs effectively embodied both the concept of delving into darkness and the newfound fascination with the netherworld, as evident in their physical design and ornamentation. The majestic temples where the royal funerary ceremony took place were built individually on the outskirts of the fertile land. Within the most sacred chamber, known as the naos of the temple, the priest conducted the daily ritual, which is elucidated in the books of the netherworld that adorn the walls of the regal tombs, portraying it as the profound enigma of the fusion between Re and Osiris. The temple cult effectively materialized the meaning conveyed by the tomb illustrations and texts. Before the religious revolution led by Akhenaten around 1350 BC, the royal tombs were exclusively adorned with the Amduat. In subsequent generations, additional books of the netherworld were included, namely the Book of Gates, the Book of Caverns, and the Book of the Earth. Additionally, there are frequent depictions of the Litany of Re, which includes prayers to the nocturnal sun god and incantations from the Book of the Dead. The latter primarily originate from the coffin texts of the Middle Kingdom. They consistently highlight the menacing characteristics of the afterlife, cautioning the deceased about the various perils of the abyss. The New Kingdom witnessed a constant evolution in both the decoration and structural design of tombs. Each tomb showcased a unique configuration of corridors and chambers. The modifications demonstrate a continuous resolve to accurately portray the netherworld and the enigmatic process of life's metamorphosis at the abyss's boundary through meticulous attention to architectural design and embellishment. When examining the subject matter of the books mentioned, which involves exploring the realm beneath our conscious awareness or, in psychological terms, striving to become aware of the fundamental patterns that influence even our everyday experiences, we are inevitably faced with archetypal content. When we examine these impressive soul images, we must delve into the preconscious entirety of the collective unconscious, moving beyond the realm of individual psychology. Our focus has shifted from the individual's luck or misfortune to the broader scope of the cosmos and the interconnectedness of human beings, which is typical when studying ancient culture and religion. The division between the individual and the objective world, which has caused significant isolation and even feelings of alienation and uprootedness in modern society, was not present among the Egyptians. When the sun god's hymns celebrated the splendor of nature, it referred to a vibrant and tangible creation brought forth solely by the sun god's creative prowess, devoid of any human intervention or intellectual inquiry. When the ancient Egyptians referred to nature, they believed it to be a manifestation of the divine, characterized by distinct shape and vibrant hues, serving as a medium through which the divine intention and the sacred creative power of a deity were made evident. Primitive humans were cognizant of their inclusion within a cosmic entirety. The universe was his abode, and above all it was his adoration for its deities that evoked his sense of belonging there. Evidently, he possessed an awareness of the potential for alienation. Repeatedly throughout the texts, we come across a profound apprehension of disorder. This worldview aligns seamlessly with the psychological notion of the collective unconscious. At the core of our existence, we are intricately linked not only to our close relatives and companions in our immediate vicinity, but also to the entirety of existence, encompassing even non-living elements of nature. Due to the hidden symmetry present in everything, we are inevitably influenced by the fundamental pattern whenever we encounter psychological material. Objective truth is unattainable because individuals are always interconnected with the entirety of existence. Therefore, it is challenging to make any conclusive statements about these final underworld matters. In comparison to other topics, we must heavily depend on the evidence provided by tradition. Regarding this matter, the conjectures of alchemy have proven to be a valuable reservoir of knowledge. C.G. Jung has devoted considerable attention to these concepts for many years. In addition to his personal introspection, the enigmatic and unpredictable deity of the alchemists has significantly enhanced Jung's understanding of psychology. Today, advancements in the field of Egyptology have provided us with the opportunity to explore a new possibility in studying the underlying stream of information contained in the books of the netherworld and other Egyptian texts that discuss the afterlife. We express our utmost appreciation to Eric Hornung, an Egyptologist whose tireless endeavors have provided us with the opportunity to explore the abundant sources from the New Kingdom. This has been made possible through his exceptional editions and translations of almost all the texts related to the netherworld. Continuing research has established that Egyptian beliefs about the netherworld were foundational precursors to numerous Christian and alchemical concepts. In ancient times, there was a vibrant interaction between the East and West, primarily through the spiritual hub of Alexandria. This city was home to influential early Christian fathers like Clement and Origen. Later on, the exchange between the East and West mainly occurred through Spain, where Arab wisdom had a profound impact and spread throughout Europe. However, we should exercise caution in hastily establishing connections between Egyptian religion and the psychology of the unconscious. The gods possess their own set of laws, just like the archetypal powers they symbolize. Consequently, their true essence remains elusive to the perceptive mind. An iconographic representation that endeavors to convey a prevailing psychological essence is merely one aspect of that essence. The other aspect pertains to the associated sentiment, the sensation, or rather, the innate fervor evoked by the substance of the image. An intense emotion can be spontaneously triggered by a vision or a vivid dream image. An illustrious instance is the abrupt enlightenment experienced by the shoemaker Jacob Böhme, who subsequently transformed into an ardent mystic. The profound impact of witnessing a solitary sunbeam's reflection on a tin plate completely transformed his existence, compelling him to dedicate the remainder of his life to immortalizing this encounter through his extensive literary works. Even in contemporary times, it is not uncommon for the trajectory of an individual's life to be altered significantly by a solitary dream or visionary image. When an individual experiences the numinous, it imparts profound imprints. This is a timeless and, hopefully, a perpetually fresh occurrence in human existence. Located at the terminus of the Valley of the Kings, on the periphery of the Theban mountain, which acts as a barrier between the boundless desert and the fertile Nile Valley, lies a burial chamber. The entrance, previously concealed, is now located several yards above the bottom of a deeply fissured gorge, deviating from its usual position at the base of the steep rock wall. Presently, individuals who courageously endure the high temperature and the particles in the air ascend a set of stairs that leads to the entrance and the inclined passageway immediately following it. This structure is the burial site of Thutmose III, a formidable ruler who elevated Egypt to a prominent position on the global stage. Located deep within the mountain, at the final section of the tomb, lies the burial chamber, where the king was once laid to rest. The walls of this chamber are adorned with a splendid replica of the Amduat, which is both elegant and uncomplicated in its design. Now let's follow the route that goes from the entrance to the burial chamber. The walls of the initial corridors we come across are roughly carved and devoid of ornamentation. Our descent continues as we traverse a staircase that leads us into the initial chamber, which captivates us with its arrangement and embellishment. At this point, there is a vertical hole that is approximately 20 feet deep, blocking our way. However, there is a recently built bridge that allows us to proceed. The ancient stonemasons meticulously labored in this chamber, diligently refining the walls and adorning them with plaster. The ceiling is adorned with white-painted stars that emit a radiant glow against a deep blue backdrop, evoking a cosmic ambience of vast proportions. Academics have extensively discussed the enigma surrounding this vertical passage. There have been suspicions that it was designed to deter individuals who intended to desecrate the tomb, leading to its nickname as a robber's shaft. Nevertheless, in Egypt, architectural elements held both practical and symbolic significance. Some have suggested that the shaft serves as a marker of transition, indicating a boundary that alludes to the profound depths of the underworld abyss from which all life is regenerated. This room and its shaft function as a gateway connecting our world to the realm beyond, where the transition from death to life takes place. Despite its contemporary design, the bridge remains a timeless symbol of transition between two distinct realms. Upon exiting this room, we find ourselves in an asymmetrical, nearly rectangular chamber that houses two pillars. Once more, the azure canopy is adorned with an infinite number of celestial bodies. The multitude of divine and malevolent entities portrayed on the walls, exceeding 700 in total, elicit an enigmatic impact on the observer. Gradually, as our vision adjusts to the low illumination, we discern a narrow corridor on our left side, which descends towards the authentic tomb. The room's oval configuration produces a captivating impact, which is further enhanced by the grand sarcophagus adorned in red with hieroglyphs and images. Valuable funerary offerings were previously kept in 4 secondary chambers, but these items were stolen by thieves who failed to recognize their profound spiritual significance and instead viewed them as mere gold in a collection meant for the afterlife. Again, the ceiling is adorned with the depiction of a night sky filled with stars. The walls are adorned with numerous divine figures, accompanied by the written analysis of the Amduat, rendered in red and black flowing hieroglyphic script. It is noteworthy that all 12 hours of the night are present in this tomb, although they are not arranged successively. This is remarkable because, in numerous other tombs, the oldest book of the Netherworld is depicted only through separate individual hours. Using a papyrus manuscript as a reference, the artisans in this tomb created a replica of it on the walls of this chamber, but on a much larger scale. Intermittent spelling mistakes reveal their need for reading proficiency. Similar errors are evident in other tombs, indicating the utilization of the identical manuscript in these instances as well. The skill of the tomb artists involved meticulously reproducing the original text with utmost accuracy. We must interpret the depictions in the burial chamber in the same manner as we would analyze a written text. By doing this, we join Sun God Re and his crew as they navigate through the 12 hours of the night, encountering various challenges and hazards along the way. In the middle section of the illustration, each hour is portrayed with the sun god's journey in his boat, moving from left to right, along the river of the Netherworld. The scenes depicted in this register, as we will later observe, pertain to the main subject of the corresponding hour. A multitude of divine beings accompany the sun god, with certain ones accompanying him on his boat, while others, visible in the upper and lower sections, reside along the shores of the Underworld river. On the riverbanks, the beings awaken when Re appears, show their joy towards the powerful deity as he passes by, and then return to a state of deathly slumber when he disappears at the end of the Hua. During his passage through the Netherworld, the sun god undergoes a significant and deep-seated metamorphosis, ultimately resulting in his revival at the onset of a fresh day. The Egyptians firmly believed that those who possess knowledge of the intricate workings of this enigmatic process, as revealed in the adornments of this tomb, will partake in the profound transformation from death to life. This transformation primarily pertains to the sun god and the entombed king. The burial chamber contains 2 pillars that portray Tuthmosis and his family, as well as a tree goddess who is depicted offering her nurturing breast to the king. The chamber exudes an intense and almost mystical atmosphere, which is heightened by the beauty and simplicity of the scene. Here we will stay, contemplating the images and texts of the Amduat and their symbolic meaning. The Amduat is the oldest among the books of the Netherworld and provides the clearest and most detailed account of the journey of the sun god through the 12 nocturnal hours. Its name, Amduat, translates to that which is in the Netherworld. Weary from his daily labor, God descends through the portal of the western horizon into the realm of the deceased. Throughout his journey, he is accompanied by a constantly shifting group of gods and revered deceased individuals who desire to be near him in order to assist him in his challenging journey and partake in the enigmatic process of his rebirth. In the Amduat, there are over 900 of them situated along both sides of the river. Wherever the divine deity traverses, they awaken to extol, venerate, and pay homage to him, as well as to safeguard him from his ubiquitous adversaries. Demonic entities abound in every corner, posing a grave threat to this emerging existence. Repeatedly, the advancement of the expedition is at risk, primarily due to Apophis, or Apep, the embodiment of absolute malevolence, whose objective is to utilize his sinister abilities to obliterate the entirety of existence. At the darkest point of the Netherworld, during the 6th hour of the night, lies the hidden mystery of the sun god's corpse, which is also the corpse of Osiris. This location is considered the mythical border of the world, and is where the sun god faces the most intense darkness and danger. At this profound abyss, the state of non-existence, which poses a danger to life and has spiritual implications, intersects with the domain of the deceased, ruled by Osiris. The indescribable enigma of the fusion between the sun god Re and Osiris, the deity of the netherworld, occurs at this location. The enigmatic fusion of the autonomous spirit of the sun god, yearning for the expansive and luminous heavens, with the lifeless body of Osiris, forever tethered to the underworld, symbolizes the rejuvenation of existence and the reinstatement of wholeness. Now, the expedition towards the eastern portal can proceed. The sun god is barely able to regain a faint glimmer of light before facing another threat from Apophis, who obstructs his journey in the sun bark during the 7th hour. The combined forces of the sun god and his retinue successfully repel Apophis and all adversaries of Re. The subsequent hours illustrate the upward journey of the bark, which symbolizes the rejuvenation of the entire universe. At the 12th hour, right before the highly anticipated revival of the sun, the solar bark, carrying all the gods and countless deceased individuals, is once again engulfed in darkness. The boat penetrates the colossal serpent's body through its tail and exits through its mouth. The images and texts clearly demonstrate that when the boat passes through the serpent's body, the sun god transforms into Khepri, resulting in the rejuvenation of all beings. Currently, no obstacles are preventing the resurgence of the revitalized deity. He overcomes his near-death vulnerability and conquers darkness as the joy of all living beings illuminates his path. The sky deity Nut undergoes another cycle of giving birth to the sun god, while Shu, the deity of the atmosphere, receives the solar bark and raises it towards the eastern sky. The sun hymn found in the tomb of a state official from the late period conveys the theme of pregnancy leading to death in the following manner. Hello Re as you ascend, magnificent falcon with a beautifully decorated chest. May you arise refreshed in the early morning. You are celebrated in the evening, conceived during nocturnal gestation, and becoming conscious of your emergence at dawn. Your mother uplifts you on a daily basis. Your mother nurtures and supports your growth on a daily basis. This statement reflects a thoughtful and aware understanding of the deep psychological connection between our consciousness and the collective unconscious. Our consciousness is constantly renewed each day, symbolically emerging from the maternal source of our pre-conscious wholeness. Our energy and sense of continuity and duration are derived from the state of sleep which resembles death. Similar to how Re, the sun god, descends to his lifeless body, we also repeatedly return to an ancient realm where our capacity for innovation remains concealed. At this place, our awareness rejuvenates, leading to the restoration of our physical and mental abilities. Additionally, it enhances our ability to experience affection towards our fellow humans and all aspects of existence. The Amduat seeks to comprehend the enigma of rejuvenation. The main emphasis is on Re's complete immersion into the depths of the netherworld and his subsequent awakening, symbolizing a rebirth at daybreak. However, what is the psychological significance of the sun god? Typically, a deity symbolizes a fundamental and universal force. Hence, it is inaccurate to claim that the life-giving sunlight of Re merely symbolizes ego consciousness. Instead, it indicates a fundamental principle of awareness within the shared unconscious, which acts as the origin of all consciousness. In the late 3rd millennium and 2nd millennium BC, there was a strong fascination with the sun, and a desire to represent this awareness through Egypt's solar theology. This was particularly evident in the books of the netherworld and the flourishing theology of the Ramesside era, where the sun god was revered as the spiritual father, creator, and the ultimate force behind all existence. With his dependable and comforting manner, he ensured both universal and political harmony, which is why Ma'at, the personification of cosmic order and fairness, was rightfully referred to as Re's offspring. During the initial creation, when the world was reconstructed, everything came into existence. The texts describe that he manifested himself, assuming existence without any specified cause. Likewise, we are unable to explain the reason behind the internal inclination for an expansion of our awareness, or more precisely, why a fundamental principle of consciousness exists within the collective unconscious. We need more knowledge about the reasons behind the emergence of this strong desire for consciousness in cultural expression during the 2nd millennium BC. Meanwhile, humanity has undergone a progressive advancement of consciousness, although this progress has solely resulted in positive outcomes. On the contrary, our awareness of the uncertain and potentially hazardous nature of cultural development is growing. We cannot reverse the course of evolutionary history, but it is prudent for us to reject any overly optimistic and naive belief in progress, as it is based more on wishful thinking than on reality. Our responsibility is not to advance, but rather to facilitate continuous change, as all life and existence yearn for transformation. The Egyptians eloquently conveyed this notion. Humans are unable to impose requests on the sun god, as any healing and transformation can only be bestowed through divine benevolence. However, the theologians were aware that each of them, as one of the blessed dead, possessed a bay soul that resembled a bird and allowed them to move freely. They could, therefore, join the solar bark and actively partake in the sun god's journey across the celestial ocean and through the netherworld in the afterlife. By taking part in the sun god's rejuvenation, each of the fortunate deceased individuals became deeply involved in an eternal and dynamic process of change. The psychological significance of this statement is that I am able to partake in the supreme and fundamental potency of awareness which is inherent to the collective unconscious. However, I am incapable of invoking it through my own actions or endeavors. True consciousness, in fact, arises from an illuminating experience that I receive through a close connection with the divine or with archetypal elements. Here is the psychological veracity behind Jesus' words, "I illuminate the world. Those who choose to accompany me will never traverse in obscurity, but will possess the illumination of existence." The reference is to John 8:12, the Amduat's treatise on the obscure realm. The spatial arrangement of the bay souls, which are divine entities, the shadows, the arc spirits, the revered deceased, and the actions performed. The commencement represents the trumpet of the western region. The western horizon is marked by the unified darkness, which serves as its end and gateway. To acquire knowledge about the bay souls of the netherworld and understand their actions, to acquire knowledge of their transfigurations for the sun god Re, and to uncover the hidden bay souls. In order to gain knowledge about the contents of the hours and their deities, and to understand what he invokes them for, to possess knowledge of the gates and pathways through which the divine deity traverses, to comprehend the celestial movements of time and their respective deities, and to understand both growth and destruction. The numerous repetitions in this extensive title reveal the author's profound emotional engagement. Knowing the profound transformations that occur in the netherworld held great existential significance for him. The Egyptian verb rh, which denotes to know, also encompasses the meanings of to be acquainted with or to possess understanding of, with the intention of exerting control over something. In this instance, it pertains to possessing knowledge regarding the essence of a deity and confidential matters in a broad sense or, in contemporary terms, to being cognizant of the fundamental dimension of existence. The boundless expanse of this knowledge is accentuated by the ninefold iteration of the verb ha. During the time of ancient Egypt, the numerical value, the number 9, which represents the plural form of 3, symbolizes. The Ennead of Heliopolis is a collection of 9 deities that symbolize the entirety of creation, showcasing an endless array of diversity. Familiarity with the concealed roots of the netherworld was believed to safeguard the deceased from the perils that jeopardized their voyage through the afterlife, shielding them from the hindrances and malevolent entities impeding their secure traversal. According to Egyptian belief, death was not considered as the end or termination of life, but rather as a transition that needed to be overcome, although it was challenging. However, the state of death extended beyond mere physical demise. Therefore, an individual afflicted with an ailment or compelled to reside in a foreign land in a state of extreme suffering, a phrase commonly used during the Middle Ages, might express dissatisfaction with their fate and assert that they were deceased, thus no longer belonging to the realm of the living. The Amduat's teachings on the concealed aspects of the netherworld were highly valuable, benefiting both the deceased and the living. The significance of this knowledge is elucidated in the concluding stanzas of a concise rendition of the Amduat, a condensed or abridged version of the complete text found in specific tombs and papyri. The initial phase is characterized by a low intensity or brightness. The culmination is the unified darkness. The user's text is empty. The user's text is empty. Those who possess knowledge of this enigmatic image will attain abundance as an Akh spirit. He will perpetually depart and return to the netherworld, engaging in communication with the living. This remedy has been proven countless times to be effective. For individuals familiar with these depictions, death was not a cessation or a state of immobility, but rather a departure towards life, as the Egyptians described it, a change that resulted in a completely new direction of their being. Many individuals experience pivotal periods of transition in their lives, during which they teeter on the brink of life and death, as if the outcome is still uncertain. These periods of proximity to death can be characterized by depression, illness, and other grave afflictions. During these instances, dreamers frequently experience motifs related to death, making it challenging to determine if they foreshadow actual death or signify a challenging period of transition in the dreamer's life. Regardless, the symbolic content suggests a death that, as described in the alchemical text known as the chemical wedding, results in the individual becoming even more alive. This signifies a shift into a new stage of existence, characterized by an elevated level of awareness. By acquiring knowledge about the realm of the afterlife, or by accessing images from the collective unconscious, we can endure these near-death experiences without having to sacrifice our own lives. If that is the case, then it is indeed possible for there to be an early, premature demise, a death that occurs due to an excessive lack of awareness. The Apostle Paul, in his letter to the Galatians, refers to the concept of dying to oneself and being reborn in a new life. He states that through the law, he has metaphorically died to the law in order to live for God. Paul further explains that he has been spiritually united with Christ and no longer lives for himself, but rather allows Christ to live through him. Psychologically, this passage in Galatians suggests that ego consciousness is oriented towards and devoted to the objective psychic realm, specifically the collective unconscious. This implies a redirection of focus away from the ego as the central aspect of one's conscious identity towards the self-Christ, which refers to a complete psychic entity that, by its very nature, surpasses the ego personality. This shift of attention does not involve the dissolution of the ego, but rather a transition from being focused on oneself to achieving a previously unattained level of stability and cooperation between the ego and the self. Hence, the self encompasses the entirety of the conscious and unconscious aspects of the human psyche. Hence, it is ineffable and inherently surpasses the limited scope of the ego-conscious individual. This comprehensive psychic entity encompasses both the observable conscious self and its underlying transcendent subconscious basis. Meister Eckhart expresses this concept concisely and eloquently. I possess a faculty within my soul that is constantly open to receiving God. I am as certain of this as I am of my own existence as a human being. Nothing is as intimately connected to me as God. In fact, God is even closer to me than I am to myself. My very existence relies on God's proximity and presence. However, it is important not to interpret this statement in a simplistic psychological manner. Eckhart, the theologian, goes on to explain that sometimes the soul must forget and lose itself in order to truly know God. If the soul remains self-aware, it cannot be fully aware of God. Instead, it discovers its true essence within the divine presence of God. Through her knowledge of God, she gains self-awareness and recognizes her disconnection from all things that exist within him. By completely forsaking them, she attains complete self-awareness. God resides within us while we exist outside of ourselves. As observed, the Egyptians held the belief in an uninterrupted state of awareness that endures beyond the cessation of physical existence. From a psychological perspective, This implies that our connection with the self, as described by Meister Eckhart as the ground of being in God, allows us to transcend the limitations of time that affect our ego consciousness. Through this connection, we can overcome the bondage of time both presently and in the future, as we are intimately linked with the pre-conscious totality of psychic images. This phenomenon is frequently validated by the dreams of individuals who are approaching death. During psychotherapy, it is occasionally noted that individuals who have come to terms with their impending death no longer experience anxiety in their dream imagery, related to this significant event for their sense of self. Instead, they address entirely mundane psychic issues as if no extraordinary events were occurring. Throughout our existence, there is an inherent force within our soul that drives us towards awareness, and every instance of expanding our consciousness benefits us even after we pass away. Now, let us redirect our attention to the Amduat, which is also known as the Book of the Hidden Chamber. The Book of Caverns, a subsequent composition, discusses a concealed, obscure, or holy area. The recurring theme remains constant. The enigma residing within the Earth's depths necessitates meticulous and steadfast safeguarding from the mundane realm. Renewal and regeneration occur within the sanctuary of the netherworld, shielded from any disruptive earthly influences. However, it is imperative to safeguard the sacred area not only from the physical realm, but also from the malevolent consequences of the abyss, a tumultuous and perilous domain of non-existence. As the sun god descends into the profound depths, he encounters a perilous situation where he confronts the risk of complete annihilation. The ancient Egyptians attributed significance to the sacred realm of the netherworld, while the medieval alchemist observed enigmatic occurrences within his hermetic vessel or furnace. Psychic images were projected into the netherworld or the vessel in both cases, and these images could only manifest within a secure and enclosed space. Numerous alchemists were cognizant of the fact that their experiments also held significance on a cosmic scale. The vessel needed to possess a circular shape in order to faithfully depict or reflect the cosmos with utmost precision. The Vas Rotundum emphasized both the cosmic and protective roles of the vessel, as it was meant to contain and control the chaotic interplay of opposing forces through the harmonizing effect of its rounded shape. The elusive essence of the hermetic spirit heightened the challenge of subduing the unruly forces. The entity in question was a Cervus fugitivus, which is a stag that is constantly on the verge of fleeing. The alchemist advised the need for caution, emphasizing the importance of securely closing the door to prevent the escape of the spirit. By doing so, one could achieve the desired outcome as intended by God. Due to the elusive nature of the spirit, the opus alchemicum demanded intense focus, coupled with meditation, for it to be successful. The alchemists, aware or suspecting the extraordinary conversion of the psychic content projected into their container, referred to it as a vas mirabile, a miraculous vessel, the womb that brought forth the filius philosophorum, son of the philosophers, the future redeemer. The concept of metamorphosis within an enclosed area, whether it be the netherworld or the alchemical container, also encompasses the representation of a cave as the site of Christ's birth. This imagery has its origins in early Christianity and continues to be relevant in the Eastern Orthodox Church. The Messiah is not born in a manger or a house, but rather in a cavern. This tradition appears to derive from the apocryphal infancy gospel of James. In chapter 18 of this narrative, Joseph escorts the Virgin Mary, a significant detail in this gospel, to a cave where she gives birth to her child. Both in the celestial realm and on our planet, the entire universe comes to a halt, awaiting the emergence of an intensely luminous light within the cavern. Over time, the intensity of the light decreases until the baby is finally delivered. Ernst Benz, in an article about the Holy Cave, states, "Here, a theology of the cave is already being formulated. Conceived through divine intervention, the Son is born in the depths of the earth, the Supreme Being exists in the lowest place, the celestial illumination in the obscurity of the cave. The birth occurs not in the nighttime sky, but rather in the darkness of the earth's womb. Upon birth, the celestial movements come to a halt, and the world remains motionless in reverence of this extraordinary phenomenon. The motif of the cave holds a special significance in the Christmas liturgy of the Greek Orthodox Church, where it is portrayed in its most exquisite form. You were born in seclusion within the cave, yet heaven proclaimed your arrival to all akin to a mouth, and placed a star above it, O Saviour. We discover abundance in obscurity. Let us enter the cave and experience the world of paradise. You have manifested in Bethlehem and resided in the cave. The Saviour enters the cave and saves all those who were lost in the robber's den. He expels the demons to make way for the angels to take their place. With astonishment and reverence, any rational individual acknowledges the arrival of the benevolent and affluent individual, who willingly impoverishes himself and ventures into the cavern to bestow upon us wealth through his compassionate benevolence. We have been plunged into abject destitution as a result of thievery. The user's text is empty. The user's text is empty. The user's text is empty. O divine being, who came into existence within the confines of a cavern, transform me into a haven for criminals within your abode, and within the abode of the Father and of the Holy Spirit, so that I can continuously praise you for eternity. Within this Christian tradition, the cave serves as the sacred space where God unveils himself to those who earnestly pursue him. Likewise, the Apostle John, who was exiled to the Greek island of Patmos, is said to have composed his book of Revelation in a cave that remains accessible to this day. The cave has been transformed into a small chapel that is part of a monastery. Once again, the cavern transforms into a revered area where divine forces can be experienced. This concept is so ancient that we can already see it in the painted caves of prehistoric times, like the ones found at Lascaux. In contrast to the Christian traditions, the symbolism of the cave in the Egyptian books of the Netherworld is significantly more intricate and mythical. However, when viewed from a psychological perspective, it is less conscious. However, Egyptian tradition had a significant impact on Christian belief. The revered underground chamber, where the light of the sun god rejuvenates and restores the harmony of the universe, likely served as the inspiration for the Christian concept of the cave as the birth site of Christ, the embodiment of justice, the Saviour, and the one who brings redemption. In Egypt, we find both the representation of the obscure domain of the cave and the symbol of the container. The safeguarding of his enigmatic vessel allows the sun god, accompanied by the deceased, to navigate the perils of the virtual realm without harm. In the Book of the Dead, chapter 19, the deceased individuals seek the assistance of the divine ferryman to ensure their safe passage across the treacherous depths that obstruct their journey to the afterlife. This appeal is made in order to secure their protection. In the Amduat, the deceased will only be safe during their dangerous journey through the netherworld when they are in close proximity to the sun god, specifically within the protection of his Baki. This symbolism represents a fundamental psychological reality. To successfully navigate crucial stages of our growth, it is imperative that we establish a profound connection with the intrinsic imagery of our soul and harness its therapeutic and conserving influence. Genuine psychic healing originates solely from one's inner self, or to be more exact, through interaction with archetypal images. In Egyptian texts, the deceased is referred to as a well-provided Akh spirit, a term that is etymologically linked to the concept of radiant illumination. Psychologically, this connection refers to a brightness that stems from the shared unconscious mind, represented by the archetypal image of the sun god, and produces an enduring awareness that cannot be diminished by darkness or death. The splendor of the sunset has now concluded. The deity of the sun and his group descend in the nocturnal vessel to an intermediary realm that separates our world from the true underworld. This interstitial space represents a specific period during which God will enter Osiris's realm of the dead by passing through the gate at the conclusion of the first hour of the night. Once more, there exists a conspicuous differentiation between the present realm and the subsequent one, between the diurnal realm and the nocturnal realm, and between the higher and lower planes. In this context, we witness the profound fear that the Egyptians had towards the netherworld, which they regarded as a realm of absolute silence and unwavering honesty, where not even the enemies of the sun god or unauthorized individuals were allowed to enter. Hence, it is not surprising that the deity portrayed at the conclusion of the lower middle register is referred to as he who seals the earth. The gate that appears after the completion of the initial hour is referred to as he who devours all, further emphasizing the significance of obstructing the ingress of the adversaries of the sun god into the realms beyond. The Amduat does not portray the gate or its guardian, in contrast to the Book of Gates. It is completely understandable to have a natural fear of entering the netherworld, which refers to the realm of archetypal images that reflect the collective unconscious. It is widely recognized that if we make a strong effort to explore the collective unconscious, or approach the healing images of the soul with selfish intentions, such as seeking power or profit, it can be likened to trying to enter the other world alongside adversaries, or, in psychological terms, being influenced by our dark and negative aspects. The shadow encompasses the suppressed and inferior elements of our personality that, although hidden in the unconscious, manifest as uncontrolled influences, moods, and emotions arising from the depths of our psyche. In Jungian psychology, the shadow is also a technical term for the unrecognized aspects within us. Without a sense of reverence and modesty, our encounter with the archetypal realm is likely to provoke a hostile response from the unconscious. In his significant work titled Mysterium Writings, C.G. Jung discusses the potential peril described in a text called Philaleitha, the alchemist's name meaning lover of truth, where the progress of the alchemical process is jeopardized by the presence of a thief. The text describes the thief as being devoid of value, possessing the harmful qualities of arsenic, causing the spirit of inner truth to flee in fear. Jung perceives this intruder as a form of self-theft, not easily discarded, as it arises from a pattern of thinking reinforced by both tradition and environment. Anything that cannot be utilized in some manner is deemed uninteresting, thus resulting in the depreciation of the psyche. In the Bhagavad Gita, specifically chapter 3, verse 12, there is mention of a covetous thief who is referred to as greedy. The verse states that by offering sacrifices, the gods will provide the desired possessions. Truly, anyone who accepts the presents bestowed upon them without reciprocating is undoubtedly a thief. The structure of the Amduat can be compared to the psychology of common human experience. It represents a clear separation between the afterlife and the temporary world of the living. This separation symbolizes protection. On a psychological level, it serves to protect the realm of the unconscious from being violated or misused by the ego. The ego's misuse of the objective psyche and its sacred images for selfish purposes is prevented. In order for Egyptians to attain the status of the blessed deceased and potentially merge with the great god in the afterlife, they were required to dedicate their entire lives to the worship and service of this deity, also known as the Great Basul. Within the Amduat, all the divine beings and revered deceased individuals residing along the shores of the underground river exist by means of this deity and exist solely for his sake. At the beginning of this initial hour of the evening, we perused. This deity traverses the western threshold of the celestial sphere. Seth is positioned on the edge of the river. The journey through this gateway spans a distance of 120 miles before the bark reaches those in the netherworld. The following statement is unequivocal. During the absence of light in the night time, peril holds dominion. Seth, the fratricidal perpetrator of Osiris's demissa, is present and joins forces with Apopis, the most formidable demon of the netherworld. From the outset, two opposing principles clash: the perpetuation and ongoing rejuvenation of creation by the sun god, juxtaposed with the looming danger of stagnation and demise. The balance of forces is fragile. Repeatedly, Apopis must be forcefully driven away, as stated in the incantations 39 and 40 of the Book of the Dead. Retreat, retreat. Move away from me, you deceitful individual. Distance yourself from the dwelling place of Re where you experienced fear. For I, the deceased, am Re, the one who instills fear in men. Retreat, You male individual whom Osiris strongly dislikes, whose head Thoth has severed, I have diligently executed all actions described in the Ennead concerning your person with the intention of causing your demise. These words encompass not only Apophis, but all adversaries of Re, as they are merely embodiments of the ultimate foe of the sun god. However, it is paradoxical that darkness and evil are necessary for creation and support, as well as for the regeneration of life. Therefore, we perceive adversaries in every nocturnal hour, and it is imperative to constantly fend them off. According to the ancient Egyptians, any intellectual endeavor, novel understanding, or innovative action had a connection to the mythical boundary of the universe, where chaos and primordial darkness were the only existence beyond. Queen Hatshepsut, renowned for her self-confidence, confidently proclaims in one of her writings, "I exercise authority over the domain of the ancient abyss." At the border of the Theban desert, she built her magnificent funerary temple, which is still called Dir el-Bahari today. This location creates the impression of a place where the sky and the earth meet. Encounter the spell 39 from the Book of the Dead, which repels Apophis. At the location where the dragon Apophis resides, all authority of kings comes to an end, and most importantly, even the authority of the gods is no longer effective. He is the sole ruler in this place, the malevolent entity known as the Terrible One, among other names. The texts unequivocally state that every aspect of existence, including the domain of deities, will eventually cease to exist. Therefore, the ancient deity Atum proclaims in spell 175 of the Book of the Dead, a frequently referenced text in studies of Egyptian religion, "You will endure for countless eons, a lifespan spanning millions of years. I will send out the elders and annihilate everything I have created. The earth will revert back to a state of chaos, submerged in a torrential deluge in its pristine condition. However, I will stay with Osiris. I will metamorphose into a different entity, specifically a serpent, unbeknownst to men or observed by the gods." Psychologically, these sources suggest the presence of a profound and overwhelming realm of the mind that surpasses our capacity to comprehend, where even divine wisdom reaches its limits. We can only maintain silence in the presence of this profound enigma, with which we are no longer able to contend. Indeed, it presents a paradox. Apophis must be kept away from the abode of Re, the place where creation originates, while simultaneously being in close and perilous proximity to the primal darkness and chaotic reality, where the regenerative force of creation is revitalized. The well-defined organization of the initial hour, along with its accurate details about the size of the space, could serve a protective or warding-off purpose. The purpose of its organized arrangement may be to repel the disruptive influence of Apophis, thereby showcasing the enduring stability of the esteemed system of creation, even in this boundary region of Osiris's realm of the deceased. The arrangement of the upper and lower registers follows a symmetrical pattern, with groups of 9 deities alternating with groups of 12 goddesses. Once more, the number 9 signifies an unbounded quantity of deities, whereas the number 12 likely references the 12 hours of darkness when the rejuvenation process occurs. The presence of 2 Maat figures positioned before the upper sunbark, each adorned with a Maat feather atop their heads, serves as a representation of the fundamentally balanced arrangement of the netherworld. However, it is worth noting that regions of disorder can also be observed within this realm. Within the burial chamber of Queen Nefertari, there exists a renowned portrayal of Maat, the ancient Egyptian goddess of truth and justice, safeguarding Nefertari by extending her 2 arms outward. The goddess Maat represents the cosmic order and ensures social justice. She embodies the wisdom of the structured universe, which exists in the present world and extends into the netherworld, according to the Amduat. The representation of Maat in 2 forms, as seen in both the image and the written text, using the dual form of her name, Mayati, the 2 truths, is a characteristic feature of ancient Egyptian culture. The inclination to engage in binary thinking will be the subject of a subsequent conversation. The duplication of Maat, similar to the duplication of the sunbark in the 2 central sections, may hold psychological significance. In psychology, it is widely recognized that the occurrence of a dream motif doubling is a common phenomenon. This doubling typically happens when a new unconscious content is being brought closer to the conscious level, although it may not yet be strong enough to be fully perceived by the individual's consciousness. This emerging content can belong to two distinct realms, the present world and the future world. These two parts represent a novel stage of the preconscious entirety that is currently undergoing development. During the early hours of the night, when the need for renewal and regeneration intensifies, the presence of both Sun God and his daughter Ma'at holds great significance. Collectively, they formed the universe in the immensely distant past, referred to as the first occasion by the Egyptians, and presently they possess the ability to repeat this process. Typically, when a motif is doubled, it indicates the upcoming occurrence of a creative or regenerative moment or process. However, let us now revert back to the explicit organization of the initial hour. The presence of Ma'at, both in this location and in the second hour, where she holds a position of authority, signifies that the process of creation continues without interruption, even in the netherworld. Psychologically, this implies that within the shared unconscious mind, we can expect to encounter a fundamental creative structure, even when it manifests as apparent disorder, in the form of unrestricted contradictions. The winged Ma'at is the tomb of Nefertari. By closely examining the visual representations of the unconscious that manifest in an individual's dreams and fantasies over an extended period, we can identify a recurring and purposeful arrangement of specific themes. C.G. Jung refers to this psychological growth as the process of individuation. In his article titled Synchronicity, an acausal connecting principle, Jung extends his argument by asserting the presence of an ultimate understanding of the preconscious psyche. This understanding, as we will later observe in our examination of the baboons, does not disregard the instinctive knowledge possessed by animals. Jung argues that when we deeply contemplate the purposeful processes in biology or explore the compensatory functions of the unconscious, we are compelled to assume the existence of some form of pre-knowledge due to the goal-oriented nature of these phenomena. When Jung defines the archetype as the recognizable form of innate psychic organization, he acknowledges the presence of a creative structure within the unconscious. This structure entails the occurrence of continuous creative acts, which can be seen as a spontaneous and ongoing creative activity of the psyche that operates independently from our conscious awareness. The Amduat, dating back to approximately 1500 BC, emerged during a period of significant growth in Egyptian consciousness, characterized by a remarkable expansion of awareness. Historically, this phenomenon occurred simultaneously with the expansionist policies of the pharaohs of Dynasty 18, a time when imperialism led Egyptians to have close interactions with other cultures. The content of the Book of the Netherworld can be rightfully regarded as one of the most significant and fundamental initial dreams of humanity, without any exaggeration. In the field of personal psychology, the first dream that a person brings up during their analysis is often considered to have a predictive significance. This is because it may contain important characteristics that will shape the person's future growth and development. Similarly, throughout human history, we frequently encounter a forward-thinking cultural manuscript, like the Amduat, that introduces or foresees a forthcoming intellectual advancement, often centuries in advance. Consequently, we confidently label it as a prophetic document. Starting from Dynasty 18, there was a notable expansion of awareness that could prompt a primitive individual to contemplate once again the act of creation and its fundamental structure. The genesis of these New Kingdom books of the Netherworld can be traced back to the cultural disorientation experienced as a result of novel perspectives and introspection. However, let us now redirect our attention to the Amduat. I am consistently captivated by the baboons, commonly known as the solar baboons among Egyptologists. They patiently anticipate the arrival of the great Basol, also known as Re, while crouching in their customary posture. During the final moments of the first hour, Re implores them to unlock the gates of the horizon on his behalf, Baboons, extend your arms to me. Open your gates wide for me, baboons. O divine beings who originated from my Ba soul, O deities, you who originated from my physical being. They were created for the purpose of serving Khepri, the ruler of the netherworld. And they reply, brimming with exuberance, unveiled before you are concealed, housing the confidential visuals fully accessible to you, are the entrances to the grand city. The state of being illuminated has been transformed into a state of darkness for you. Allow the space of devastation to be aired as you draw near in your title of Re, the location of Osiris, the preeminent deity of the Western region. The baboons are the first creatures to eagerly anticipate and recognize the arrival of the great god in the netherworld. Historically, they are part of the retinue of the sun god, accompanying him with musical performances and dance. A few years ago, a veterinarian informed me that he witnessed baboons in Africa, raising their arms towards the first rays of sunlight in the morning as if they were expressing a desire to welcome and honor the revitalized sun. However, while the baboon's behavior in nature may explain their motif of greeting and venerating the sunlight, there is also an underlying psychological and spiritual truth to be acknowledged. The arrival of the great god cannot be comprehended by our intellectual abilities or our self-awareness. It is instead the animalistic part of us, characterized by instinctual awareness, that is capable of perceiving or detecting the presence of the divine. This fact demonstrates the presence of bodily awareness in our instincts and sense organs, where bodily sensations have a significant influence. This phenomenon extends into a psychic instinctive domain that originates from our animal soul. Animal dreams often symbolize a connection to the self, which refers to the complete psychic entity that encompasses even the most contrasting aspects of the spiritual realm and its expression through animal-like forms. When an animal appears in a dream, such as the baboons in our text, it is important to pay close attention. This image, while representing a primal physical force, could also indicate the presence of a divine being or a spiritual essence. The vitality and fulfillment of our animalistic essence can only be achieved by establishing a profound connection with the fundamental components of the natural world. This can be accomplished through activities such as hiking in mountainous terrains, confronting the raw power of the sea or a tempestuous storm, basking in the gentle illumination of dawn at the start of a new day, or experiencing the gratification of a lengthy and rejuvenating slumber. Our soul is enriched by fundamental experiences. Throughout history, the human soul has derived its most magnificent archetypal images from such experiences. The further we distance ourselves from such encounters, which is the case for the majority of individuals today, including children, the more we become isolated from the imaginative abilities of the subconscious, and the less proficient we become in comprehending the visual representations originating from our inner selves. In regards to the remaining deities in the upper section, there are 12 standing goddesses, 9 crouching gods who worship the sun god, and another 12 goddesses at the end of the section, symbolizing the 12 hours of the night. These deities either worship or pray to the sun god, or they accompany him. Each of them actively engages in the ongoing process of rejuvenation. They endorse the great Ba soul as he sustains the inhabitants of the riverbanks by supplying them with the essential resources for survival. From a psychological perspective, analyzing this iconography reveals that even the smallest growth in consciousness or awareness, experienced by any individual residing along the riverbanks of the netherworld, is a minuscule yet valuable contribution to the ongoing process of creation and rejuvenation, creation continua. This process serves the entity referred to as the Great Ba Soul in the Amduat. In medieval terminology, the term one can be understood as the unus mundus, which refers to the concept of a single world that is identical to the sapientia Dei, or wisdom of God. This unus mundus represents a potential world, the eternal foundation of all empirical existence, similar to how the self serves as the foundation and source of an individual's personality throughout time. In all these concepts, there is a notion of an original cosmic spiritual order that needs to be continually renewed in the created world. Located in the upper middle section, we observe the sun god positioned in the night bark, accompanied by his crew. Once more, this collection of 9 deities symbolizes an incomprehensible multitude of divine abilities. Assisted by them and protected by a shrine, Re sails along the Netherworld River, traversing the realm of the first nocturnal hour. He is depicted with the head of a ram, symbolizing his manifestation as a Ba soul, which is represented by the hieroglyph of a Ba bird. During his psychic or soul Ba manifestation, the sun god descends into the profound realms of the netherworld, where he undergoes rejuvenation through the merging of his Ba soul and lifeless body. The Ba, a masculine noun in the Egyptian language, refers to the autonomous component of the soul that experiences affection, such as for the vastness of the sky. However, the Ba also possesses a tangible, material presence. Hence, in various sources, we encounter references to the physical embodiment of the sun god Re, and consequently, the Ba, soul, requires sustenance. The concept of separating body, spirit, and soul was unfamiliar to the Egyptians. The concept of Ba encompasses the psychological aspect that yearns for the divine, the spiritual, and the remote, and that has the desire to explore and journey. It is the Ba that enables mental excursions into distant and elevated realms. According to the Egyptians, this psychic attribute needed to be periodically replenished in the profound recesses of the earth. The sun god descended into the netherworld as a Ba soul in order to undergo renewal and regeneration, which could only occur in this specific location and solely through the enduring power of the earth. From the very beginning, the concept of regeneration holds great significance, as evidenced by the subsequent depiction of the sun god as Khepri, the Skara beetle. Below, in the lower section of the boat, we observe him being accompanied and revered by 2 Osiris figures. The Egyptian verb HPR encompasses a variety of interconnected meanings, including the processes of becoming, coming into existence, being born, existing, appearing, or undergoing transformation. In this depiction of the sun god as Khepri during the early hours of the night, the illustration clearly conveys the ultimate purpose of the journey, the rejuvenation and revival of life in the depths of the netherworld. What is the psychological significance of the concept of becoming and the reference to the expected birth of the sun god, even at this early stage of the night? As previously mentioned, God's regeneration in the depths refers to the transformation of a long-standing conscious attitude, specifically the shift in the collective mindset of a particular historical period. Psychologists understand that novel psychic material, akin to a new essence, can be suggested through anticipatory images that indicate this new material well before it becomes consciously recognized by the individual. Throughout history, it has been observed that a singular remarkable individual, such as a visionary, prophet, or the originator of a novel religion, is responsible for conceiving new ideas. These ideas are only shared with the wider community after being revealed to their leader and subsequently transmitted by their initial followers. The dissemination of novel concepts from an individual to a community or nation can be a protracted process spanning several generations or even centuries. As an individual starts to experience the depths of depression in their conscious reality, dreams frequently indicate an upcoming release or freedom. Frequently, these prophetic dream images from the soul provide substantial assistance to the therapeutic procedure, prompting me to inquire, in what other manner could we endure the pressures of existence? According to an old alchemical saying, having a symbol makes the transition easy. Whether in life or in death, the process of transition is effortless for individuals who possess a symbol or inner truth of great significance. The Khepri beetle, present in the second sunbark, serves as a potent symbol of imminent metamorphosis. This symbol holds significance for all individuals who accompany the sun god on his journey. The sun god's entourage of deities and blessed dead during his journey through the netherworld is incalculable. Religious texts commonly refer to the vessel as the bark of millions. However, in the Amduat, This term is only mentioned once, in the name of the final goddess depicted in the upper register of the 12th hour, Lady of the Urious Serpents in the Bark of Millions. The term millions does not signify years, but rather the gathering of the blessed deceased in the bark. Spell 99 of the Book of the Dead, mentioned previously, refers to the desire to accompany Re on his voyage through the netherworld in order to ultimately reach the afterlife under his safeguard. O you who possess authority over the enigmatic vessel and protect against Apophis, I request your assistance in procuring the ferryboat and securing the warp for me as I aim to depart from the malevolent territory, where the stars descend inverted onto their visages and are incapable of elevating themselves. The user's text is empty. The user's text is empty. O mighty force that unveils the celestial orb, who is responsible for the crimson hue of the sunrise? Please bring me, ensuring that I have a vessel. The ferryman responds with reassurance. Please, join me, fellow soul, and journey to the destination you are familiar with. This is an important request, to have a boat. The deceased can only navigate through this dark and chaotic realm, where everything is upside down, safely within the confines of the bark. Only with the assistance of the ferryman can they reach the tranquil land where the blessed dead reside. However, what is the psychological significance of the Bark of Millions? As previously mentioned, C.G. Jung recognized that similar to how instincts are formed in the physical world, there is a constant evolution of archetypal images, which are modes of understanding. This evolution results in a valuable spiritual resource for humanity. This treasure has undergone substantial growth and evolution throughout millions of years. The sunbark, functioning as a vessel, symbolically represents a protective shelter for the experiences of countless generations. It contains and assimilates the ever-changing spiritual wealth of the archetypal world. The individuals residing within the vessel acquire and benefit from the safeguarded wisdom passed down by their predecessors. They are not subject to exclusion like the condemned deceased. Instead, they are part of the fortunate deceased, those who partake in the perpetually renewing existence of all creation. They are granted a renewal of life due to their close proximity to the archetypal powers. Jung's hypothesis posits the existence of a pre-conscious totality within the human psyche, which aligns with this ancient perspective. The re-establishment of connection with the psychic matrix initiates the process of life regeneration, wherein all forms of life undergo a transformative journey, emerging from profound depths. Individual creativity relies on engaging with the concealed current of unconscious archetypal material, referred to as Re's nocturnal journey in Egyptian terms, and harnessing its creative vitality. The concept of life and cultural and religious wisdom, as presented, does not include the notion of eternal truth. Hans-Georg Gadamer strongly asserts this point in his main work, Truth and Method, where he discusses Wirkungsgeschichte, effective history. Gadamer argues that truth is not fixed or unchanging. Instead, it is necessary to adopt an alternative method and understanding of the mythological, religious, and literary texts from a particular time period, as these texts and images are influenced by their historical reception and impact. Gadamer's stance aligns significantly with Jung's proposition of the collective unconscious and its implication of an ongoing metamorphosis and dynamism within the history of ideas. Both Gadamer and Jung posit that nothing remains fixed or stable in their respective systems of thought, as everything is constantly undergoing a process of historical transformation in Gadamer's case, or psychic transformation in Jung's case. The Amduat contains allusions to the perpetual transformation of everything that exists, depicted not only through the representation of the boat of Khepri, but also through the 4 stellae with human heads in the upper middle section of the first hour. The stellae symbolize the 4 primary forms of the Creator God's changes, representing a complete cosmic entity. Re as the sky during the day, Atum as the western horizon, Khepri as the eastern horizon, and Osiris as the embodiment of the netherworld and the nocturnal sun. Re is the dominant deity governing the celestial and diurnal realm, while Osiris assumes a more submissive role as the revered god presiding over the realm of the deceased. Atum, on the other hand, is an elderly god who descends into the abyss, fatigued and exhausted from his daily toils. Lastly, Khepri symbolizes the youthful solar offspring who are joyfully welcomed at the break of dawn. These aspects are all part of a single truth belonging to the extraordinary great soul, whose entirety can be most accurately characterized as a fourfold process of metamorphosis. The quaternity represents the powerful symbol of the creative force that encompasses all life and existence. In ancient Egypt, this symbol was closely associated with the sun god. The trajectory of his path through the sky during the night in the netherworld exposes a psychic phenomenon which was consistently regarded as highly significant by alchemists in their relentless investigations. Repeatedly, they attempted to depict it using novel, inventive visuals. As per the renowned saying of the Jewish female alchemist Maria Prophetissa, which has become a fundamental principle, the essence of alchemical studies can be summarized as follows. One divides into two, two combines to form three, and from the third emerges the one as the fourth. In the two, there exists one. Each unity needs to separate into opposing elements. Consequently, a conflict arises, and the longer it endures, the stronger the desire for a unifying symbol that can bring together the opposing forces. Eventually, when the escalating tension becomes intolerable, events reach a climax, and a symbol that brings everyone together emerges as the third. Thus, the attainment of a fourth signifies the emergence of a novel state of consciousness characterized by an elevated level of unity. Now, let's examine the inhabitants residing on the riverbank in the lower area. They also serve the nocturnal journey of the sun god. At the onset of the register, a group of 9 solar baboons captivates Re and his crew with their musical and dancing performances. 12 fire-spitting cobras follow him, providing illumination. Following that, 9 deities elevate their hands in reverence. Lastly, a group of 12 goddesses extol the great god and accompany him as he transitions into the subsequent hour of the night. In this place where darkness grows stronger, there is a cheerful commemoration, serving as a reminder of the African villages mentioned earlier in this book. Since ancient times, religious rituals in Egypt have commemorated a momentous cosmic occurrence occurring between the celestial realm and the physical world. Every time a divine being descended from the heavens to earth, or when a deity departed from their abode in a ceremonial procession led by the clergy, passing through the successive gateways of the temple and emerging into the outside world, there would be great joy among the members of the public who were present, participating in the festival. These celestial manifestations sanctify the world. This was the aspiration of all who partook, not only those in ancient times, but also those who partake in our contemporary era. Hope is the exact reason for the occurrence of celebration in this transitional realm during the early hours of the night, just before the great Bar Soul enters the real netherworld. In this uninhabited territory, devoid of any governing principles from celestial or terrestrial realms and susceptible to sudden outbreaks of disorder, the purpose of this celebratory delight is to repel the forces of malevolent sorcery. The purpose of the celebration is to evoke divine mercy and benevolence and to foster a harmonious and innovative connection between the forces of heaven and earth. Encounter with the psychic totality in the fertile region of Vernes during the second hour. Genesis and annihilation. The sun god and his crew have arrived at the conclusion of the intermediate realm of the initial hour. Passing through the entrance known as He Who Devours All, they navigate into the waters of an exceptionally fertile area of breathtaking beauty. The individuals residing along the riverbanks warmly welcome them with jubilation and rejoicing. Throughout the portrayal of this second hour, abundant symbols of flourishing vegetation are evident. An instance can be found in the second bark of the middle register, where 2 deities associated with grain are depicted. These deities are symbolized by 2 ears of wheat, which represent their ability to promote fertility. Additionally, there is a representation of the 6 grain gods positioned at the conclusion of the lower register, accompanied by accompanying text. They are individuals who offer the verdant flora in Vernes as a tribute to the deities in the pursuit of Re. They are individuals who provide water to the Ak spirits, the revered deceased, in accordance with the instructions of this mighty deity. They are the ones responsible for igniting the embers to incinerate Re's adversaries. They are the individuals who cast their hearts into the flames. Subsequently, they emit loud, sorrowful cries and express deep grief. Once this magnificent deity has traversed their vicinity, the grain fields mature under the heat of the sun's rays. However, Africans and individuals residing in regions with intense heat are well aware, through painful first-hand encounters, that excessive heat can scorch and annihilate the entire wealth of resources. The sun god exhibits duality through two distinct aspects, which are reflected in the mentioned blessing and curse, as expressed by the inhabitants of the Underworld. In the fertile field of Wernis, the deceased are generously supplied with an ample amount of nourishment required for their contentment in the afterlife. Not mentioning the dark and destructive aspect of life would have gone against the natural feelings of the Egyptians. During this hour and the subsequent one, the visual representations and symbolic elements explicitly declare the magnificence of life on earth. May the pleasures of existence endure beyond mortality. The desires and anticipations of the deceased during their time in the field of reeds, also known as Wernis, are articulated in spell 110 of the Book of the Dead. I have arrived at the deity of immense power and divinity so that I can obtain the necessary supplies. The individual's benevolence provides provisions such as bread, beer, cattle, and poultry. The user's text is empty. The user's text is empty. Possessing strength and, consequently, possessing power, engaging in agricultural activities, harvesting and consuming the produce, consuming beverages, engaging in sexual intercourse, and performing all the tasks that were previously carried out on the planet. In the remote expanse of the unknown, the fervor for existence will persist. The individual expresses four desires: to possess authority, to partake in the divine favors of agriculture, to be supplied with sustenance, and to engage in procreation for the perpetuation of life. The four boats we observe in front of the sun barca represent the exact desires we are discussing, although they are naturally part of the sun god's retinue. The first boat contains the grain deities that we previously discussed. Eric Hornung posits that the crocodile in the adjacent vessel represents the sovereign of the aqueous domain of Wernis. If this is the case, it would signify the authority and jurisdiction of the sun god, which encompasses the subterranean realm of the netherworld. Every deceased individual desires to partake in this authority and avoid being powerless, similar to the deceased who have been condemned. The third boat symbolizes the goddess Hathor, accompanied by two other goddesses, likely Isis and Nephthys. Hathor is the deity associated with affection, the spirited energy of recreational activities and dancing, and even the state of intoxicated euphoria. The individual exhibits a combination of favorable and unfavorable traits, encompassing not only nurturing leniency and kindness, but also destructive, furious, and bloodthirsty anger. Exhibiting these characteristics, she exemplifies the archetypal deity referred to as the Great Goddess, with the Babylonian Ishtar being a prominent and well-known instance. Ishtar is deeply fascinated by vitality and despises stagnation. Paradoxically, she deliberately instigates conflict and animosity to facilitate the rejuvenation of love. Love endures all except that which is immobile and unchanging. The symbolism of the scarab at the prow of Hathor's boat highlights her representation of abundant life and its perpetual rejuvenation. The scarab, as a symbol of self-creation, signifies the regeneration of all living creatures. The scarab's creative prowess and innate desire for rejuvenation make it an ideal companion for Hathor. The fourth and last boat displays a hieroglyph representing the moon, which is a symbol of renewal and revitalization through love. These depictions illustrate the comprehensive impact of individuation and the evolution of consciousness. It offers sustenance to individuals for both their physical and emotional well-being. It enhances their strength. It enhances their feeling of satisfaction. It bestows upon them the gift of rejuvenation. Each endeavor to overcome a deficiency in awareness constitutes a valuable contribution, no matter how modest, to the development of one's psychological and spiritual well-being. For ancient civilizations like the Egyptians, it is evident that this service was exclusively devoted and directed towards a single entity, the Great Ba Soul. Every form of life has its origins in the ocean, and ultimately, every living being will return to it. Each tangible extension of the boundaries of our existence, such as purchasing or constructing a new residence, embarking on a new career, etc., holds significance solely when it is accompanied by an augmentation of awareness, namely, through fresh understanding. Similarly, the ancient Egyptians believed that the only way to find truth and purpose in life was by being close to the sun god. This meant that their inner psychic images needed to become conscious. In the Amduat, it is depicted that those who live on the riverbanks come to life whenever the great god passes by. The significance lies not in surface-level alterations, but rather in the esoteric aspects of the underworld. It is within its profound depths that authentic existence remains concealed, and individuals who adhere to the sun god's teachings receive fresh vitality and influence. We have previously discussed the dual aspects of the sun god, which encompass both benevolent and punitive roles. Prior to addressing the negative aspect of the Great Soul, it is important to observe the two figures with two heads in this particular hour. One figure is located in the upper section, while the other is positioned directly below it in the lower section. The top illustration portrays a deity with two heads, one resembling a falcon, Horus, and the other resembling a canine, Seth. These two figures are the main adversaries in the myth of Osiris. Following Osiris' death, they engage in a prolonged power struggle for control, which eventually concludes with their reconciliation and formation of an alliance. As a result, each deity acquires certain privileges and entitlements. Horus assumes exclusive inheritance of the consolidated Kingdom of Upper and Lower Egypt, while Seth acquires his entitlements, albeit partially, through the allocation of territories beyond Egypt's borders, encompassing the deserts and the lands inhabited by foreigners. We will revisit this myth at a later time. The significance lies in the symbolism of a bilaterally faced entity. This figure epitomizes the amalgamation of contradictions, the dual aspects of all existence. Light and darkness coexist. Similarly, while Horus proudly displays his grand and royal authority, Seth asserts his own control over the outer regions of the world, constantly working to introduce disorder and dismantle a rigid system of power. This truth, which we have recently witnessed on the divine plane, also profoundly affects every individual. Hence, this ambivalence is symbolically portrayed in He with Two Faces in the lower register through the representation of a figure possessing two human heads. The deeply painful experience of human life reflects a divine truth. Certain individuals exhibit deliberate optimism, excessively emphasizing the positive aspects of the divine. However, every action we take has both positive and negative aspects, and it is impossible to predict with absolute certainty which one will have a greater impact. In Romans 7:18-19, the Apostle Paul succinctly states that he has the desire to do what is morally right, but he cannot carry it out. He acknowledges that he often fails to do the good he intends to do and instead finds himself doing the very things he wishes to avoid. C.G. Jung frequently cited this passage due to its expression of moral ambivalence, which is a fundamental feature of the psychology of the unconscious. We can only aspire to the prevalence of benevolence over malevolence, even if only to a small extent, as depicted in the mythological tale of the Horus-Seth conflict. In the final section of his biography, transcribed and edited by Aniela Jaffe, Jung expresses, "The world we are born into is both harsh and cruel, yet possesses a divine beauty. Whether we believe that one aspect outweighs the other, be it the absence of meaning or the presence of meaning, depends on our individual disposition. In all likelihood, as with all metaphysical inquiries, both perspectives hold truth. Life possesses both meaning and meaninglessness. I hold on to a fervent hope that meaning will ultimately prevail and emerge victorious." On the upper register's right end, there is a tribunal comprising 6 judges, including both males and females who are seated on thrones. They present a noticeable juxtaposition to the life-sustaining gods of the middle level. Each individual possesses a knife resting on their lap, unequivocally indicating their role as enforcers of punishment. In the upper register, there is an additional divine figure depicted standing behind the group of seated judges. The individual in question is commonly referred to as he who fells and beheads shadows, also known as the damned. He is perpetually prepared to conquer the adversaries of the sun god, armed with an elevated arm and a knife in his other hand. Within this particular framework, it is imperative to take into account the deity with a stubborn and determined nature depicted in the lower section. Additionally, he is also holding a knife and goes by the intriguing alias Donkey Swallower. According to Eric Hornung, in spell 40 of the Book of the Dead, the bull-headed figure is interpreted as a demon that devours the sinners, represented by the donkey. The spell, titled Spell for Repelling Him Who Swallowed an Ass, is accompanied by a vignette illustrating a man armed while a snake bites its neck. This image symbolizes the triumph of the snake's wisdom and instinctive aggression, combined with the focused determination of a god represented by the spear over evil forces. While the fortunate deceased effectively confront and bypass this malevolent entity unscathed, the condemned inevitably succumb to its power. In a lecture, Barbara Hanna, a contemporary of Jung, expressed the following: "We have become disconnected from our sympathetic nervous system, resulting in a loss of our instinctual ability to respond appropriately in certain situations, as a serpent would naturally know how to do. When a serpent appears in a dream, it serves as a reminder that a seemingly impossible situation can be resolved if we tap into and follow our sympathetic nervous system, also known as our instincts. This system can take over all functions and guide us back to the path we have lost. To enter the underworld, one must conquer Seth's impulsive nature. Whether this impulsiveness is of a physical nature or a spiritual fixation is inconsequential. Each can result in a condition where the ego becomes excessively fixated on the external, tangible realm, or conversely, where the ego is inundated by fantasies and transpersonal psychic elements. Both conditions will lead to an improper and distorted perception of one's own significance, or to inflation, where the connection with the innate wisdom of the snake is diminished. Once more, we can refer to the alchemists, who possessed a clear comprehension of the peril that arises from disengagement from the actuality of the world. To gain access to the esoteric knowledge, stated an elderly expert, one must possess integrity and profound intellect, display kindness towards fellow humans, maintain a joyful and cheerful demeanor, always be ready to offer a warm greeting, and diligently observe the profound secrets exclusively unveiled to them. It is not coincidental that during this moment of the Amduat, we encounter the deity in such immediate proximity to numerous symbols representing heavenly satisfaction and a zest for life. He stands as a sentinel, both cautioning and safeguarding the righteous, ensuring they do not stray amidst this abundance. However, the inherent divine power of the snake alone is not enough to protect the sun god from his adversaries. The knives used by the punishing deities are equally essential. In the face of evil, it is essential to possess a highly perceptive intellect, which the Egyptians referred to as FNH, meaning acuteness of heart. The Egyptians believed that the heart was not only the center of emotions, but also the seat of the mind. When we are compelled to engage in fantasies or actions influenced by the unconscious mind, the only way to resolve the situation is by deliberately and bravely embracing consciousness. We must acknowledge the undeniable existence of malevolence. It is present within us and our immediate environment, as well as in the violence and conflicts that afflict the entire world. Ignoring its existence will not provide any assistance. Lack of knowledge and innocence cannot prevent or lessen human culpability. In contrast, darkness and malevolence can only be confronted through a state of clear and conscious awareness. There is no space for incomplete actions, concessions, or innocence. To fully explore our own nature, we must approach it with a clear understanding and a discerning mindset. Following his encounter with the devil in the wilderness, Jesus possessed a clear understanding of this particular matter. The notion that evil could be permanently vanquished was unfamiliar to him, which is why he declared, "Do not assume that I have arrived to establish harmony on earth. My purpose is not to bring peace but rather conflict." Matthew 10:34. This sword is referred to as the sword of love, and a Zen master has described it as a weapon capable of both causing harm and bestowing vitality. By employing this weapon upon oneself, to acknowledge the instincts of one's hidden self, one can achieve freedom from the weight of egocentric tendencies, symbolized by the metaphorical which represents obscure and unconscious desires. This marks the commencement of a fresh romantic relationship, represented by the vessel of Hathor. The Book of Gates establishes a more pronounced differentiation between the blessed and condemned deceased compared to the Amduat. Within the Book of Gates, the upper register is reserved for the blessed deceased, who are bestowed with offerings and the privilege of rejuvenated existence. Conversely, the lower register is exclusively devoted to the retribution inflicted upon the adversaries of the sun god. The term inert ones refers to 4 individuals who are reclining on their backs. Adjacent to them stand 20 individuals who are completely unclothed and restrained and have been sentenced to death. The inhabitants of the Hall of Remade in the desert caused a commotion on earth in opposition to Re, who vociferously uttered malevolent remarks against he who is in the egg. The term he who is in the egg refers to the sun god, who originated from the primordial egg and promptly commenced the creation of the world and humanity. This egg is a widely recognized symbol. According to Latvian cosmology, a primordial eagle laid the cosmic egg. The god of creation then divided the egg into 2 parts, thereby forming the heavens and the earth. From a psychological perspective, the egg symbolizes the self in its early stages of development, representing the complete psyche in its initial form. It signifies something that has always existed but has yet to take on a defined shape. In the Book of Gates, the damned individuals have resisted the potential complete existence and, consequently, the life force responsible for the creation of the world. They vociferated malevolent remarks towards this nascent existence, thereby aligning themselves with Apopis, the entity determined to annihilate all life. Now, let's examine the lower section of the 2nd hour of the Book of Gates in more detail. The initial illustration portrays the sun god as the deity Atum, who is believed to be the creator god. He is referred to as the Old One, who resides in the ancient waters of Nun. In the context of cosmogonic texts, he is often associated with the role of the creative world spirit, although he primarily symbolizes the aged sun god. The ambivalence depicted here aptly represents the state of suspense during the 2nd hour of the night, when everything is still yearning for the forthcoming renewal. Regardless, this deity admonishes the deceased who have been condemned. You are the perpetrators of malevolent acts, responsible for a massacre within the esteemed Great Hall, the venue of justice. Your physical forms are fated to be severed from your heads, and your spiritual essences are destined to be completely obliterated. You will not witness the manifestations of Re as he journeys through the underworld. The text I am referring to is the prologue and 1st hour of the Book of Gates. The complete absence of clothing on Re's adversaries serves as a conspicuous indication of their vulnerability and lack of protection. In contrast, the text states that the sun god bestows the great favor of providing new clothing to the blessed deceased, a theme that will be encountered in the 8th hour of the Amduat. The condemned, who are destined for non-existence, will not see the sun god in their state of complete vulnerability. They are lying there, without their heads, feeling miserable and completely powerless. The 4 inert ones are also part of this group of adversaries. They signify a distant and menacing area, devoid of any sense of direction, be it north, south, east, or west, hence the numeral 4. Despite its profound association with the enigma of his rebirth, even the sun god himself refrains from venturing into this area. The 4 tired ones are completely immersed in the inertia of the ancient waters, and it is only reasonable that the path of the sun does not intersect with this area. The original waters and darkness formed the cosmos prior to its creation, when the sun had not yet emerged for the first time. The presence of these four fatigued individuals serves as the initial evidence that, beyond the intermediate area of the desert and beyond the underworld that the sun boat traverses during its nightly voyage, there exists an unfathomable, obscure abyss where the adversaries of the sun god are thrown. Within this incomprehensible abyss, the entire structure of the established universe is eradicated. Even during nighttime, the sun does not reach this profound depth. Surprisingly, the arms that uphold the sun and prevent it from descending into the unseen abyss originate from this very same hidden chasm. The texts describe it as a location of complete destruction, where one can encounter not only the forces of destruction and dissolution, but also those of regeneration. The source of the creative principle is a paradoxical phenomenon. Within the realm of individual psychology, it is impossible to definitively determine whether the place of annihilation and dissolution is solely characterized by destruction, or if it may give rise to a novel and constructive arrangement stemming from these tumultuous forces. Therefore, we must exercise caution when examining melancholic dreams that are replete with gloomy, disordered, and frequently gloomy visuals. It is highly likely that in this exact location, in such close proximity to all the dirt, repulsiveness, destruction, and death, a new deity will emerge, similar to how, according to Egyptian mythology, the sun god emerges from the disorderly depths of the original ocean and the initial darkness of Nun, which represents the ancient watery abyss. The explicit depiction of a distinct division between positive and hostile forces, as observed in the Book of Gates, is an inherent characteristic of the creative process. Creation is commonly perceived as a forceful action in which a formerly harmonious entity is forcefully divided. One of the well-known depictions of creation in ancient Egypt is the portrayal of the earth god Geb and the sky goddess Nut, who is shown in the act of sexual intercourse. This image represents the separation of the primordial couple by their father, Shu, the god of air. Using his formidable strength, he lifts the celestial dome to a great height, thereby establishing a realm between the heavens and the earth, a space where all forms of existence, whether divine or human, can thrive. Thus, the constructed universe is meticulously isolated from the profound void of non-existence. An exquisite representation of this occurrence was crafted during the Amana period, the Ouroboros Atum and the four fatigued individuals, as depicted in the Book of Gates. This image portrays the first-hour serpent that encircles the entire cosmos that has been brought into existence. However, despite the immense capabilities of creation, it is always essential to counteract the relentless destructive forces that persistently attempt to breach the boundaries of creation. Whenever a creative process commences and the resurgence of the sun god initiates, it is imperative to fend off his adversaries, specifically those who oppose creation. Rowing on the water of Osiris during the third hour. Experiencing love via psychic imagery. Osiris exerts a significant influence during the third hour. What we see here is not his physical body or remains, as in the late hours of the night, but rather the vibrant and motivating essence that made him highly regarded during the New Kingdom. Osiris was outsmarted, murdered, and dismembered by his brother Seth, resulting in a uniquely brutal demise. Isis, the sister and beloved of the deceased, gathered his dismembered body parts that were scattered across the land, reconstructed them, and subsequently conceived a child with him despite his lifeless state. One of the coffin texts presents a remarkable depiction of this propitious pregnancy. The lightning bolt descends, instilling fear in the gods. Isis awakens carrying the offspring of her sibling, Osiris. The widow, even she, is elated, and her heart is filled with joy due to the offspring of her brother Osiris. She proclaims, "O divine beings, I am Isis, the sibling of Osiris, who shed tears for the father of the deities. The one who assessed the killings in both regions was the judge. His descendants are currently residing in my uterus. I have sculpted the divine form inside the egg, representing my son, who holds a prominent position among the Ennead. May the divine beings safeguard him within my womb, as he is recognized within your hearts. He is the supreme ruler, this deity who resides within his egg, possessing blue hair and a divine appearance, reigning over all other deities. The veins of the two plumes are both great and beautiful. Atum warns the woman to protect her heart. Isis, how do you have knowledge of this? He is the divine deity, ruler and successor of the Ennead, who created you while you were still in the egg. I am Isis, a spirit-like being of greater nobility and reverence than the gods. The divine presence resides within my womb, and it is the offspring of Osiris. Even after death, Osiris continues to be fertile. The myth conveys a comforting message, which is most evident in the cyclical process of plant life's death and rebirth each year. As a result, Osiris was revered as the deity responsible for the abundant harvests of fertile land, specifically as the god of grain. The Osiris myth provides a definitive answer to the phenomenon of death. In the Old Kingdom, only the pharaoh had the privilege of being deified and having the opportunity for life after death. However, over time, this privilege extended to everyone, allowing them to aspire to become Osiris and embark on the journey through the netherworld. The desires expressed by the deceased in the spells of the Book of the Dead, such as the desire to drink water, transform into a lotus flower, breathe air and open the tomb, symbolize the triumph of Osiris over his enemies and the victory of life over death. The deceased individuals possess ample resources and are capable of distributing them to the musicians and performers associated with Hathor. Within the context of Book of the Dead spell 189, a deceased individual eloquently conveys their profound contentment. I intend to dine beneath the sycamore tree belonging to Hathor. I have positioned my shares there for her musicians. I have been allocated fields in Busiris, a city dedicated to Osiris, and my verdant plants are located in Heliopolis. I will sustain myself with white emmer bread and red barley beer. I will receive support from both my paternal and maternal relatives, as well as my land's caretaker. When decorating tombs, texts and illustrations are used to highlight the enduring nature of life, which remains present even after death. However, this truth is paradoxical. In the 110th spell of the Book of the Dead, the deceased expresses, I have been submerged in the water channels as Osiris, the ruler of decay and the ruler of the marshy land. Osiris is regarded as the deity of death due to his preparedness to surrender, his acceptance of mortality, and his capacity to endure the inevitable. Due to his close association with death, Osiris remains in the underworld, while his son Horus, whom Isis is currently carrying, will ascend to the throne on earth. The offspring of Osiris will give rise to new life, which will flourish, and through him, death will be decisively overcome. The alchemists were well acquainted with the concept of putrefaction, and they openly referred to their practice as a divine endowment from the Holy Spirit. As Christians, they interpreted the suffering experienced by the substance within their vessel, specifically during the alchemical transformation process, as a symbolic representation of the suffering endured by Christ. As they gazed at their vial and carefully examined their chemical experiments, they projected their subconscious desires into the container. Some of them possessed a keen understanding of the psychological dimension of their actions. In a passage from the book Museum Hermeticum, 1678, specifically the section called Aquarium Sapientum, it is stated that the sages have referred to this decomposed substance as the raven's head due to its black color. Similarly, Christ, Isaiah 53, possessed neither an attractive appearance nor charm, and he was considered the most contemptible among all individuals. He was burdened with sorrow and illness, and his contemptibility was so extreme that people would even avert their gaze from him. He was regarded with no value whatsoever. The comparison between the raven's head and Christ is appropriate. When the lifeless body of the sun is like ashes at the bottom of a container, it is revived gradually by its soul, which descends to it due to increased heat. The soul then rejuvenates, moistens, and protects the decaying body, preventing its complete destruction. Similarly, Christ experienced the same fate when he was subjected to the intense anger of God's divine punishment, at the Mount of Olives and on the cross, Matthew 26-27. He expressed his feeling of complete abandonment by his heavenly Father, but paradoxically, he always found solace and fortitude, Matthew 4, Luke 22. In a figurative sense, he was infused, nourished, and sustained by divine ambrosia. In this alchemical symbolism, the deceased are left to undergo decomposition and dissolution, and it is precisely in this aspect that the enigma of rejuvenation resides. The reintegration of the soul into the deteriorated physical form of Sul presents a remarkable analogy to the fusion of the Ba soul of the sun god with his lifeless body, as elucidated in the 6th hour of the Amduat. The Osiris myth elaborates on these concepts by recounting the tale of a devoted sister who is also Osiris's spouse. Through her sorrowful laments, she manages to revive her deceased brother, Osiris, to a limited extent, enabling him to father a child with her. The emergence of the deity Horus precipitates a pivotal shift in the course of events. How can the rejuvenation stemming from these events be more effectively elucidated than by employing those Egyptian depictions of fecund terrain, a picturesque panorama bathed in sunlight and thriving flora which evoke a sense of tranquility and serenity? These images have a therapeutic effect on the soul, which is why we encounter them in the netherworld, where the soul is vulnerable to the forces of death. The Amduat associates the victory of life over death with the symbolism of vegetation. The deceased individuals are abundantly supplied with all necessary provisions, as observed in the fertile lands of Venice. Likewise, during the 3rd hour of the night, the inhabitants residing along the riverbanks are granted vast expanses of land by the almighty deity. Therefore, it is fitting that this area is referred to as the water of the unique Lord, which produces sustenance. Certain private tombs in Thebes feature visually captivating depictions of the abundant plant life in Osiris's realm of the deceased. One instance can be observed in the small burial site of Senegem, located in the Theban region known as Deir el-Medina. Here we witness the deceased and his spouse engaging in the activities of plowing and harvesting within an exceptionally fertile environment. Marie-Louise von Franz, in her book On Dreams and Death, discusses the symbolism of vegetation. She explains that vegetation symbolizes the mysterious process of death and resurrection. It is important to note that all vegetation derives its life from non-living matter, such as light, air, earth, and water. This is why, in the Osiris myth, the deceased god is associated with the symbolism of life. An exceptionally notable depiction of this concept is the grain of Osiris, which symbolizes the revival of life from the deceased deity's body. The Egyptian priests would sculpt the customary form of the embalmed Osiris, using clay, sow seeds within it, and subsequently irrigate it. The emergence of new plants was perceived as a representation of life flourishing from death. The grain Osiris symbolizes the resurrection from death, encompassing the resurrection of all the fortunate deceased in the afterlife. The modern European tradition of placing evergreen trees on the burial sites of the deceased conveys the concept of life persisting beyond death. Curiously, our dreams also encompass this theme of life triumphing over death through the emergence of fresh vegetation. As an example, I recall a woman who visited my clinic shortly before discovering that she had an incurable disease. Soon after being diagnosed, she had a dream where she was with her friend in a beautiful and sunny environment. There are expanses of wheat, a shining sun, a clear blue sky, and lush grass. Before us lies a field adorned with delicate and supple stalks, gently swaying in response to the wind. My friend exclaims, "This is delightful." There is absolute silence. We communicate using hushed tones. I awaken. The image was aesthetically pleasing. The dream had a highly comforting impact on the individual experiencing it. The gentleness of it appeared to obliterate the savagery of her impending demise. 2 years later, precisely 1 year prior to her demise, the patient experienced another dream that had a comparable effect. I found myself positioned in an expanse, gazing upwards at a hill-like structure. The location was a cemetery. I observed numerous crosses, all of which were concealed by vegetation and shrubbery. The image was incredibly serene, exuding a profound sense of tranquility and positivity. Earthly existence appears to have gradually disintegrated, merging with plants that endure beyond death, resulting in the dreamer, herself transforming into a plant. The cross, symbolizing the painful conflict between opposing forces that can make life unbearable, seems to have the potential to be covered and healed by death, gradually resolving the wounds of earthly existence. The central theme of the myth of Osiris and his resurrection by Isis revolves around the process of healing from death. This myth incorporates the symbolism of vegetation, which is closely associated with the realm of death. Paradoxically, Osiris's passivity is the manifestation of his creative nature. During the third hour of the Amduat, which focuses on the revival of the righteous deceased and the annihilation of the damned, the deity of death is portrayed multiple times in the lower section. The deity is observed within a cluster of 8 divine beings positioned on their elevated seats. To the left, he is portrayed on 4 occasions adorned with the white crown of Upper Egypt, while on the right, he is depicted 4 times wearing the red crown of Lower Egypt. Additionally, he is depicted twice in front of the group mentioned above, standing and gazing in the opposite direction. The text accompanying the deities in the lower register provides information about the offerings they receive from the sun god and their assigned responsibilities. This divine deity issues commands to them. They come to life when he summons them. He allocates the water to them. They obtain their heads via the exhalation from the oral cavity. The tasks that need to be accomplished in the western region are performing the process of roasting and dissecting the basols. The creative power of the sun god ensures that the deceased is fully restored, with their body and head permanently connected, their life force repaired, and their wounds healed. Amidst the adversaries whose spirits are burned and divided, specifically amidst the fiery underworld, the life-giving utterance generates and solidifies a novel arrangement of circumstances. Osiris also engages in this creative process. The 2 powers of creation that were traditionally associated with him in Egyptian belief are Hu, representing utterance and authority, and Seer, representing insight and intelligence. In the Book of Gates, some figures personify these powers and accompany the sun god throughout his entire journey in the netherworld. From a psychological perspective, the act of creating through language and gaining fresh understanding can be understood as the emergence of a novel and elevated state of awareness. Alternatively, we can assert that the journey into the underworld of Osiris, which symbolizes complete surrender to a universal state of inaction, results in the revitalization and rejuvenation of one's previous state of awareness. The underlying concept here is the motif of death being likened to a healing sleep that surpasses all temporal boundaries. An example of this can be found in Goethe's Faust, specifically in the shift from Part 1 to Part 2 of the piece. In the somber and distressing climax of Part 1, characterized by chaos and mortality, Faust succumbs to a state of unconsciousness resembling death. Subsequently, at the onset of Part 2, he emerges from slumber as an entirely different entity, having undergone a complete metamorphosis. Initially, we are introduced to him through a splendid hymn in which Faust extols the awe-inspiring splendor of nature. It is worth mentioning here, at least partially, the vitality of existence re-emerges with gentle rhythmic pulsations as the serene morning breaks, O unwavering planet. You patiently awaited my salutation throughout the night. The act of respiration occurring beneath my feet in a state of joyful rebirth and dressing me anew in the delight of existence with an unwavering determination that eliminates doubt. Your presence ignites my spirit, compelling me to demonstrate the highest value of existence. The resumption of vitality is depicted by Faust as rhythmic pulsations, gentle yet otherworldly, during the emergence of the morning. This is how Faust eloquently extols the artistic capabilities of what we shall refer to as the Osirian domain of deceased individuals. In order to experience this regenerative power, one must initially delve into the depths. It is only after entering a state of introversion that resembles death, which may appear to others as complete paralysis, and passivity towards the outside world, that one will emerge again. Certain individuals may experience prolonged periods of lethargy, lasting for days, weeks, or even years, during which they exhibit a complete lack of energy before they are able to achieve genuine creativity. Eventually, they suddenly emerge from their state of confusion, rouse themselves with an unprecedented level of vigor, and commence to toil with even greater intensity until their task is completed. This behavior is rooted in a vestige of ancient psychology. Primitive humans could engage in idle activities, such as conversing or napping in the sunlight, for extended durations. Abruptly, he roused himself and embarked on a hunting expedition, displaying an extraordinary level of exertion. The creative potency of Osiris manifests in direct correlation with an individual's innate inclination, thereby remaining distinct from both the external environment and other individuals. In the realm of Osiris, the close connection to the instincts is depicted by the presence of 3 boats that accompany the sunbark in the middle section of the 3rd hour of the Amduat. In this context, the deity associated with the sun manifests in diverse embodiments, all distinctly linked to animal symbolism. At the forefront of the sunbarker, the leading vessel showcases the visage of a lioness, symbolizing the deity Pakhet, whose appellation signifies she who rends her prey apart. The second boat, known as the baboon bark, has a baboon's head at both the front and back. Within the final boat, we observe 3 depictions of the sun god, characterized by a falcon head. Every bark is safeguarded by a serpent deity, rising and balancing on its tail, defending against the malevolent powers endangering the sun god during his voyage. As we explore the innermost realms of the underworld, we will gain further insight into the snake's process of apotheosis. Animal symbolism typically refers to a psychological development process that takes place in the profound, instinctual realm of the unconscious mind. This suggests that this psychological process has yet to reach a more elevated level of consciousness. The animal symbolism depicted in these images is associated with the sun god and may represent the shared fundamental source of biological instinctive development as well as spiritual development or transformation. Instincts can be likened to faint luminous phenomena. Regardless, genuine advancement of consciousness can only occur with this intellectual foundation. Hence, through their employment of animal symbolism, the 3 boats unequivocally indicate that, at this moment, the sun god is undeniably undergoing a profound process of metamorphosis. Upon observing the rightmost section of the lower register, where 3 male figures are hunched over, the transformative and rejuvenating influence of Osiris becomes evident once more. Their names indicate that they are elderly and physically weak, bent, creeping, and disabled. However, the text clarifies that anyone familiar with these names is considered an ak-spirit, which means they are one of the blessed deceased individuals who have full control over their physical abilities. In other words, they have successfully overcome the challenges of old age and regained a stable and unwavering position, both physically and psychologically. The profusion of images and motifs encountered in the Amduat can be perplexing, particularly initially. Hermann Keyes, a renowned scholar who extensively studied Egyptian beliefs regarding the afterlife, expressed his complete confusion when confronted with the books of the netherworld. He even went as far as describing them as a mental abyss of creation, suggesting that they were written without any genuine effort to be understood. His evaluation of the Book of the Two Ways, which served as a forerunner to the Amduat, was even more severe. He claimed that this text was heavily influenced by the mystical practices of priests, as if it had been immersed in a witch's cauldron. It is not surprising, therefore, that our intense focus on the wealthy and frequently intricate symbolism found in the books of the netherworld requires a great deal of patience. Although we may be able to identify certain elements of their compositions, it is crucial to acknowledge that a comprehensive comprehension of the intellect and sagacity that underlie these texts is necessary. Similarly, in the field of psychotherapy, we encounter challenges when we try to expand upon specific charismatic characteristics through a sequence of dreams that take place over several years. Initially, our perception is limited to an unordered amalgamation of symbolic elements. Over time, we gradually uncover fundamental patterns that repeat themselves, patterns that appear to move in a spiral path around specific central points. The initial uncertainty stems from the independent nature of the unconscious mind and its constant state of fluidity and movement. Although the pre-conscious psychic totality is a vibrant and active origin, it is paradoxically both consistently unchanging and motionless. Therefore, due to its perpetual motion, dissolution, and transformation, it becomes exceedingly challenging to explore the fundamental archetypal formations within an individual's psyche. Alternatively, we can identify an ordering or self-regulating principle that strives to create a distinct structure or personality. Upon close examination of the Amduat and its depictions of the nocturnal hours, we observe a repeated occurrence of these identical themes: revitalization, the curative procedure, the annihilation of adversaries, and similar concepts. Due to these repetitions, we can observe a consistent and significant evolution that unfolds uniquely and exclusively from one hour to the next. The second and third hours of the Amduat exude a distinct allure. The idyllic area of Vernus and the aquatic expanse of Osiris are brimming with celestial tranquility. By depicting such scenes, the Egyptians openly recognize the aesthetic allure of the physical realm. The depictions of these hours mark the beginning of the literal descent into the dark depths of the underworld. The author's intention is to emphasize the importance of appreciating the beauty of life before venturing into the depths, implying that one should not undertake such risks without prior contemplation. This sentiment holds a profound truth. Individuals who must confront the disturbing aspects of the subconscious mind, either willingly or due to circumstances beyond their control, are more likely to achieve success if they have previously encountered the positive aspects of life tangibly. Otherwise, they may succumb to obscurity. The alchemists consistently emphasize that individuals who engage in their experiments, known as the opus, must possess a consistently joyful disposition. Within the field of psychoanalysis, the interpretation of a dream involves considering the extent to which an individual has personally encountered the actual world. More than merely recognizing that the forest is a representation of the unconscious is required for an analyst who dreams of it. Why do individuals envision the forest rather than the sea in their dreams, which could also serve as a representation of the unconscious mind? The crucial inquiry pertains to which facet of the unconscious a particular symbol in a dream pertains to. The trees in the forest exemplify the fundamental principle of passivity that we previously discussed in relation to Osiris, which is the psychological principle of allowing things to naturally evolve and mature until they manifest on their own. Their trunks overpower us as they are more powerful than we are. In the Mesopotamian Gilgamesh epic, King Gilgamesh and his companion Enkidu witnessed the awe-inspiring might of the trees upon their initial entry into the cedar forest. They remained motionless and observed the forest. They examined the towering cedars. Devoting oneself to tree consciousness entails placing trust in the transcendent fate that exists in the backdrop and accompanies us throughout our entire existence, a fate that greatly exceeds the confines of the ego. Those who have aspirations of the forest must adhere to the regulations of the forest. What is necessary is not so much effort as it is the ability to endure and wait, enabling the dreamer to overcome an obstacle or recover from an injury. In such circumstances, the primary sources of support are not primarily the strategies and actions driven by the ego, but rather the inherent potential for personal advancement and maturation that resides within the soul. The growth of a tree occurs through the manifestation of its inherent predisposition. An oak tree will develop into an oak tree, an apple tree will develop into an apple tree, an elder bush will develop into an elder bush, and so on. The essence of human beings remains unchanged. An individual can only manifest their inherent qualities and identity. Hence, the tree represents the hidden trajectory of the soul. The only truth that holds significance in one's life is the truth that pertains to one's inner self, the unfiltered reality of one's own existence. The alchemists were constantly searching for and pursuing the lapis philosophorum, also known as the stone of wisdom, in all of their experiments. It is prudent to minimize our delusions about ourselves and strive to be and become nothing but our true selves. Art, they stated, mimics nature and, in certain instances, enhances and exceeds it. Similarly, the efforts of the physician sustain the well-being of the patient. To embrace one's inherent essence, namely the inherent reality of one's existence, entails discovering the essence of truth. Osiris, the deity associated with death and rebirth, possessed this hidden and invaluable knowledge. Therefore, Sokar, a region characterized by its abundance of snakes, the period of profound spiritual or emotional distress is known as the dark night of the soul, and the onset of the fourth hour of the night, we venture into a distinct and desolate realm within the netherworld, characterized by an exceptional absence of light and moisture. The sunbark, named Rositau, has become stranded in the shallow waters and can no longer be propelled along the flowing currents. The assisting deities must exert great effort to pull the boat through the sandy region during this late hour of the night. The fertility of Vernus and the gentle light of the fields of Osiris have vanished, although God is still closely associated with this moment. In this realm, known as the Land of Silence, the darkness is so profound that even the deity of the sun is unable to perceive the inhabitants residing along the shores. His auditory perception is limited to the sounds produced by their vocal cords. The desolate desert is populated by snakes, whose scorching exhalation casts a faint and spectral glow, dispelling the impenetrable obscurity. The location we are currently in is known as the sandy land of Sokar. During the fifth hour of the night, it is referred to as the Cavern of Sokar. Sokar, who was initially worshipped as a god of death with a falcon head in the Memphite region, is now recognized as a god of the earth. In the pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom, Sokar is already associated with Osiris. In Sokar's realm, the flow of life ceases, and there is insufficient water to navigate the sunbark through the shallow waters. The absence of the four deities and their rope would greatly jeopardize the continuity of creation. Undoubtedly, the sun god requires the assistance of his entourage. The bark has undergone a metamorphosis and now resembles a serpent with two heads. This alteration was necessary, as only a serpent is capable of safely navigating through this perilous area inhabited by snake demons. On multiple occasions, the progress of the sun god is impeded by obstructive doors, and the previously unobstructed path of the netherworld stream becomes fragmented and convoluted. This imagery portrays a psychological veracity. At certain moments, individuals or even entire nations encounter obstacles that hinder their progress. These obstacles arise when the prevailing mindset becomes stagnant, no longer aligning with the natural course of life and failing to meet the demands of the current situation. During such circumstances, an individual may be prone to experiencing a profound state of depression. There needs to be more movement in everything. One must patiently anticipate the occurrence when the supportive deities towing the sunbark, which symbolize auxiliary inner figures within the unconscious mind, become dynamically engaged and successfully surpass the current state of stagnation on a conscious level. On a national scale, this would result in the erosion and ultimate downfall of the governing political or religious dogmatic establishment. Amidst such disorder, the process of rejuvenation can only thrive if it is sustained by the fundamental and universal current of existence, specifically by the vibrant and invigorating essence. In the preface of the fourth chapter, it is stated that the inhabitants of this enigmatic area are adequately supplied. Although darkness prevails, the fortunate deceased do not lack anything, as the essentials of life are accessible. Psychologically, this implies that even during periods of darkness, such as depression, the vital energy required for life can still exist, although ego consciousness may have restricted access to it. During these periods, a significant portion of our energy is confined within the collective unconscious, where a process of rejuvenation is occurring. Within the realm of religion, numerous myths incorporate the theme of conception occurring as a result of death. This particular motif will be examined in subsequent discussion. At the individual level, these periods evoke a sense of paralysis, sadness, depression, and powerlessness. Despite the apparent stillness we consciously perceive, the realm of the unconscious mind is exceptionally vibrant, which can lead to a precarious imbalance between our internal and external realities. Hexagram number 36 in the I Ching provides guidance on how to handle a dire situation. The central concept of this hexagram is the diminishing of illumination. The sun has descended below the horizon, causing the earth to become obscured by darkness. The hexagram's name, Wounding of the Bright, accurately describes the situation in the land of Sokar, where the sun has descended below the horizon and become the nocturnal sun. During challenging times, the I Ching advises individuals to maintain their inner strength, while appearing flexible and adaptable externally. It emphasizes the importance of perseverance, which should be deeply ingrained in one's consciousness without being obvious to others. In social interactions, it is advised not to pretend to know everything, but rather to let certain things go without being deceived. Metaphorically, these words aptly describe the appropriate behavior for a state like Sokar, where psychic energy is concealed in the depths of the earth or the unconscious mind. Once again, the initial part of the introduction to the fourth hour explicitly articulates the subject matter, temporarily halting, while being pulled by the individual associated with this deity of immense power. Within the enigmatic cavern of the Western region lies a collection of safeguarded entities. The guardian of this space ensures the well-being of those present through the power of his vocal expressions, unobserved by him. To achieve a transformation of consciousness that emerges from the depths and reaches the surface, the most crucial factors are stillness and persistence. The experience is primarily characterized by being pulled and transported, akin to the sun god depicted here, rather than an actively propelled forward motion. In the Amduat, the mighty god Re is compelled to fully commit himself to a process of metamorphosis, whose fundamental framework originates from a destiny that even his divine volition cannot reach. To fully engage in a transpersonal event, an individual must reside in their deepest level of consciousness and awareness, as suggested by the I Ching. This is the only way they can adopt the appropriate mindset that allows them to be receptive to the specific type of transformation that originates from the innermost region of the psyche, known as the collective unconscious. Any endeavor to employ various strategies and methods to alter the external circumstances, which may be distressing in this particular life scenario, is futile. The metamorphosis will initiate spontaneously, commencing from within the individual and exclusively within. Consider, for instance, a previously harmonious and straightforward relationship between a man and a woman. One day this relationship is disrupted by the romantic involvement of one of them. Almost instantaneously, a multitude of seemingly insurmountable barriers emerge between the two. Initially, they may engage in discussions regarding the issues, attempting to offer elucidation. However, they will soon come to regretfully realize that such efforts are futile. The opportune moment to resolve the issue may have yet to arrive. However, both individuals must endure the ambiguity surrounding their future, as they are unable to truly ascertain the manner in which, or even if, their relationship will persist. The individual must endure this distressing circumstance, not with a fatalistic mindset, but rather with a heightened awareness from their innermost consciousness that acknowledges and observes even the most subtle psychological processes of the unconscious mind. In the field of psychotherapy, it is common to encounter individuals who lack the strength and composure to endure and overcome intense conflicts related to matters of love. Instead, they aspire to establish verifiable information and seize control over their own fate. In the majority of instances I have observed, such endeavors yield no results, as simply modifying the external circumstances is typically futile. What truly counts in such situations is a profound shift that originates from the depths of the psyche, specifically a process of transformation that stems from the collective unconscious. Only this kind of shift has the power to fundamentally alter an individual or entity, or, as the Amduat describes it, to penetrate the enigmatic path of future development. During the fourth hour of the night, the sunbark is given a name for the first time, piercing the way. The Egyptian term for piercing includes a determinative, which is a hieroglyph, that signifies the category of meaning for a word. In this case, the determinative represents a knife, a cutting tool associated with words that describe how a weapon or a snake's bite penetrates. While the sun god is temporarily halted during towing, this does not preclude him from engaging in some level of activity. The image of the cutting knife symbolizes a heightened state of awareness, which corresponds to the innermost consciousness previously mentioned. Similar to how the sun's rays penetrate the darkness, individuals facing depression can find help by being vigilant and avoiding extravagant plans or notions about their own future. Individuals who find themselves at a complete standstill in their lives must embark on a lengthy and arduous journey, as stated in the Rosarium Philosophorum, where it is emphasized that nature only accomplishes its tasks gradually. Additionally, the alchemist Morianus asserts that experiencing mental confusion and hardship is an essential part of the initial phase of the opus. The origin of this phenomenon can be traced back to the invasion of unfamiliar content from the unconscious into consciousness, which initially poses a challenge for integration. The early phase can be challenging to endure, as the untamed contradictions within oneself must still be acknowledged and embraced as integral components of one's own identity. The resolution of such a conflict, no matter how agonizing, must be entrusted to the therapeutic abilities of the unconscious mind. Our objective is to maintain a high level of awareness regarding this process and to possess a receptive, perceptive, and conscious mindset, symbolized by the sharp knife, that can only be achieved paradoxically with the assistance of a rational instinctive inclination, symbolized by the piercing serpent. By cultivating a receptive and mindful understanding of psychic images and actively embracing their emotional and affective nature, such as feelings of depression, one can greatly enhance the curative abilities of the unconscious mind, thereby facilitating the process of transformation. We do not have the authority to determine the duration of this journey through the depths of depression, as it is a transitional phase governed solely by the unconscious mind's own laws. The author of the Amduat conveys the idea that in this barren environment, healing can only be derived from innate and primal forces, represented by the double-headed serpent symbolizing the sunbark of the fourth hour. What is necessary is not self-awareness and intelligence, not the bright illumination of the sun during the day, but rather the enigmatic essence of the serpent and the earth. This spirit represents the faint awareness that remains naturally linked to and concentrated on the vibrant imagery of the unconscious and the underworld. The phrase timor de initium sapientiae translates to "the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge," Proverbs 1:7. This well-known biblical quote serves as the most fitting motto for those who have undertaken the perilous journey of the late evening and early morning hours, or for those who are about to venture into the realm of the collective unconscious, typically not by choice but by destiny. Such a transition cannot be achieved independently, and certainly not with a heroic demeanor. It necessitates the psychic energies of the internal self. Throughout history, religious customs have required the person undergoing initiation to be accompanied and aided by one or more assistants. During the fourth hour, the gods who are pulling the bark are personified as assistants. They are closely linked to the sun god through their Tau rope. In our dreams, supportive figures may manifest unexpectedly as unforeseen visitors. Despite their typically unadorned and unassuming appearance, such a figure can exert a profound and enduring impact on the dreamer. The observer discerns that the visitor possesses an enigmatic understanding, which may become apparent either promptly or after some time as the visitor originates from an alternate, transcendent realm. Jung devised a method known as active imagination to establish communication with these entities. This technique involves deliberately diminishing the intensity of conscious awareness to the point where it is almost extinguished, leaving only a small fragment of consciousness to receive messages from the unconscious mind. Thus, images can manifest from the domain of the collective unconscious or for a conversation to initiate with an internal persona. Through prolonged utilization of active imagination, specific internal entities will progressively transform into highly beneficial and encouraging allies, consistently unveiling their enigmatic expertise and sagacity to us. What are the hidden meanings and symbolic representations of the Tau rope? The rope symbolically represents an eternal connection between different archetypal powers, including the sun god and his assistants, as a result of fate. Within the realm of dreams, a rope can symbolize a deep connection between one's conscious mind and the collective unconscious. During this hour of the night, the theme of the rope is highlighted twice. Firstly, in the name of the region Rosatau, which means action of towing. Secondly, 4 gods come before the bark and are responsible for towing it, each of whom is named after the tow rope. The motif of the rope will reappear in the subsequent hours, representing a spiritual bond between the sun god and his environment. However, the occurrence of this phenomenon in the 4th hour indicates that a nascent form of psychic connection is starting to develop, even before the actual transformation of takes place in the 6th hour. This connection will not end. Instead, it will endure until he is ultimately born at sunrise the following morning. Psychologically speaking, the decrease in our connection to the external world, caused by darkness, depression, and fear, is leading to the emergence of a new inner psychic connection within the realm of archetypes. As a result, any genuine transformation and renewal of conscious attitude will now only arise from this revitalization of the unconscious mind. During shamanic initiation rituals, the rope represents the shaman's connection to the spiritual beings beyond our world. From a psychological perspective, this signifies their awareness of the everlasting bond with the fundamental forces of the shared unconscious mind. If, according to the I Ching, there has been an injury to the bright or light aspect, and if the conscious mind is unsure of how to proceed, ego consciousness must adopt the exact same attitude as the sun god does at the start of the 4th hour, pausing while being pulled along. It is necessary to take a break and wait until the supporting forces are organized in the deeper levels of the unconscious mind, as only with the assistance of these forces can regeneration occur. Given the escalating dimness of the current time, it is not surprising that the barren region of Sokar is abundant with serpents. A plethora of snakes in dreams may suggest the early phase of dissociation. The identical state can be indicated by a multitude of bugs, insects, worms, or other pests. During the 4th hour, there is a gradual decline towards the darkest point of midnight. However, this descent is at risk of a total absence of sunlight, which could potentially result in a catastrophic event of cosmic proportions. Psychologically, this suggests a breakdown of the conscious mind, as evident in a psychotic response. Despite the inherent danger and destructiveness, the dissolution of the prevailing consciousness is an essential prerequisite for rejuvenation. This concept is ubiquitous in the field of alchemy. In the 17th century treatise Chimical Wedding, all the participants are decapitated at the conclusion of the violent celebration. Despite the violent ceremony, the Virgin comforts the initiate by saying, "Such a death actually enhances one's vitality." Similar to the resting sun god in the Amduat, she suggests that the adept should go to sleep and not concern himself with these occurrences any longer. It would be best for us to sleep and not be troubled anymore, then they will be treated kindly. Remarkably, shortly after that, the initiate discovers an egg from which a small bird emerges. Initially in a diminutive and unnoticeable state, it progressively expands, owing to the nourishment it receives. The bird undergoes multiple color changes before ultimately transforming into a remarkably exquisite creature. During this stage, the bird sheds all of its feathers while bathing, undergoes decapitation, similar to the wedding guests, and is ultimately reduced to ashes through burning. However, using the remains, the alchemist creates a boy and girl who possess an unprecedented appearance. By ingesting the bird's blood, the two are revived and subsequently transformed into a stunning royal pair. The divine couple depicted in the treatise represents the type of love that C.G. Jung has referred to as the timeless bond forged by destiny. The highest stage of love is a representation of the transpersonal archetypal source, from which all genuine and intense love originates. However, this source becomes apparent only once an individual's previous mindset has been completely dissolved, and due to the often painful and time-consuming nature of this process, the alchemical images possess a certain degree of cruelty and strangeness. The absolute conviction expressed by the Virgin, claiming that such death will result in an even greater sense of vitality, should not be unquestioningly embraced. It is impossible to definitively ascertain whether new life will indeed arise from darkness and disorder, or if, ultimately, the destructive element will prevail. Although the wasteland of Rosatau is plagued by the looming danger of darkness, the Book of the Dead assures us that there is still a glimmer of hope for the deceased. I have initiated the pathways in Rosatau. I have alleviated the suffering of Osiris. From where does this assurance regarding the restoration of the sun god's suffering originate? During the 4th hour of the Amduat, a multitude of solutions are discovered. Let's examine the concluding scene located on the right side of the lower register. The prominent emblem associated with it is a winged solar disk known as Khepri, while the sunbuck's immobility on the sandbank presents a significant danger. The winged Khepri beetle symbolizes the sun god's youthful energy and agility as he moves forward in time. Amidst the desolate expanse of this arid desert, his rejuvenation has already begun. However, this resurgence of awareness has yet to be able to attain the lucidity of daylight. The winged god currently appears in the night sky. The 14 heads adorned with a sun disk above and a star below potentially hold an astronomical meaning that remains elusive to us. However, they undeniably convey the solace provided by the shimmering beauty of the night sky. The luminosity of the nocturnal sky becomes evident, starting from the 4th hour, emitting a subtle glow, even in this dimly lit area of the world. The figure depicted in the previous image, referred to as He Who Is in Heaven, is part of the night sky, just like the goddess Ma'at located at the end of the row. Her presence unequivocally illustrates that the divine hierarchy of creation remains intact even in this obscure territory, regardless of its disagreeable nature. In psychological terms, this depiction of Re's morning form of the Khepri beetle in the nocturnal sky symbolizes a new content of consciousness emerging from the darkness of the unconscious, a content that, for the present, can be recognized only intuitively. The principle of individuation is depicted in statu nascendi in this figure. The prerequisite for this intuitive recognition, which could be described as a mystical experience, is a lowering of the level of consciousness, as required in the aforementioned active imagination. Only when the brightness of ego consciousness is not too intense will the gradually emerging psychic contents from the unconscious be perceived as they gain strength. The mystics and alchemists were aware of these luminous nocturnal manifestations of the soul, which they referred to as scintillae, meaning small sparks. A novel conscious perspective can gradually emerge from currently separate and unrelated elements of consciousness, represented by symbols such as the Khepri beetle or the winged youth of the alchemists. Currently, the content is only present in the unconscious mind, in its latent state. Eventually, it will become clear enough to be fully incorporated into the conscious mind, as demonstrated in the 12th hour of the Amduat. The conflicting emotions arising from the immobility of the sun's boat and the feeling of vitality emanating from the nocturnal sky's illumination reflect a familiar experience shared by numerous individuals. During a period of profound despair and disillusionment, where our actions and endeavors lose their significance due to the overwhelming presence of skepticism and doubt amidst feelings of sadness and apprehension, a sudden and completely unforeseen opportunity may arise, emanating from a vibrant source whose ability to bring about healing will undoubtedly have a profound impact on us. Initially, we may harbor skepticism towards the recently emerging vitality of existence, as the presence of doubt may hinder its progress. However, as time passes, the flow of life will become increasingly uninhibited until a moment arrives when we come to the realization, this is my true essence. An undiscovered facet of the human psyche, previously concealed or forgotten in the depths of the unconscious, emerges into consciousness and becomes revitalized. Based on this observation, I predict the specific path that Re's journey will follow. Currently, we are in the 4th hour, quite distant from the darkest moment of midnight and even further from the exuberant festivities that will take place in the 12th hour of the night. When the symbol of the winged sun disk appears in the subconscious mind, it indicates that there will be a forthcoming progression in someone's psychic abilities. For example, a dream can present a meaningful image to us, but we cannot determine the duration of this state of pregnancy or predict whether the resulting creation of our soul will be viable and in good health. Unconscious processes are inherent in nature, and thus, despite the deterministic nature of natural laws, they persistently retain an element of unpredictability. The I Ching contains a second hexagram that aligns with the content found in the 4th nocturnal hour of the Amduat. Hexagram 47, oppression, exhaustion, describes a lake that is empty because its water has drained into deeper areas. The lake is positioned above while the water is below, symbolizing a state of oppression and exhaustion. According to the accompanying commentary, a resilient individual maintains a positive attitude in the face of any peril. The level of stability surpasses that of destiny. One who allows their spirit to be shattered by fatigue undoubtedly lacks achievement. However, when faced with adversity, it not only causes a man to be flexible, but also instills within him the ability to respond, which is certain to become evident over time. The lake is devoid of water, presenting a visual representation of depletion. This image portrays a negative event that occurs unexpectedly in a person's life. It suggests that during such challenging times, individuals have no choice but to accept their destiny and stay authentic to their own values. This pertains to the innermost essence of his existence, as it alone surpasses all external circumstances. The true key to Osiris lies in possessing the fortitude and resilience to navigate through challenging phases of life, as indicated by the I Ching. The Chinese Book of Changes eloquently conveys this idea. Unfavorable circumstances occasionally disrupt the course of life, and it is precisely these circumstances that allow us to delve into the depths of our own existence, as long as we persist and refrain from evading our destiny amidst all our distress. We must progress incrementally, similar to the striding man depicted in the aforementioned concluding scene of the 4th hour. This final aspect returns us to the Amduat. The struggle between Horus and Seth for the sovereignty of Egypt encompassed both instances of physical confrontation and a legal proceeding before a divine court. References to this legal case can be observed in the depictions of the 4th hour. An instance of this can be observed in the depiction of the deity positioned amidst the vertical serpent and the three-headed winged serpent in the upper section. The deity is referred to as he who separates the two gods. The deity in question can only be identified as Thoth, the celestial emissary and chronicler, who subsequently assumed the role of the Egyptian deity, associated with sagacity. The archetypal motif of the fraternal feud has been preserved in the historical accounts of different cultures, such as the narrative of Cain and Abel in the Hebrew Bible. Seth embodies the deity of innate desires. He possesses a combative nature, has experienced numerous conflicts, and acts on impulse. The number is 8. Whenever he encounters a chance to create chaos, he seizes it. The portrayal of the character as a hippopotamus represents his raw power and dominance, reminiscent of the law of the jungle. Psychologically, he embodies malevolent forces, self-destructive independent influences, overwhelming urges to take action, and unmanageable feelings, in essence all the facets of our existence that Jung referred to as the shadow. During a violent incident in the myth, Seth forcefully removes the Eye of Horus, symbolically impeding the progress of elevated understanding and awareness with his instinctual and unseeing determination. However, the conclusion of the myth implies that Seth's demonic nature also serves a therapeutic purpose. The rescuing aspect is encountered in the 7th hour of the Amduat, when Seth fully dedicates himself to serving the sun god. With the aid of Isis, he defends the sun god and his followers against the malevolent assault of Apophis. Horus, the legitimate successor of Osiris, as Seth is Osiris's brother and therefore not entitled to the throne, serves as Seth's adversary. Despite Seth's superior physical strength, he ultimately emerges victorious. Unlike Seth, Horus exhibits a marked contrast in temperament, displaying patience and moderation. However, it is in his astute and cunning nature that his true power becomes evident. This attribute enables the ability to gain the favor of numerous other divine beings, particularly Isis, who is renowned for her exceptional cleverness. The Egyptians regarded the interdependent structures of existence as exceedingly significant to be left unnoticed. Thus, in one way or another, both of these mythological antagonists had to be recognized and accepted. The conflict between the two adversaries could not culminate in the total eradication of the malevolent and sinister forces embodied by Seth, nor was it feasible to externalize the wickedness through a mechanism of scapegoat psychology. According to the Egyptian perspective, no effort was made to make something appear non-existent. Instead, it was acknowledged as a constant reality, always present and posing various threats. The profundity of Egyptian philosophy is evident in their recognition that opposing forces are perpetually present and persist without resolution, remaining steadfast in their inherent conflicts and polarity. Let us remember the symbol of the two-headed one, which we encountered in the second hour. The mythological tradition offers multiple solutions for resolving the conflict between Horus and Seth, as well as the underlying issue between Osiris and Seth that prompted Seth to murder his brother. There is no need to delve into the different versions of the myth that have been passed down to us. Regardless of the specific details in each version, what truly matters is that in every case, both sides involved in the conflict ultimately obtain their own rights. As a result of these conflicts, a new system of power is established. Osiris becomes the ruler of the deceased, Seth gains control over the desert and foreign territories, and Horus takes charge of the combined territories of Upper and Lower Egypt. Marie-Louise von Franz, in her book On Dreams and Death, characterizes this fundamental reality as a shift from self-centeredness to self-awareness. Furthermore, she elaborates, all of our subconscious urges contribute to the self-centeredness of our desires, the impact they have, and the impulsive nature of our will. One desires, regardless of the consequences, and sometimes in an immature manner, to assert one's own preferences. If the ego is able to bring these impulses into conscious awareness and subordinate them to the self, the inner God, it undergoes a transformation where its intense energy is converted into a realization of its own identity. Subsequently, the ego becomes aware of its precise nature, and the lead coffin, initially perceived as restrictive, undergoes a metamorphosis into a mystical container, evoking a sense of preservation and emotional stability. This lead coffin is a reference to one of the interpretations of the myth of Osiris. In this iteration, Seth incarcerates his sibling within a container made of lead and subsequently hurls him into the waters of the Nile, thereby definitively ensuring his demise. The upcoming hour will focus on the confinement in the obscurity of the tomb or the underworld, specifically known as the Cavern of Sokar. Regarding the concept of the God within, referring to the hidden deity in the coffin, we have already encountered its future representation in the form of the winged sun disk, known as the Khepri beetle. In the fourth hour of the Amduat, there are multiple references to the myth of Osiris, which introduce a fresh topic, the initiation of a shift in awareness. The deity Thoth is depicted in the central image of the middle register. Historically, in the various iterations of the myth, he assumes the responsibility of resolving the dispute. During this particular scene, he offers the revered eye to Osiris Sokar, which symbolizes the perpetual vulnerability of the eye to the forces of darkness. The image is a reference to the eye of Horus, symbolizing its rejuvenation facilitated by Thoth. However, in addition to its other meanings, the eye that Osiris Sokar possesses represents illumination, a concept frequently referred to as the divine eye in ancient Egyptian literature. This radiant symbol is securely guarded by the deity Sokar within the obscure domain of this nocturnal realm. The recurring theme of the Eye of Horus being lost and subsequently restored exemplifies a significant psychological phenomenon. Every genuine process of transformation and renewal of consciousness is preceded by the loss and destruction of an outdated mindset. Once this occurrence takes place, numerous perspectives undergo a significant shift, rendering them distinct from their previous state and contrasting with the viewpoints of many individuals. Experiencing a shift in one's worldview can be highly distressing, as it can result in the dissolution of long-standing friendships. However, a regenerative expansion of awareness, referred to as the healing Eye of Horus, can arise from this experience of loss once the process of separating and distinguishing the conscious mind from the unconscious has occurred, specifically following the conflict between the opposing forces in the myth. Every expansion of consciousness results in a more distinct perception of the objective psychic and the preconscious entirety, from which the ego consciousness repeatedly emerges and expands. The process of renewal during a period of darkness is represented psychologically by the inner eye of Osiris Sokar, which is bestowed upon him by the divine emissary Thoth. It represents the introverted mindset that the German poet Rainer Maria Rilke referred to as Weltinnenschau, the inner view of the world, which is a realization and understanding of the inner experiences within the depths of the soul during times of darkness. Contrary to the conscious recognition of the ego, the inner eye possesses an intuitive awareness that originates from the inherent essence of matter and manifests as a spontaneous insight, also known as Einfall in German. I didn't come to a realization, but rather the thought occurred to me. The presence of this inner light is an essential requirement for any creative endeavor. According to the Egyptian perspective on human nature, it is the K-soul that possesses wisdom and understanding. Wisdom and vitality originate from the domain of Osiris. During the fourth hour, in the higher section, there exists a deity represented by a serpent with two heads known as Neheb-Kau. This name has been documented as far back as the pyramid texts, spell 340. Kurt Seethy's scholarly commentary on the pyramid texts interprets this deity as the bestower of the everlasting energies of the Ka-soul to individuals who have successfully undergone the judgment of the dead. In the ancient Egyptian perspective on the entirety of a person, there exists a multitude of interconnected physical and psychological components. This holds true not only in the present existence, but also in the afterlife. Hence, in the Amduat, the imperative importance lies in the immediate union of the Ba-soul, the deity Neheb-Kau, specifically depicted in the fourth hour regarding both the physical remains and the deceased individual's spiritual essence, known as the Ka. Only this alliance ensures that the deceased will regain their entire existence and their wholeness. Personal wholeness encompasses various elements, including the physical body referred to as flesh in the books of the Netherworld. It is important to note that ancient times did not consider any matter to be lifeless. Additionally, personal wholeness involves the Be, the Ka, the heart, representing intellect and emotions, the shadow, which should not be confused with the psychological concept of shadow, but rather refers to a fragmented soul roaming above and below the earth in the Netherworld, and lastly, the name. In contrast to the Ba-soul, which is able to move freely and takes the form of a bird, the Ka is specifically associated with the deceased person's body, which is in a state of repose. Upon death, the Ka, which is the vital energy, departs from the body of the deceased. The future protection of the deceased can only be ensured through the magical and ritualistic reunion of their physical body and their Ka-soul. Texts indicate that the provisions given to the deceased, such as nourishment and beverages, are exclusively meant for the Kai. These material offerings have the ability to replenish the energy of the Kai. In spell 105 of the Book of the Dead, the individual who has passed away proclaims, "Greetings to you, my eternal essence. I have arrived in your presence. I have achieved a state of great honor and admiration. I possess great physical strength, a profound soul, and immense power." Despite uttering this malevolent phrase and committing this wicked act, no blame has been attributed to me. The inspiration for these words came from the concept that the divine and the Ka bestow life spans as a representation of human fate. Regardless of the malevolent intentions towards others, the harm inflicted upon their reputations, and the accumulation of misdeeds throughout the deceased individual's life, the deceased who utters the aforementioned words holds the belief that they will be reunited with their Ka in the afterlife. Provided that this is allowed, and regardless of the firmness of the decision to be made in the judgment of the dead, the deceased will regain the energy of their Kai, i.e., life force, in order to use it again in the afterlife. The Ka is perpetually connected to the earth above. Thus, Neheb Kau, the deity responsible for distributing individuals' Ka forces, is characterized as a serpent with two heads. The serpent is intricately linked to the essence of the earth, and its doubling signifies the initiation of a fertile phase of existence. Creation manifests itself when the original unity is divided into two opposing forces, forming a duality. In other words, creation becomes tangible only when the original God is confronted with his own creation. The previous point leads us to the recurring symbol of the divine eye of Osiris, Sokar, during the fourth hour of the Amduat, which occurs at night. Based on the concepts of the Ka and the bestowal of it by the snake god Neheb Kau upon the fortunate deceased, it seems that the main focus of this hour is the rejuvenation of awareness, a concept that has been present since the beginning of time and originated from the primal substance known as prima materia. The accompanying text clarifies that the group of serpents does not move to any other location at any given time. Their purpose is to stay in their current position. The serpent, unlike the bird-like Basol, is closely linked to the earth and serves the Ka soul, which represents continuity. Consequently, the serpent plays a crucial role in the tangible rejuvenation of life in the afterlife. The essence of this moment is to persist, withstand, and maintain uninterrupted flow, in order to safeguard all the valuable offerings bestowed by the Ka. Having a strong connection with the Ka soul can enable an individual to endure even the most unpleasant destiny. Ancient Egyptians not only desired the celestial heights of the Ba soul, but also yearned for the Ka soul in order to experience life in the physical material world. A complete renewal of life can only occur if both psychic movements are harmoniously united. By minimizing external distractions, we can perceive the profound and influential energies of the earth and matter, which are linked to the Ka soul. These energies can only be discerned through the inner vision of Osiris Sokar. Occasionally, our soul requires the tranquility and uncomplicated nature of the desert, the seclusion of the mountains, or the soothing serenity of the natural world. At regular intervals, our introspective awareness needs to rejuvenate from the diverse and vibrant experiences of our everyday existence in order to reconnect with the intrinsic essence shared by all living entities. In my perspective, the level of liveliness in life has never been more potent than in the desolation of a desert terrain or in the heights of mountains. In the desert, the soul is uniquely invigorated. It is stirred by the emergence of a solitary blade of grass, a small flower amidst the barren rocks, or the unexpected appearance of a diminutive desert mouse. In places where the luminosity of urban and rural electric lights does not obstruct the splendor of the nocturnal firmament, the soul can resonate, evoking within us a profound affection for the cosmos and all sentient beings. In this joyful instance, the soul, resembling a bird and desiring the boundlessness of the heavens, can establish a link with the enduring nature of the earth and material world. Both entities seamlessly merge into a cohesive whole, emanating profound tranquility. O unwavering earth, faithful throughout the night, you patiently awaited my salutation, declares Faust, following his period of deep sleep, which ultimately freed him from his previous state of demonic, compulsive restlessness. In close proximity to peril, mortality, and inertia, where the external realm is minimized, the inner vision may regain its capacity to perceive. In the arid expanse of Sokar, abundant with an array of serpents, only the awareness of the snake can facilitate the progression of the expedition. Consequently, the sunbark undergoes a metamorphosis and becomes a serpent with two heads. The boat as a vessel is like a maternal womb, a feminine symbol. It protects its passengers from drowning in the depths of the waters, that is, in the depths of the unconscious. In order to guarantee secure travel through this region infested with serpents, the vessel must adopt the shape of a serpent itself. However, what is the significance of this snake consciousness? Snake dreams suggest that a profound aspect of the soul has been affected, as previously observed. Bringing psychic content to consciousness through sheer willpower is extremely difficult, as this content resembles a noumen, a powerful and unexpected event that enters one's life as a result of fate. Marie-Louise von Franz describes Peter Birkhäuser's painting as depicting a snake, which she refers to as the AS. She characterizes the snake as an enigmatic, menacing, and destructive force that also carries a hidden significance. According to her interpretation, the snake renders humans powerless and undermines their entire system of beliefs. Due to its cold-blooded nature, the serpent is too distant from the warmth of human blood to establish a partnership with humans. However, there appears to be an enigmatic connection between the two entities, such that the presence of a snake in a dream may signify a crucial and pivotal moment in an individual's existence. While it may be a distressing fate for an individual, frequently this anguish serves as the underlying catalyst for a fresh existence. During these instances, the venom of the snake transforms into a curative substance, and the snake becomes an ally of Asclepius, the deity of medicine, who also aids women during childbirth. At midnight, the serpent will manifest again in its curative form. The text refers to a deity associated with snakes, a sacred book containing rituals and prayers for the afterlife, and a specific incantation identified as Spell 87. Spell 87 of the Book of the Dead describes the desire of the deceased to undergo a metamorphosis into a serpent, symbolizing a transformation into a son of the earth. Through this embodiment, the deceased aspires to partake in the rejuvenating power of the serpent deity. I am the offspring of the planet Earth. I am the serpent confined within the boundaries of the earth, specifically outside the realm of the profound and ancient darkness. The subjects of interest are Ouroboros and the solar child. Each night, I undergo a process of renewal and rejuvenation, emerging revitalized and reborn every morning. The sunbark, shaped like a serpent, suggests that all the deities and revered deceased who accompany the sun god adhere to the inexorable laws of nature. Faulkner chooses to translate the phrase as, I am the long-lived snake, instead of the alternative version, I am the son of the earth, which has been used in the quoted text. Regarding the phrase, I am the son of the earth, they embrace the snake as a symbol of the universal life force and submit to the natural cycle. Individuals undergoing a process occurring in the profound realms of the collective unconscious must surrender their personal volition and understanding to an inner truth and governing principle that surpasses their conscious ego. The law of the night, the earth, and the snake is a profound mystery that those who obey it possess. The ancient Egyptians devised a clever representation for the rejuvenating nature of the snake, the Ouroboros serpent, depicted as a circular body encircling the solar child, symbolizing the dawn of a new day. In certain depictions, like the one mentioned in the Book of the Caverns, where Osiris is safeguarded by the Ouroboros, it is uncertain whether the snake portrayed symbolizes Apopis or another deity. The Egyptian sages readily accepted various complementary categories without attributing absolute goodness or evilness to any of them. They were perceptive enough to recognize that from evil, a self-sustaining protection can emerge, a protection that leads to new beginnings. Therefore, Apophis has the potential to act as the Ouroboros, rescuing Osiris from his adversaries. Fifth Hour. The Enigma of the Sokar Cavern, the restorative power of depression. The fifth hour of the night further explores the theme introduced in the fourth hour, delving into it with more intricacy and detail. The water remains shallow, causing the sunbark to proceed on its journey with difficulty. In the lower register, the two groups of deities consisting of 7 males and 7 females are required to pull Re's boat over the cavern of Sokar. The fact that the goddesses come before their male counterparts, including in the 12th hour, aligns with the reality that these depictions were produced within a male-dominated society that nonetheless held the feminine element in high regard. Psychologically, this image of the towing ties holds significant meaning. For humans, it is their anima that consistently and instinctively anticipates the future. Both men and women possess opposite-sex components, not only in their physical bodies, but also in their minds. These components are referred to as animus in women and anima in men, according to Jung. The anima represents feminine characteristics in men, including traits such as moodiness, subjective judgment, whininess, and sentimentality in its negative aspect, and the capacity for relationships, emotions, the state of one's possessions, empathy, eros, and more in its positive aspect. It is not surprising, therefore, that the feminine aspect possesses the knowledge and ability to navigate through this challenging phase of Re's journey. In order to preserve equilibrium, it is imperative for male deities to actively engage in the process of movement. This is because a man who experiences profound emotional impact from his innermost being requires a robust sense of self-awareness to prevent succumbing to the captivating influence of his feminine side. If he permits her to exert control over him, it is probable that he will lose his mental clarity and, driven by his excitement, mistake utter nonsense as a way to rejuvenate his life, causing his genuine emotions to degrade into mere sentimentality. In the event of such an occurrence, the outcome would manifest as immature and self-centered conduct, which has the potential to significantly detriment a person's life. From a psychological perspective, we can interpret the towing deities as archetypal forces that provide temporary assistance to the sun god in his cognitive process. Beneath the surface of historical and political events, as well as beyond personal experiences, there are inner psychic factors at play. These factors originate from the collective unconscious and possess archetypal qualities. They are somehow linked to the great soul, which represents the central core of archetypes, the self. The self emerges from this fundamental essence, accompanying each genuine expansion of awareness and every process of rejuvenation. This phenomenon, as stated by Marie-Louise von Franz, is something that always goes beyond and includes our awareness, and is hardly directly understandable to us, but it certainly appears repeatedly in the unconscious mind as symbols. In the religious terminology of the Amduat, these symbols are represented by all the supporting deities who aid Re in his journey. The rope of the towing deities represents a profound and close connection with the deepest aspects of the mind, as well as with the concealed universal patterns of the collective unconscious, namely with the rejuvenating essence, or zeitgeist. The shared role of the female and male deities and their association with the Great Soul can be comprehended on a psychological level as a representation of completeness, or more tangibly, as a symbol of interpersonal connection. Exchanging information about the profound impact of unconscious images and acknowledging that the ego is influenced by archetypal forces establishes a psychic bond that transcends the realm of personal experience. This occurs because the individuals engaged in the process maintain a strong connection with the Great Soul, which is a profound and artistic endeavor that originates from the inner self rather than the ego. The concept of eternal connection through fate is exemplified in this approach to self-connection. Interpersonal relatedness arises from the shared connection to a single transcendent center, represented by the sun god. Therefore, in the depiction of the deities of towing, we can perceive nothing other than a representation of the powerful and transformative force of love, in which the two individuals are not solely focused on themselves and each other, but rather engaged in a psychological process that reaches far beyond their own existence. This love arises from the shared dedication of both individuals to a higher entity that surpasses their individual lives. In the fifth hour, the central position is occupied by the head of Isis. According to traditional mythology, when Horus faced persecution from Seth, Isis concealed the vulnerable child in the marshes of the Nile Delta. There she provided him with unwavering love and ensured his well-being by protecting, nurturing, and attending to his needs. As a loyal companion to Osiris, she diligently safeguards and revitalizes all lives that have been harmed. Therefore, she holds the greatest responsibility among all deities for the restoration of both the physical and spiritual well-being. As Isis Hathor, she bestows the rightful authority upon the pharaoh, and through her plentiful milk, she sustains the hungry child, transforming him into a mature man and ruler. Similarly, in a manner reminiscent of her actions with the Horus child, Isis once again intervenes in a highly beneficial manner at this perilous juncture in Re's journey. The enigma surrounding both the Horus child and the cavern of Sokar revolves around the restoration of injured existence and the overall rejuvenation of life. Similar to how the sky goddess Nut, by arching over the earth and reaching the western and eastern horizons with her hands and feet, safeguards the path of the sun god during the day, Isis appears to shield the underground nighttime journey of Re. For this assignment, she receives help from the Khepri beetle, which uses its front foot to hold onto the rope of the deities that are pulling. The Khepri beetle is enigmatically linked to these deities and, consequently, to the sun god. Strange occurrences take place on the riverbank of the Netherworld. The upper register displays Netherworld deities and numinous powers that highlight the uninterrupted nature of creation. The world undergoes continuous emergence on a daily and even hourly basis, rather than being created only once. The 9 Neter flagpoles at the start of the register represent both the initial formation and subsequent renewal. The Ennead of Heliopolis is a symbolic representation of the creation of the universe by the ancient Egyptian deity Atum. The numeral 9, in its plural form, represents an indefinite multitude of divine forces and, consequently, the immeasurable abundance of creation. However, the omission of Atum, the traditional embodiment of the world's creative essence, is notable in this context. Khepri, the young manifestation of the sun god, assumes his position, the leftmost flagpole, as indicated by the accompanying scriptures. Instead of Seth, who typically assumes the final position, we encounter Horus, the offspring of Osiris. By making these two substitutions, the focus is redirected from the concept of the beginning, previously referred to as in the beginning, to the ongoing process of rejuvenation and rebirth of the universe. The focus in this concept is primarily on perpetual creation or self-emergence over time, surpassing even the emphasis found in the Heliopolitan concept. The central attention is not directed towards Atum, the undifferentiated one, or the ambiguous Seth, who consistently exists on the periphery of creation. Instead, the focus lies on light and the transformative abilities of the deities, who personify the emerging spirit of the time. Those who diligently pursue the underground current, while maintaining their attention on the prevailing spirit of the time, do not dwell on the past, but instead direct their gaze towards a future that has not yet come into existence and is still in the process of being formed. The motif of the Ennead of Heliopolis serves as a reminder not only of the mystery surrounding the act of creation and its miraculous beginnings, but also emphasizes the significance of being aware of the ongoing process of new creation in the present moment. The theme of this nocturnal hour is not the unchanging, which actually undermines the vitality of love, but rather the enigmatic and ongoing emergence of new awareness within the domain of the earth deity Sokar. The enigma's depiction remains hidden, entombed within the obscurity of the land of Sokar. We will revisit the image provided below. When it comes to dreams, this purpose-driven, forward-looking approach to the internal flow of psychic energy is extremely significant. The primary consideration, therefore, revolves around the specific nature of the development that is intended to occur, based on the unconscious or the self. While it is impossible to determine the exact path of someone's personal growth, their aspirations possess an inherent understanding of it. A significant challenge we face in therapeutic work is that a considerable number of individuals exhibit a strong inclination towards maintaining traditional beliefs and attitudes when it comes to psychological transformation. Their secret conviction remains steadfast. They harbor doubt that any significant change will ever transpire in their lives. Determining whether it is a fear of personal transformation or a lack of self-assurance that leads individuals to avoid the possibility of change is a challenging task. Regardless of the situation, A conservative mindset is a harmful influence that ultimately hinders our ability to be innovative. Certainly, we should refrain from hastily endeavoring to compel a transformation. The crucial task is to nurture the solar child, Horus, that is currently inactive in the unconscious mind, also referred to as the little boy and girl, the noble empress, the winged youth, or by any other name, until it is prepared for birth. Consequently, the child is shielded and allowed to develop securely through the deliberate state of mindfulness, akin to prayer or incubation. This process of incubation is clearly depicted in the center of the initial register. The sandhill represents the sepulchre, or the casket, of Osiris. The hieroglyph representing night is a transparent reference to the obscurity of this location. The concepts of nigredo, depression, fear, and death are evident during this particular period of the night, which is the 5th hour. Consequently, the presence of the two birds is justified. They symbolize Isis and Nephthys, the two siblings of Osiris, whose sorrowful lamentation for their deceased brother was believed since the earliest times of Egyptian civilization to revive him and bring about his rebirth. Isis and Nephthys both arrive, with one of them coming from the west. One of them originated from the east, one of them possessed a screeching voice, and one of them resembled a kite. Osiris has been discovered. Seth has defeated Osiris in Nedit, resulting in his downfall. Anubis prevents decay in accordance with your name. They prevent the leakage of your decay onto the ground. O Osiris, come back to life and resurrect yourself. Nephthys, the foreboding counterpart of Isis, accompanies her. Truly, the second woman is unable to fulfill her role as a wife and mother, unlike her glowing sister Isis, who was already joined with Osiris in the process of becoming a mother. However, she plays a crucial role specifically as the shadow sister. She embodies an inherently unidentified feminine authority that is particularly impactful due to her lack of recognition. The Egyptians' inclination towards thinking in complementary structures was so powerful that they could not omit the dark sister of Isis from their worldview. Eric Hornung has provided an exquisite analysis of this phenomenon. Depiction of the tomb of Osiris, specifically focusing on a specific aspect from the 5th hour. While Horus and Seth engage in a conflict for dominance and power, the two women peacefully and effectively complement each other. Nephthys transcends being merely a duplicate or reflection of her sister, and she is not simply an abstract representation of her. Instead, she possesses a profound depth of worldly knowledge. She epitomizes the Egyptians' pursuit of a harmonious and well-balanced unity. Nephthys personifies altruistic concern for others in a divine manifestation, as she is the sister of all other gods and goddesses. The scarab, symbolizing the rebirth of life, emerges from the sandhill with the help of both sisters, bringing forth a visible manifestation of life from the darkness of the tomb. The theme of the funeral lament performed by Isis and Nephthys, which plays a crucial role in this process of rebirth, will be examined in detail at a later point. 7th hour. Another significant aspect of this scene is the tomb, coffin, or chest that serves as a shelter for the enigmatic process of regeneration. The deity positioned in front of it is referred to as Anubis of the chest. Speaking to the two grieving avians, the illustrious deity, known as the sun god, utters the following words: "May you protect your chest, may your vocalization be resounding, and your expressions sincere. May you keep this image hidden. May you fulfill your responsibilities diligently, allowing me to pass by you without any disturbance." The Amduat, known as the treasure of the hidden region, highlights the protective nature of the netherworld. The concept of protection is distinguished here by the necessity to keep the image of God, who is resting in his tomb, hidden in order to ensure that the Creator God himself can pass undisturbed. Jung has frequently emphasized that it is impossible to definitively describe the true nature of an archetype, as its essence surpasses all levels of consciousness. Therefore, we are unable to perceive unconscious contents unless they are manifested in a projected manner, meaning we can never perceive them directly. The image, protected by the lamenting women and concealed within the tomb or container, symbolically represents the archetype itself, which is an incomprehensible element of psychological rejuvenation, Kepri, that is no longer within reach or detectable by the human intellect. The scarab is the sole representation of this concept. The confidential information must be maintained in strict confidence and should never be revealed. The renewal of consciousness and life will only occur under such circumstances. According to the Amduat, the sun god can pass by without any trouble. The secret is entrusted exclusively to the lamenting women. Our ability to access and gain insight into the unknown and its enigmatic nature is primarily facilitated by our emotional responses, feelings, and their subsequent effects. The mystery is inherent in the profound connection to our inner world, which possesses an independent nature beyond our control. Instead, we must grant it the freedom to exist on its own terms, as its vibrancy is intertwined with the imagery and manifestations of our psyche. Whenever a genuinely novel concept emerges in the ordinary world as a result of a creative endeavor, it actually involves the reduction of a timeless verity. According to numerous creation myths, the creator, after finishing their task, retreats to a distant and unreachable location in order to conceal the enigma of the rejuvenation of creation. An illustrative instance of this phenomenon can be observed in the conduct of individuals who experience romantic affection. Their conduct frequently displays a lack of propriety, as they choose to divulge their secret to others rather than keeping it confidential and safeguarded. The outcome is that the fragile blossom in its nascent stage is inundated with abundant, well-meaning counsel or even cautions, resulting in its rapid deterioration. Typically, this advice is overly simplistic and vague, failing to acknowledge the distinctiveness of blossoming affection. Therefore, it is highly advisable to diligently safeguard the sacred embryo, as referred to in the Chinese literary work titled The Secret of the Golden Flower. Given the need to hide even the essence of the supreme deity, it becomes imperative to safeguard each novel's psychic element, particularly the inner child that yearns to thrive within us. When discussing a novel paradigm of creation, it is imperative to acknowledge the various pernicious and destabilizing forces that are actively seeking to dismantle this nascent order. The 8 deities in the upper register are responsible for annihilating the enemies in the final scene. They punish the damned in the nether world. The goddess facing them, known as the Demolishing One, who cuts the damned to pieces, clearly demonstrates how she deals with the enemies. The accompanying text further explains that she sustains herself by consuming the blood of the damned and the offerings provided by these gods. Those who are aware of her nature can peacefully avoid any harm. This emphasizes the immense significance of understanding the existence of malevolent forces. Possessing optimism or idealism would not provide any assistance in this situation, as only those who have knowledge of evil will be able to navigate safely and evade the outcome of destruction. The land of Sokar, located primarily in the lower register, but also partially in the middle register, features a prominent cavern housing the central deity Sokar, who is depicted with a conical head, symbolizing his role as the god of the earth. He is positioned atop a winged serpent that possesses 1 human head and 3 serpent heads. The serpent referred to here is the Great Cavern of Sokar, which is described in great detail in the 5th hour. The deity, who is clearly depicted as a theriomorphic representation of the sun god, extends his wings adorned with a variety of vibrant feathers, as described in the texts. The wings symbolize the ancient portrayal of celestial protection for the divine offspring, who faces a threat from malevolent obscurity. The deity adorned with vibrant feathers protects the concealed remains, specifically the lifeless body of the sun god. We will revisit the significance of the corpse, which, as we will soon discover, is at the focal point of the upcoming nocturnal hour. The hidden embodiment symbolizes an underground manifestation of the sun god, specifically Osiris Sokar, in the form of the deceased sun, which serves as the initial stage of the current rejuvenation process. Sokar and the serpent god are enclosed within an oval-shaped area of sand, which is marked with minuscule points. The oval encompasses the entire realm of the netherworld, where the deceased king's body lies. Hence, the sepulchre of Thutmose III is of an elliptical configuration. Acre, depicted as the double sphinx, symbolizes the realm of the netherworld. His duty is to protect the concealed body, specifically the deceased form of the sun god. Acre is an ancient deity associated with the earth. He serves as a protector of the entrance and exit gates of the outer world, which is why he is often represented as a dual sphinx with two human heads. The one who consumes everything that passes through the western entrance, only to release it again in the east, symbolizes power and rejuvenation in a broad sense. This entity serves as the source through which the life force and energy of both gods and humans is renewed. Furthermore, it is believed that the concealed remains of every deceased individual are situated beneath the physical form of Acre. This god, above all others, safeguards the enigma of rejuvenation as the custodian of the concealed physical essence. Both concepts acknowledge that the revitalization of awareness and the vitality of life, the Ka-soul, originate from Acre, who safeguards this enigma within the profound obscurity of the earth. This idea posits a profound psychological reality. Genuine and long-lasting transformation in life can only occur when we display the bravery to directly confront the depths of our unconscious mind with conscious awareness. Undoubtedly, we have the ability to deliberately modify certain aspects of our lives through the exertion of our volition. Authentic regeneration can only occur when it originates from the opposing aspect, specifically the creative force that remains concealed within the unconscious mind. Without being emotionally affected by archetypal images, genuine healing cannot take place. The double lion is prominently featured in spell 17 of the Book of the Dead, which is documented on both papyri and the innermost shrine of Tutankhamun. Within a rendition of the incantation inscribed on the papyrus of Ani, the lions are referred to as yesterday and tomorrow. In this context, they represent the unbroken progression of time. Within the depths of the netherworld, the boundaries between yesterday and tomorrow merge, ensuring the perpetuity of this progression. This symbol can also possess significant social implications. Experiencing a sense of unity with others necessitates the presence of a social memory, as defined by Jan Assmann, which encompasses the past, present, and future. Only those who possess knowledge of the enigmatic process of rejuvenation in the netherworld are able to experience the therapeutic effects of this union. The duality of Acre represents a fundamental principle in psychology known as enantiodromia. This principle states that every energetic process necessitates the presence of opposing forces, resulting in a state of duality or conflict. Heraclitus was the originator of this law and the one who coined the term enantiodromia, which suggests that everything will eventually transition into its opposite. The Egyptian symbol depicted in the image of the double sphinx conveys the same idea that the Greek philosopher expresses through words. The path of ascent and descent is identical. This description refers to the winding path of the serpent that navigates between opposing forces, which is a common characteristic in any process of psychological growth. From an energetic perspective, it can also be referred to as Jung's concept of the law of the self-regulating function of opposites. The inherent risk of this legislation is undeniable, as individuals who succumb to an excessively inflexible and unbalanced perspective are bound to eventually swing to the extreme opposite, potentially resulting in fatal consequences. To break free from this never-ending cycle, one must acquire the ability to consciously embrace the principle of enantiodromia. Every extreme elicits the opposite reaction, as nature does not tolerate any form of unilateralism. The greater our capacity for holistic thinking and living, and our awareness of the principles governing the cycles of day and night, while also considering the symbolic representation of Acre, the dual sphinx that harmonizes opposing forces, the higher the probability of experiencing the rejuvenating influence emanating from the deepest core of our being. The only individual who evades the relentless principle of enantiodromia is the one who possesses the knowledge to detach themselves from the unconscious, not by suppressing it, as that would only result in it manifesting itself in a covert manner, but by consciously acknowledging it as something distinct from their own identity. The non-ego, or the other side, refers to the objective psychic world that exists beyond the individual's consciousness. It is a vast and pre-conscious realm that encompasses everything but cannot be controlled by the ego. This concept goes beyond the limited scope of personal psychology. The idea of resurrection, as understood by the Egyptians, and its social implications align with the collective and objective nature of the unconscious. The more we become acquainted with the collective unconscious, the less we focus on individual psychology. When we delve into the realm of archetypal images, we connect with the collective ancestral world, which is rooted in a unified concept of existence. This concept gives rise to all the opposing forces and aspects of life. Below the underground chamber of Sokar, extending across the entire lower level, lies the lake of fire, symbolized by waves. It is imperative that the waters of this lake do not come into contact with the boat. According to the Book of Gates' 3rd hour, 10th scene, this lake provides nourishment and sustenance to the fortunate deceased, while the condemned suffer in its intense flames. This ancient Egyptian belief is echoed in the Book of Revelation, which states, "Then death and Hades were cast into the lake of fire." The passage from Revelation 20:14-15 describes the concept of the second death, which refers to the lake of fire. Those whose names are not recorded in the Book of Life are cast into this fiery lake. A similar idea applied to the Red Sea can be found in certain early Christian Gnostic circles. According to these circles, the Red Sea symbolizes a deathly water for those who lack awareness, but for those who possess consciousness, it represents a transformative and transcendent baptismal water. In this Gnostic context, the unconscious individuals are those who lack the knowledge, gnosis, of man's greater cosmic destiny. The Gnostics regarded this state of profound unawareness, agnosia, as the ultimate and most fundamental evil of human existence. Psychologically, the fire in this place can be seen as a symbol of intense psychic energy that is concentrated here. This is why the lake of fire is associated with the mystery of the cavern of Sokar. The lake of fire represents various intense emotions and desires, such as fiery temper, strong desire for love, excitable temperament, and heightened tension. These desires, emotions, and affects can be explored in the lake of fire. Those who can effectively manage these energies will not experience a second death, but instead will be able to participate in the resurrection of the sun god at the end of the 12th hour, leading to a renewal of spiritual life. But what does it mean to handle our emotions properly? It means two things. First, to be aware of them, to make them conscious, and second, to understand them correctly. Suddenly, during an analytical session, there is a great deal of emotional tension in the room that the conscious flow of the conversation cannot account for. Such an event may cause strong and mutual feelings in both the analyst and the therapist. In the unlovely terminology of psychology, this is called transference and countertransference. It is of great importance not to repress such fantasies and the feelings that accompany them. In such moments, as I have quite often experienced, something very deep is touched in the psyche of the analyzer and the analyst, something evoked by an absolute central psychic content that arises from the deep stratum of the unconscious, but that has no possibility of crossing the threshold of consciousness. Thus, the energy is stopped due to the lack of an appropriate vessel to receive it, with the result that the new content cannot be understood and thus assimilated into consciousness. Whenever this happens, the blocked energy flows into the nearest available vessel, which is often a sexual fantasy. The intensity of the emotional reaction and its accompanying fantasy point to a similarly powerful reality of the inner psychic image that is constellated in the unconscious psychic field between the analyst and the analyst. To misunderstand such a fantasy in a literal manner would result in catastrophe, for it would most likely destroy the eternal archetypal aspect that underlies it. But not to recognize such a fantasy would also be a catastrophe, for this would completely dismiss the healing potential of the archetypal image. The vessel of the cavern of Sokar serves to contain the fiery alchemical substance, also known as the corpse by alchemists, so that it does not dissolve but rather transforms. We have already mentioned the winged serpent god, the sealed oval cavern of the netherworld, and Acre. The two serpents in front of the forelegs of the double sphinx, as well as the four heads with torches atop them at the beginning of the lower register, are all guardians of the great mystery. With their flames, the torches ward off the enemies who endanger the mysterious process of renewal in the interior of the cavern. The cavern itself, which is in fact well sealed on each side by a solid gate, has the same protective function. A living god, in the form of a serpent rearing upright on its tail, functions as a gatekeeper. It is unclear whether the head of Isis in the center of this hour has this same protective meaning. Her presence could also be a sign of the extraordinarily high tension in the energy of this hour. Thus, the secret path of this land is, as the text says, filled with flames of fire from the mouth of Isis. During the fifth hour, Sun God and his group reach a crucial juncture where life can either be completely rejuvenated or destroyed. Psychologically, this is a delicate moment where we must either bravely abandon our old way of thinking to attain a higher level of awareness, or we will fail and remain trapped in, or even revert to, old habits and systems. To navigate this critical moment successfully, we require the safeguard of the multicolored winged serpent god, a sacred and fundamental symbol. The subsequent analysis portrays a contemporary depiction of an ancient deity, Leonid about a bat perched in an underground cavern, with its wings extending 260 meters in width and flapping in a regular pattern. This image deeply affected me. In a semi-conscious state, I conceived the notion of the core of the earth, or the essence of the world, which sustains life through its rhythmic beating. The rhythmic pulsation of the bat's wings potentially carries a symbolic significance. By maintaining a rhythmic movement, it effectively dispels the disordered force of darkness. In Africa, I have frequently witnessed skilled craftsmen, such as carvers or quarrymen, producing captivating rhythmic melodies through their hammering. Consequently, they were able to sustain their work effortlessly for extended periods, even under the scorching African sun. In this dream, instead of a colorful winged deity, a completely black bat guards the enigma hidden deep within the earth. This imagery compensates for our current suppression of all things dark, malevolent, and ominous. If we desire to uncover the valuable treasure hidden in the depths, we must confront this dark entity of the earth. The alchemists were not mistaken in emphasizing the blackness of the prima materia, as well as asserting that the vibrant colors of the peacock's tail emerge from the state of blackness and despair, known as nigredo. Beneath the seemingly organized modern world, there lies a perilous and highly aggressive potential, and it appears as though the rhythmic flapping of the bat's wings is an attempt to pacify the dark demon of the depths, thereby averting an imminent eruption of chaos. Throughout history, there has been a strong focus on the benevolent aspect of the Christian God, especially since the time of Augustine. However, it is necessary to balance this emphasis by recognizing the existence of God's darker side. This darker aspect, often associated with materiality, was the subject of intense study and devotion by alchemists in their secret laboratories, separate from official theology and often in fear of persecution. The Hebrew Bible and the New Testament do contain references to God's wrath and fearful nature, but over time the Church increasingly placed the burden of darkness and evil solely on humanity. Therefore, it is crucial to acknowledge and accept the existence of God's dark side. My colleague, Gotthilf Eisler, expressed this idea in the following manner. In our current era, evil has become an increasingly prevalent and distressing reality. We are filled with fear, and this fear is justified. It is possible that our confidence is misplaced. The distressing events we witness on television and read about keep us awake at night. The world has become interconnected, and the possibility of a catastrophic event occurring daily looms over us. Our belief in a loving and all-powerful God has been shaken. While life does have its positive aspects, we must also acknowledge the existence of the dreadful and malevolent side. A truly loving God, with the ability to prevent suffering, would not allow such pain and anguish to persist, be it war, persecution, hunger, drought, cancer, or the premature deaths of young drug addicts. Such a God cannot be solely characterized as loving. We must come to terms with the fact that God possesses two distinct aspects. The symbol of the multicolored winged serpent god exemplifies the ambivalence of the divine spirit through its depiction of a hybrid form with both human and serpent heads. This symbol effectively represents the polarity inherent in all of creation, as everything that exists possesses dual aspects, including God. While it is indeed impossible to fully unravel the enigma of regeneration, or as the ancient Egyptians referred to it, the Horus child, understanding its significance is of utmost importance. The author of the Amduat emphasized the value of awareness and understanding. In the opening of the 5th hour, for instance, the following passage is found: "The covert routes of the western region, portals through which the concealed is accessed. The land of Sokar is an inaccessible location, where the first embodiment is in the form of flesh and body. Familiarity with the Bay souls which reside in the netherworld." This image of Horus is obscure, invisible, and undetectable. This is constructed in a manner similar to the depicted image, which has been rendered using paint. Within the concealed depths of the netherworld, situated on the southern aspect of the hidden chamber, the individual who possesses this knowledge experiences a state of profound satisfaction within their soul. He is content with the offerings provided by Sokar. By referring to the hidden association between the deceased sun god and the Horus child, we have delved into the profound depths of the netherworld, where the remains of the sun god are interred. 6th hour. The deceased body of the sun deity and the resurgence of illumination. Reunion of the contraries. In the middle register, we encounter the central theme of this hour and indeed of this entire Book of the Netherworld. At the deepest point in the realm of the dead, where we reach the very edge of the primordial waters of Nun and their original darkness, and where the domain of Apophis threatens creation with chaos and non-existence, there lies a massive serpent with multiple heads and faces encircling the corpse of the sun god in his form of Khepri. This image alludes in various ways to the mystery of the renewal of all life in the depths of the night. As a symbol of its living power, the sun god's body is often depicted as sexually aroused, or as seen here with one hand pointing to its mouth, which refers to the hieroglyphic sign for child. On its head we see a Khepri beetle, another common symbol for regeneration. The reclining body is referred to as the corpse of Khepri, as his own flesh, or corpse of Osiris. The central concept of this nighttime period is the merging of the Ba soul of the sun god with his lifeless body, or, as the Amduat also describes it, the fusion of Re with Osiris. This combination leads to two interconnected phenomena that are essentially identical: the enigma of the resurrection of the deceased in the afterlife and the enigma of the restoration of illumination in the depths of the underworld. At the stroke of midnight, a profound process of rejuvenation takes place, revitalizing all essential energies and the entire universe. The life-giving potential lies within the remains of Re, serving as the fertile ground for rebirth, as only when it merges with this physical form can the soul awaken to a fresh existence. In a subsequent section of the Netherworld scriptures, known as the Book of the Earth, the deceased body is likened to the ancient waters of Nun. The sun god repeatedly acknowledges this body, addressing it as, "O lifeless remains from which I emerge." All deceased individuals partake in the enigmatic metamorphosis of the solar deity. Re summons them in the lower octave of this specific period within the Amduat. "May your countenances endure, may your souls respire, and may your obscurity be illuminated. May you have the ability to discard water for your own use, and may you find satisfaction in the offerings you possess. Advancing to retrieve your departed souls, which trail behind me. I possess my physical form in order to descend upon my lifeless remains." The intricate depiction of the deceased solar deity captured in meticulous detail during the 6th hour. The union offers a pledge to all who engage in it: existence and harmony, particularly for the inner self. I confidently refer to it as the mysterium conjunction, the enigmatic fusion of opposing elements. Specifically, the identical profound enigma that the alchemists tirelessly pursued throughout history in their quest to create their metaphysical gold. However, what was the intended meaning behind the Egyptians' depiction of the sun, deity as a figure nearing his lifeless body? Let's begin by examining the upper register. Positioned directly above the serpent encircling the dead body of the sun god, we observe three chests. These chests symbolize the threefold burial of the sun god. We can identify the hind part of a lion, one of the wings of the scarab, and a human head. This dismemberment is reminiscent of the dismemberment of Osiris, as indicated by the names of the tombs associated with the Osiris myth. However, the accompanying text makes it clear that the intense battle between the two adversaries has concluded. Peace now prevails. The darkness on earth is illuminated, the body expresses joy, and the mind speaks after bringing together its parts. These are the enigmatic representations of the netherworld. Although it may be painful, the act of dismemberment is unavoidable, as it is a necessary precursor to union and regeneration. This concept is consistently present in alchemy. Dissolution, dismemberment, fragmentation, incineration, and similar processes are recurring stages in the alchemical journey. According to Jung in his work, Mysterium Conjunction, in order to attain enlightenment, one must transform themselves into the primal substance within their mother's body and revert back to the initial dark state known as chaos. In this state of confusion, the elements are in conflict and repel each other, resulting in the dissolution of all connections. Redemption is contingent upon dissolution. In order to achieve transformation, the celebrant of the mystery cults had to undergo a metaphorical death. The alchemists drew a parallel between the suffering endured by men and that of Christ. Both experiences involved a descent into the depths of suffering, leading ultimately to redemption. The aforementioned text from the Aquarium Sapiential further elaborates on Christ's suffering on the cross, highlighting how his strength and spirit were completely depleted during his sacred passion and at the moment of death. He descended to the lowest and deepest parts of the earth, as mentioned in Acts 1, Ephesians 1, and I Peter 3. However, even in that state, he was preserved, rejuvenated, and ultimately resurrected and glorified by the power of the eternal Godhead, as described in Romans 14. Through his joyful resurrection and triumphant ascension into heaven, his spirit achieved a perfect and unbreakable union with his lifeless body in the tomb. These thoughts of a 17th-century alchemist are so strikingly similar to the Egyptian visions of the transformation in the depths of the netherworld that an influence of one on the other can scarcely be denied. We shall return to this point at the end of the chapter. Thus, the religious ideas of Egypt, particularly those of the New Kingdom, with their emphasis on the netherworld, strongly influenced not only Christianity, but also, even more so, alchemy. Though the alchemical text just cited does not speak about the union of the soul, anima, and the corpse, it mentions the union of the corpse with the spirit, pneuma, spirits. According to the Christian concept, as well as the Egyptian and later alchemical concepts, descent into the profoundest depths precedes ascent to heaven. There is, however, a decisive difference between the Egyptian and Christian concepts. In the course of his nocturnal journey, re-undergoes an important process of cognition, a fact illustrated in the Amduat by rich and vivid imagery and symbolism that are underscored throughout the accompanying texts. Christ, however, suffers his destiny in a much more passive way. In this sense, the latter far more resembles Osiris, the god of death, who is, as we shall see, characterized in particular by his passivity, quite effective though it might be. The difference between the more active encounter with darkness seen in the Amduat and alchemy and the more Osirian passivity of Christ often made it impossible for the official, orthodox teachings of the Church to connect with the world of alchemists and other free spirits. This tension could have led the free spirits to the Inquisition, the focus on the regenerative power of the dark realm of the dead, the idea of the new light hidden in the densest night and the deepest blackness of matter the corpse. all ran contrary to the emphasis on the glorious side of Christ's resurrection within church, context, and dogma. The motif of dismemberment in the Amduat, similar to Christian and alchemical concepts of transformation, signifies a death that brings life. The text explicitly states that this process elicits a joyful response from the flesh. Ironically, the moment of triumph over darkness and the fear of death occurs at midnight. The sun has been restored to its full strength, and the power of death has been defeated. This is symbolized by the presence of the god Thoth, who has a baboon-like head and sits on a throne in the center of this hor, just in front of the sun's boat. On the other side stands a goddess, who conceals two pugs behind her back. These pugs represent the eyes of the sun god, which are to be healed during the darkness of this nighttime hour. Once again, the Egyptian author portrays the shining of the moonlight as a mythological symbol of the restoration of the injured solar eye. The Book of Gates conveys the concept of light's rejuvenation during the darkest hours of the night with even greater precision. In the lower section of the sixth hour, mummies are depicted carrying brilliantly radiant garments, reminiscent of those seen in Greek mystery cults. The act of changing clothes, which will be the central theme of the eighth hour in the Amduat, symbolizes an internal psychological transformation, specifically a complete renewal of the previous psychological mindset. The white garments serve as a psychological symbol for the rebirth of light during the depths of the night, representing an enlightening and expanding of consciousness, and consequently, a definitive new approach to life that will undoubtedly manifest itself in the world at sunrise. Therefore, we can state that any significant rejuvenation of life, whether in an individual or a whole community, is initiated by a conscious awakening in the collective unconscious, which initially manifests as faint sparks of illumination. The concealed pupils of the goddess facing Thoth symbolize this awakening consciousness. In this regard, the Amduat foreshadows the fundamental concept of the mystery cult. This revival of consciousness can sometimes be remarkably potent, as exemplified by the reclining lion in the upper section. Above the lion are two Ujjat eyes, known as the divine eyes of Re. This lion, known for its affinity for sunlight, is the powerful agent of transforming death into life, a majestic creature and divine essence whose presence signifies the restoration of the royal life force. His name, Bull with Roaring Voice, underscores his assertiveness. Both the bull and the lion are symbols of royalty. The 9 royal scepters facing the lion symbolize the same concept as the 16 standing mummies in the middle register. They encompass all the deceased pharaohs and blessed dead who have transformed into Osiris, representing the entirety of the ancestors, both the soul of the sun god and each accompanying deceased individual aspire to find solace among these ancestors, as it is only in their presence that the enigmatic process of rejuvenation can occur. We must comprehend the psychological significance of the sun god's corpse in a similar manner. The sun god can be interpreted as the embodiment of luminosity, a fundamental element of consciousness within the collective unconscious. However, his corpse signifies the accumulation of all that has been consciously acknowledged in the past, encompassing the cultural accomplishments of humanity over millions of years that have been forgotten or relegated to the realm of the unconscious. The collective unconscious is not a disorganized jumble of all conceivable elements. Instead, it exhibits a discernible structure or distinct dynamics, instinctive responses, commonly known as behavioral patterns, on one hand, and archetypes as fundamental images representing the inherited potentials of human imagination since ancient times, on the other hand. Let us revisit the well-organized setting of the 3 chests safeguarding the fragmented solar scarab. The dismemberment serves as a clear indication of the breakdown of the previous conscious mindset. However, as the accompanying text clarifies, this image also reveals the existence of a mysterious organizing force amidst the process of decay and dissolution. The darkness in the earth is illuminated. In accordance with the Egyptian understanding of the universe, these 3 chests or tombs exemplify the contradictory reality that decay and the establishment of a new order are closely intertwined, evoking a sense of joy within the physical body. How can we understand the mysterious events that occur at the edge of the ordered cosmos, where the corpse of the sun god rests in the depths of the night? In need of renewal, the psychic attitude, the basoul, of the preceding day or historical era, plunges into the realm of the collective unconscious, the realm of the ancestors and of bygone cultures, where it disintegrates, the motif of dismemberment, and then unites itself with archetypal contents that are attempting to rise to the surface. Whenever we succeed in consciously recognizing even a small part of those archetypal images that, like the sunrise in the morning, break into consciousness, this recognition will bring about a creative revival and broadening of consciousness, and thus a revival and renewal of a past religious orientation or worldview. Descent into the realm of the ancestors is an adequate image for the fact that every spontaneous renewal of life stems from an encounter with what has existed from time immemorial. A genuine act of creation can result only from an a priori pre-existing. The Amduat contains a multitude of archetypal images representing various deities. These images have been arranged in a psychic manner, based on the inner structure and dynamics that have been established through numerous spiritual experiences of humanity. The Amduat refers to this arrangement as a genuine remedy, which has been proven countless times. When cultural progress becomes stagnant, it is necessary to look to the past for guidance in order to shape the future. Just as new life emerges from decay in the natural world, the same principle applies to the realm of spirituality. If Christian beliefs and rituals have become empty and superficial, we should explore the religious ideas of ancient pagan cultures, as our vital spiritual essence has retreated to this rich historical layer. By rediscovering and incorporating these ancient traditions, we can revitalize our spiritual and religious lives. When an archetype, a fundamental symbol, becomes evident, it carries a profound and mysterious power that can inspire and heal as long as we comprehend its significance to some extent. However, if we neglect to bring it into our awareness, we risk losing a precious legacy from our ancestors forever. The Christian Gnostic hymn of the soul, or Pearl, narrates the timeless story of a descent into the depths to uncover a hidden treasure. According to the legend, the Apostle Thomas, who was persecuted and imprisoned, is said to have chanted this hymn alongside his fellow prisoners. The hymn follows the journey of a prince who is sent by his royal parents to retrieve a precious pearl from a foreign land. Guarding the pearl is a fearsome dragon lurking beneath the Egyptian sea. The prince embarks on his quest, but becomes ensnared in the allure of worldly pleasures, losing sight of his divine origin and his mission. It is only when an eagle delivers a letter from his homeland that he is abruptly reminded of his noble lineage and his original purpose. Arise and rouse from slumber. Listen carefully to the content of the letter and bear in mind that you are of royal lineage. Behold, you have become subjected to the state of being enslaved. Recall the precious pearl for which you were dispatched to Egypt. Recall that your attire is adorned with golden embellishments. You are recorded in the book of life. Responding to the message, he liberates himself from his earthly attachments and submerges into the profound waters of the Egyptian sea, where he promptly discovers the pearl. Subduing the dragon that protects the valuable item, he seizes the pearl and departs for his native land in the east at sunrise. During his journey, he reclaims his radiant golden attire, and shortly after his arrival, he devotes his most cherished possession to the divine entity above. However, in our present time, where can we find the most valuable thing, which is the pearl? By adhering to the principle of enantiodromia, the intense emphasis on the celestial realm of the soul and the emphasis on the divine word, and in logos, and intellect in Christian theology, result in the resurgence of the divine essence in the natural world, regardless of the religious origin of that nature. Neglecting to appreciate and acknowledge this vibrant spirit, present in nature and material substances, could potentially lead us to a disastrous and ruinous outcome. In Switzerland, there is a revered individual from the 15th century named Nicolaus von Flue, who is considered a saint. Nicolaus and his wife Dorothea engaged in agricultural activities in the mountainous regions and were blessed with 10 offspring. However, Once his eldest son became capable of managing the farm and providing for the extensive family, Nicholas abandoned his farming duties. Instead, he chose to adopt a solitary lifestyle as a hermit, residing in a rugged ravine near his family's residence, with the assistance of his family and the local villagers. This spirit of nature deeply permeated many of his visions. Some of the images were so shocking and heretical that they occasioned severe concern and even agitation in Brother Klaus, the faithful Christian that he was. It was thanks to the consistent merit of this saint that he remained true to his visions despite their initial incompatibility with the Christian dogma of his day. As Marie-Louise von Franz has demonstrated in her interpretation of these visions, they clearly show traits of the Germanic god Wotan or Odin, and they forced Niklaus to accept and integrate his pagan roots into his Christian image of God. These traits had mainly to do with a profound connection with cosmic nature and with the principle of synchronicity. The latter, as we have already seen, assumes that the collective unconscious includes a foreknowledge of some kind. It is through such synchronicities that nature manifests itself in a meaningful sense for the individual. Only in this way is a truly individual and personal encounter with the divine possible, enabling the integration of the psychic sphere into the world of nature. This deep appreciation of the individual and their immediate contact with the divine distinguishes the visions of the Swiss saint from a great deal of traditional Christian belief. The enduring adoration and respect given to Brother Klaus to this day exemplify the success of expanding the divine representation. The saint's life and accomplishments serve as a remarkable illustration of the innate devotion of the soul towards the corpse, referring to the legacy of our predecessors and the entire collective of our pagan forefathers. From the fathomless depths, in the abyss of the waterhole of those in the netherworld, as the introduction to the 6th hour puts it, life and new consciousness are reborn every night. The Egyptians had another accurate image of this idea. In the last scene of the Book of Gates, it is the god Nun, the embodiment of the watery chaos, whose mighty arms lift the sun bark out of the primeval waters. In the bark, among other creative powers, we see Khepri, who, as we know, symbolizes new consciousness. Nut, the sky goddess and personification of the vault of the sky, welcomes the solar child, her maternal arms outstretched to receive him at the eastern horizon. She, for her part, stands on the head of Osiris, whose backward-bent body embraces the entirety of the netherworld. No era and no culture, however magnificent, can avoid the descent into the realm of the dead. The cycle closes with Osiris. The beginning is light, and the end is unified darkness, says the closing text of the short version of the Amduat, but in fact we do not know where the beginning starts or where the end is. When all is said and done, there might be only one truth that eludes our knowledge. Final scene of the Book of Gates, Komarios and Cleopatra, a Greek alchemical text from the 1st century AD, heavily influenced by Egyptian philosophy, describes the metals in the alchemist's container as lifeless bodies confined and suppressed in the obscure and dark depths of the underworld. However, when the tomb is opened, they emerge from the underworld, akin to a newborn emerging from the womb. This is the essence of the revered practice of alchemy, the enigmatic fusion of the spiritual and psychological aspects with the PE. The sages of the Hymn of the Soul urge the royal son to remember his true nature. Similarly, in this alchemical metaphor, the soul implores the body to awaken from its dormant state. It calls upon the body to rise from the depths of Hades, emerge from the grave, and shake off the darkness. The soul reminds the body that it has embraced spirituality and divinity, having been touched by the transformative power of resurrection and the elixir of life. Whether in the Hymn of the Soul, the Komarios text, or the Amduat, we consistently encounter the recurring theme of the body's imprisonment and anguish, necessitating deliverance. In the lower section of the 6th hour of the Amduat, there are several deities depicted in a standing or half-seated position. The accompanying text clarifies that these deities have been brought back to life due to the sun god merging with his recently deceased body. Consequently, they are specifically referred to as "You are the deities whose heads emit light and whose lifeless bodies remain upright." Subsequently, the deceased individuals now awaken from their state of lethargy, and the supreme deity reprimands them, Rise unquestionably, do not surrender. Extend your body and do not feel fatigued. May your physical forms arise and may your silhouettes find repose. Engage in foot-stretching exercises and maintain proper alignment of your knees. May you truly find peace in your physical body. Free are the coverings that once confined you. The excruciating compression caused by the mummy wrappings has been effectively resolved. The liberation from traditional constraints and limitations is a fundamental recurring theme. In another alchemical text of the Corpus Hermeticum, the soul is instructed to liberate itself from the overwhelming state of consciousness. The text advises the soul to begin by completely dismantling the metaphorical garment it is currently wearing, which symbolizes unconsciousness, moral decay, corruption, darkness, spiritual stagnation, and the internal conflict. It is highly unlikely that these profound ideas could have emerged without familiarity with Egyptian religious concepts. The Corpus Hermeticum establishes a profound connection between the fundamental principles of alchemy and those present in the Egyptian books of the Netherworld. It is primarily through the practice of alchemy that the wisdom of ancient Egypt has been passed down to us. Currently, this wisdom holds immense significance for contemporary psychology and, in my opinion, is essential for comprehending the concept of the collective unconscious as proposed by Ji Young. The warning against being inattentive during the crucial moment of resurgence from the depths holds significant psychological significance. Whenever novel material arises from the unconscious and moves towards consciousness, it is crucial to fully focus our attention and awareness on it in order to integrate it into our conscious mind. Otherwise, it will readily regress into the state of unconsciousness within the realm of the deceased. This peril is specifically allocated to the 7th hour of the night. 7th hour Apophis, enemy of the sun, the unstable balance of the new. At this late hour of the night, the forces of darkness are attempting to extinguish the recently ignited light that resulted from the fusion of the Bay Soul with the corpse, symbolizing the union of Re and Osiris. A formidable adversary, Apophis, hinders the sun bark and its passengers. This scene would have instilled fear in the ancient Egyptians, as a halt in the sun's trajectory would have posed a threat to the cosmic order they believed in. This menace to organized existence is a quintessential pattern. As soon as a recently aroused awareness begins to emit its initial faint illumination, it confronts a novel and ultimately conclusive obscurity. An innovative creation entices malevolent individuals. This is an inherent and universal truth. An infamous instance is the massacre of the innocents. Upon the appearance of Christ's star, which signaled the arrival of a new global regime, King Herod endeavored to eliminate the infant. However, Joseph received a divine visitation in his dream, and as a result, the Holy Family managed to flee to Egypt without any harm. Matthew 2. With the commencement of a new era, the specters of death and chaos loom ominously. We must constantly be aware of the potential danger that arises, particularly at the beginning, whenever there is a renewal of our awareness and, consequently, any alteration in our previously established routine and attitudes. Alternatively, we can express the matter in reverse. Occasionally, when we feel extreme fear or deep existential distress, or when we suffer from severe depression, it may suggest that there is a hidden psychological element within our unconscious mind that is striving to surface and bring about a significant transformation in our lives. Therefore, there is no justification for feeling ashamed of experiencing anxiety or depression. On the contrary, individuals who are completely unaware of such anxiety are probably disconnected from the profound aspects of their inner being. It is inherent to feel apprehensive about the more negative aspects of one's own nature. The profound terror has deeply impacted numerous mystics at the core of their beings. As an illustration, let us mention the shoemaker Jacob Böhme. As a young man, he was overwhelmed by a deep sadness when confronted with the profound complexities of the world. In his work, The Four Complexions from 1621, he carefully distinguishes between a melancholic depression caused by self-inflicted suffering, which can be overcome, and the existential dread that arises from the soul's fear of the unknown. It was only after a terrifying and indescribable divine revelation that he gradually transformed his initial fear of the vast depths of the world. Only after that, he was able to verify that God alone encompasses both the entirety and the profound depths, indicating that the darkness had not been eradicated, but rather assimilated into the divine representation. Existential angst should be differentiated from ordinary human fear. The latter, which is capable of being cured, stems from a fragile ego that is consequently prone to discouragement. However, the profound fear in the presence of ultimate malevolence, embodied by Apophyl, penetrates the shared subconscious to such an extent that it cannot be surmounted through individual determination and exertion. We must acknowledge the reality that there exist injuries that are incurable. As we will observe, when facing Apopis, the sun god will require the aid of other celestial entities. Only the assistance of archetypal powers can banish or transform this terror that even causes the great god to tremble. During the 7th hour of the night in the highest level, we observe Osiris seated on his throne, fulfilling his role as the arbiter of the deceased. For the initial occasion, the serpent Mehen is surrounding him in a defensive manner. The scene depicted here is closely linked to the imminent danger posed by Apopis to the entirety of creation, as portrayed in the middle register. Before Osiris, 3 adversaries are positioned, their heads severed and restrained, while 3 additional individuals are restrained on their backs, with 2 tormenting demons towering above them. The 3 bay birds positioned on the right side of the condemned person serve as a striking representation of the revered deceased. They act as guardians for the sun god, who is depicted as Atum and is seated on the coiled body of a serpent, positioned immediately to their right. Here, in close proximity to the imminent danger of complete darkness caused by Apopis, Osiris is able to clearly differentiate between the damned and the blessed. The accompanying text explains that the blessed are those who possess living bodies on whom the mysteries thrive, while the damned are the headless ones who have rebelled against the most important figure in the underworld, thus depriving them of the opportunity to attain knowledge. O you, Osiris, the deity who governs the realm of the dead, the supreme authority over life, and the ruler of the Western region. You have complete ownership over your life. You exist and you are in a state of being alive. The act of existence belongs to you. You possess an immortal essence, and your existence endures. The essence of life within the earth, may you receive adoration and reverence from your followers. May your adversaries succumb to your dominance beneath your souls. You possess authority over those who have acted in opposition to you. The upper register scenes revolve around the theme of moral differentiation. During a period when a higher state of awareness is on the verge of emerging globally, whether it be within an individual's life or within an entire population, ethical consciousness holds significant significance. The reference, of course, is not to a collective morality that has evolved over time into a universally recognized set of principles. This code is a component of the antiquated system that needs to be surpassed. In contrast, the ethical distinction originating from Osiris is closely linked to his essence, specifically his life-sustaining attribute. The consciousness is characterized by psychic and emotional differentiation, necessitating a conversation with one's inner voice, referred to as the gods within, or the self. Every founder of a new religion has, to varying degrees, disregarded the conventional moral principles, prioritizing the divine internal voice or the message of their visions over the requirements of collective, public institutions or authorities. Erich Neumann has dedicated a book titled Depth Psychology and a New Ethics to this subject. Neumann argues that the infiltration of darkness into Western awareness has resulted in the downfall of the previous system of values, necessitating a fresh moral direction for our contemporary era. This emerging ethical framework can be characterized as an ethic of individuation, wherein it is guided less by a shared moral code and more by an internal voice that originates from one's own creative process. This is why it is referred to as individuation. To perceive this new ethic merely as an individual or personal matter would be a significant misinterpretation. Instead, a key attribute of this ethical framework involves attentively heeding the communications of the collective unconscious or the individual psyche. Within this framework focused on the objective psychic, The individual is deeply integrated into a higher-level entirety. Consequently, the resolution of a distorted mindset towards life is also a matter of ethics. To transcend one's own unconsciousness, a new ethical orientation is imperative. An individual would not necessarily become better. Instead, they would approach the positive and negative aspects of life with greater awareness and sophistication. Jesus, while enduring a threefold temptation from the devil in the wilderness, experienced a moral trial. The temptation of Jesus at the start of his mission, Matthew 4, parallels the judgment of the dead by Osiris, which initiates the transformation of the sun god and his followers. This transformation becomes increasingly apparent as the night progresses, culminating in the sun god's rebirth in the 12th hour. After inner psychic images and contents from the collective unconscious have emerged into consciousness, the initial indication of renewal and change is an ethical reorientation. In the Book of Gates, a text that is chronologically later than the Amduat, there is a specific scene dedicated to the judgment of the dead by Osiris. This scene is positioned between the 5th and 6th nocturnal hours. Throughout the course of ancient Egyptian intellectual development, there was a gradual and significant increase in the moral distinction of individuals. This trend towards greater individual uniqueness became particularly pronounced during the later New Kingdom, also known as the Ramesside period. This era was marked by the emergence of personal piety and the ability of common individuals to directly communicate prayers and requests to a deity of their choosing signifies a significant shift in the understanding of the divine. However, the foundation for this progress can already be identified in the Amduat, which we will now revisit. Apophis, the serpent demon, resides in the middle of the hour, positioned in front of the sun bark. However, there is a protective wall that keeps them safely separated. The serpent is being restrained by two divine beings, one at its neck and one at its tail, in preparation for its sacrifice. Knives have penetrated the loops of its body. On the right side there are 4 goddesses holding knives, whose names indicate their vengeful nature. The location referred to as the Hall of Osiris is specifically mentioned in the ancient Egyptian religious text known as the Book of Gates. The Egyptians believed in the power of visual representations, attributing various roles to the feminine aspect, such as she who binds together, she who cuts, she who punishes, and she who annihilates. They were so convinced of the efficacy of these images that they refrained from depicting the terrifying demon representing the unbound depths. Similarly, tombs depicting the judgment of the dead always portrayed the scales in perfect balance, symbolizing the ethical behavior of the deceased. Any lack of harmonious equilibrium would have disrupted the peaceful nature of the scenes adorning the walls and could have even led to the condemnation of the deceased. Although the existence of evil was acknowledged, even the sun god himself could not bear to confront absolute evil. Re's encounter with absolute evil is the sole reason for this. The god must undergo a transformation. The introductory text for this hour clearly states that the god assumes another form in this cave. This form specifically refers to the depiction of the serpent Mehen encircling the sun god protectively from now until the 12th hour of the night. The serpent is no longer a mere chest, but a living creature that safeguards the god from all evil forces. It seems that the transformation that took place at the deepest part of the underworld involved a dissolution of previous fixed perceptions, such as compartmentalized thinking and collective beliefs. The sun emerged in front of Apophis, symbolizing the arrival of life, the primal essence of the serpent, and the earth. The serpent in question represents the rejuvenating power of the sun god. In our previous discussion of the 4th hour, we explored the concept of snake consciousness, where the sun bark transformed into a serpent. This transformation was interpreted as a symbol of acquiring new perception or insight. In this context, the Mehen serpent permanently accompanies the sun god, which can be understood psychologically as a symbol of the increased integration of the creative spirit of nature embodied in the serpent. While a serpent representing the spirit of the earth or the world temporarily accompanied the sun god in the 4th hour, Mayhem now becomes a constant and living presence. It is significant whether we merely acknowledge, even in a small way, the inner archetypal figures of the unconscious, or whether they become so real to us that they become indispensable companions in our lives, inner figures that we cannot live without. Almost always, when we experience evil and destructive events and are unable to expel the dark, frequently inferior thoughts that plague us constantly, this creative snake spirit can awaken. At such times, only one thing can save us: to become active, even creative, by doing some work patiently and with persistence. Though the destructive energy of apophis, that is, the threat of one's own unconsciousness, cannot be completely conquered in this way, it can at least be warded off and thus gradually overcome. He who knows it upon earth, states the text immediately above apophis, is one whose water, horrible of face, i.e. apophis, cannot drink. That is, so to speak, one whose water of life or life energy will not cease but continue to flow. The underlying image is that of apophis, obstructing the journey of Re and his entourage by gulping down the water on which the sun bark must make its way. In his attempt to do this, Apophis threatens the regeneration of all the dead and even the continuity of the entire cosmos. His success would result in a deadly stagnation within the eternal creative process, a complete relapse into unconsciousness, or dryness, as the alchemists called it. When we are deprived of the life-giving water of the netherworld, the divine water of the alchemists, we cease to be connected with the hidden subterranean stream of archetypal images that has sustained and nurtured our souls since time immemorial. Therefore, the essence of the safeguarding serpent can effectively shield us from the malevolent force of apophis, and once more, the renowned and frequently cited verses from Hölderlin's Patmos demonstrate their veracity. The inability to directly confront absolute evil is symbolized by the image of the sun god consuming his own eye, the sunlight, in order to safely pass by apophis. Even the sun god must close his eyes before apophis, indicating the existence of a darkness that cannot be penetrated by perception or consciousness. In the face of this darkness, all enlightenment ceases, as it is impervious to perception and consciousness. Our silence in the presence of the world's horrors, such as wars, torture chambers, and the grief of bereaved parents, may not always stem from cowardice or helplessness, but rather from the appropriate response to the dark aspect of the Creator. Academic attempts to investigate and explain the Holocaust may only diminish this incomprehensible horror. On the front of the sunbark, there are two figures with magical abilities who are specifically tasked with protecting against apophis in the hidden realm. One of them is Isis, a renowned practitioner of magic. The other is a deity known as the eldest magician, who can be identified as a manifestation of Seth, as demonstrated by Erich Hornung. Seth, according to the myth that every Egyptian was familiar with, committed fratricide by killing his brother Osiris. This made him an adversary of order in the creation. However, in this context, Seth is depicted standing in the sunbark to protect it from apophis, who he is typically associated with. Seth, symbolizing uncontrolled desire and a dark instinctive power, assumes the role of the primary defender of Re. An old saying, like heals like, applies here. Therefore, it is specifically Seth, the rebel, the outsider, the thunderer, and the killer of Osiris, who has been selected to defeat apophis and prevent ultimate chaos and cosmic disaster. In the Book of the Dead spell 108, the serpent Apophis, known as He Who Is in His Burning, has already consumed the water of the Underworld river, resulting in the sunbark coming to a halt and causing great chaos among the divine rowers. However, Seth now stands at the front of the bark. Similar to the Christian St. George, he engages in combat with the demonic serpent using his sturdy lance, forcing Apophis to regurgitate everything he has swallowed. Confronting Apophis, Seth utters his words of potent magic. "Retaliate against the sharp knife that I am holding. I am here observing and perceiving with clarity. Conceal your face as I transport across. Retreat due to my presence, as I am the male. I am healthy and will continue to be healthy. I possess unparalleled magical abilities, being the offspring of Nut, and have been bestowed with the authority to counteract your power." Seth emerges victorious over Apophis, The passage is remarkable, exuding a strong sense of masculine pride and self-assurance. Its verses effectively persuade us that Seth is genuinely a loyal and essential protector of the sun god. Seth represents the instinctive and sometimes violent aspect of one's inner self, which is crucial for personal growth and self-realization. He embodies the shadow impulses, negative emotions, and aggression that can arise during the journey of increasing consciousness. Both individually and collectively, the dark side of this process of self-discovery is inevitable and necessary. Whenever there is a shift in dominant archetypal symbols, such as the beginning of a new phase in an individual's life, or a new era on a societal level, the shadow side of renewal will always be present. Throughout history, conflict and war have been unavoidable. Therefore, we require Seth's dark side, as it serves the purpose of facilitating transformative change. Even the Egyptians, who were accustomed to paradoxes, found it scandalous to consider Seth, the male whom Osiris detests, as a defender of the sun god. It took time for this concept to gradually gain acceptance among the collective. While the Amduat reluctantly touches on the topic of Apopis and Seth, the later books of the netherworld approach it in a more open and unbiased manner. This development reflects the moral and ethical differentiation of individuals in the New Kingdom, where individuals were given an unprecedented level of ethical responsibility. From this time onwards, every deceased person, not just the pharaoh and his entourage, had to face the judgment of the dead and justify their actions before Osiris. Consequently, everyone had the opportunity to become one of the blessed dead who accompanied Re in his sunbark. The integration of Seth into the collective consciousness requires individuals to approach their own dark side with honest self-reflection. Surviving encounters with absolute evil, represented by Apophis, is only possible if one has confronted their own inner darkness, symbolized by Seth. This entails experiencing a deep anger that could potentially lead to harming others, even those we love. It is important to recognize that this primitive and destructive aspect of ourselves can unexpectedly emerge, overshadowing any good intentions or ideals. We must not be deceived by Seth's seemingly modest and polite facade, as he is always present in our lives. However, if we acknowledge his existence and accept him as a part of ourselves, he may occasionally serve as a helper and supporter. It is worth noting that the shadow has both positive and negative aspects. Isis stands for the feminine half of the divine pair, who are magically repelling Apophis. The magical skills of this great goddess of life and love are well known from the myth of Osiris. She rescues Osiris from death and repeatedly protects the child Horus from the persecution of Seth, for she is the great healer and protector of all who are helpless and all who are afflicted with disease, pain, and sorrow. It is a small wonder, then, that she, above all others, stands in opposition to the terrifying Apophis serpent. As a typical representative of the great goddess, a figure we encountered earlier in the second nocturnal hour, in the form of Hathor Isis above all, hates every form of standstill and stagnation. Where the dynamic of life is at stake, she does not shrink from confrontation. At such a time, she, like Hathor, the Mesopotamian Ishtar, and others, manifests herself as a fighting, militant, and aggressive goddess. Her aggressiveness and emotionality, not seldom combined with her great cunning, are often the only means of exorcising the paralyzing power of the deadly unconscious, Apophis. Thanks to their power of magic, Isis and Seth are successful. Such magic can be effective, but it need not necessarily be. For example, an arcane man, using his magical skills to cast a hunting or love spell, was well aware of the fact that there was only a possibility that his magic would succeed. And it is this reckoning with its possibility that seems to be the secret of success. Whenever we are obliged to confront the paralyzing power of Apophis, we cannot, as a rule, bring a creative act of any great magnitude to a successful completion. Overcoming such deeply rooted unconsciousness requires playful, creative activity, trying this and that possibility in the hope that, and reckoning with the possibility that one of these magical practices will be able to evoke and inspire the creative spirit within the unconscious. Behind this phenomenon lies the principle of synchronicity, the probability that such playful semi-conscious activity will suddenly hit upon an archetypal content that is contained in the unconscious. In the case of such an outcome, the associated energetic enrichment of the field of consciousness leads to a psychic revival and renewal. For this reason, in his article, Synchronicity and a Causal Connecting Principle, 1952, C.G. Jung speaks of synchronicity, which in fact breaks through the spell of the causality of all things mysteriously and magically, as creative acts, as the continuous creation of a pattern that exists from all eternity, repeats itself sporadically, and is not derivable from any known antecedents. 6. It is this playful and creative magical power of the divine pair, or as we would put it today, this attitude that reckons with the grace of synchronistic events, that puts an end to this threatening standstill of the sun bark. In the fourth hour, we have previously come across the theme of stagnation in Sokar's domain, where the sun god remained immobile before his rejuvenation. However, in this case, the individuals aboard the sunbark must actively intervene in the battle against Apophis, and even Re himself takes part by casting magical incantations. From a psychological perspective, a society under threat must persist until the point when a fresh understanding emerges from the depths of the collective unconscious. The true confrontation with stagnation occurs only when the initial seed of rejuvenation becomes evident and the novel archetypal representation gradually permeates the awareness. Typically, the pursuit of a cause yields gratification solely after a fundamental archetype has been established in the psyche. Frequently, it is a dream that heralds the impending revitalization and metamorphosis. At that point, one must remain vigilant to avoid overlooking the pivotal instant when it becomes necessary to commence safeguarding the nascent. The same principle applies at a collective level. It is illogical to establish political, social, or economic systems or to form large organizations without a genuine living essence. Only what is closely linked to the concealed archetypal current will persist, as only that can stir the individual soul. Let us return once more to the motif of the two sisters at the tomb of Osiris. We have already encountered them in the upper register of the fifth hour, depicted as two mourning birds guarding the burial mound of their brother. Again, Isis overcomes her brother's death, with her weeping in this situation, where the development is in danger of coming to a halt. There is beautiful symbolism in this imagery. Sometimes strong emotions, tears, outcries, even rage, are needed in order to restore psychic energy to the daylight of consciousness. As we have seen, the moral coloring of this emotional situation is of no consequence. In psychological practice, it is sometimes a strong emotional reaction on the part of the analyst that supplies the decisive impetus for the continuation of a psychic process that has come to a standstill. Though patience and concern for the analyst are the rules, there are moments when empathetic restraint of the analyst's emotions can be careless and unprofessional. The archetypal image of Isis and Seth standing on the prow of the sunbark, battling Apophis with their respective weapons, reminds us of the sword of love, of which Zen Buddhists and others say that it kills in order to live alive. At times, this sword is the only way to overcome the paralyzing power that, as a rule, accompanies every process of creation. The confrontation with Apophis, representing the most perilous and ominous manifestation of darkness, symbolizes the demise of the previous existence. Consequently, it is unsurprising that the subsequent scene in the middle register features the lifeless body of the sun god. Enclosed within 4 coffers, each adorned with a sword on its cover, the sun god rests in eternal slumber, embodying his 4 most significant forms of manifestation: Atum, Khepri, Re, and Osiris. This 4-fold death of the sun god finds its echo in a widespread idea in Greek alchemical texts that originated in the intellectual ferment of the multicultural capital city of Alexandria at the dawn of the Christian era. According to these texts, the substance in the alchemical vessel, the alchemists call it the corpse, has to undergo and suffer a 4-fold transformation process. By this, the alchemists refer to the 4-fold structure of everything that exists, which, in fact, mirrors the secret order of the whole universe. From a psychological perspective, the 4 stages of this transformation consist, as Cig Jung puts it, of an unfolding of totality into 4 parts 4 times, which means nothing else than its becoming conscious. The division of psychic contents into 4 aspects indicates that thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition, the 4 organizing functions of consciousness, have differentiated them. A total description is possible only by elaborating on these 4 aspects. By engaging in careful analysis, the unconscious aspects of the mind can be brought to consciousness. This process allows the analyst to recognize the self as a central organizing force in the psyche, rather than relying solely on ego psychology. In this approach, the resolution of psychological issues is expected to arise from the creative potential of the unconscious, rather than primarily from the ego. A woman in her 40s dream serves as an example of the 4-fold structure of the psyche. She dreamed that she was playing cards with 3 others. She shuffled the cards and wanted to select one for herself. But whenever she tried to do so, one card started to move by itself and flew directly towards the person sitting opposite her. It was card number 13. This reminded the dreamer of the number 13 of the tarot set, which indicates death. The realization of totality requires the differentiation of the 4 aspects of the personality. Thus, there are 4 players in the dream, similar to the 4 representatives of the sun god. The dreamer still thinks that she can choose a card by herself, that she can handle her destiny by herself, but obviously this is not so. One of her. Cards flies as though by magic towards her partner, who sits opposite her. It reminds her of the number 13 in the tarot deck, the card that symbolizes the human fate of death and rebirth. The urge for continuous renewal of life, again and again, compels us to give up old values and convictions, that is, to sacrifice the old king. For instance, the illusion that I am free to live my life according to my will only. The dreamer's life is no longer in the hands of her ego alone. It is the person facing her, that is on the opposite side here, probably representing the non-ego or the self, who seems to handle the card of destiny. Thus, the dream indicates a shift from the ego to the self, and this is exactly what the awareness of the 4-fold structure of the alchemical process implies. The emergence of new life is vividly depicted in the lower part of the 7th hour of the night. It commences with an image of Horus, depicted with a falcon head, holding the was scepter, representing well-being and happiness, and the Ankh hieroglyph, symbolizing life, in his hands, and wearing a sun disk on his head. In this underground form, he oversees 12 male and 12 female deities, each adorned with a star on their head. The accompanying texts provide insight into their significance and role. Above Horus and the star deities, the texts explain their meaning, Horus's tasks in the netherworld, to induce the celestial deities to change their position, and to establish the placements of the hours in the underworld. Above the goddesses, we encounter information regarding their purpose. These deities are the ones who lead this divine being along the enigmatic path of this location. The gods represent all the stars in the night sky and serve as an organizing principle for the celestial realm. The goddesses, on the other hand, symbolize the 12 hours of the night and ensure the orderly progression of the sun god's journey through the underworld. It is noteworthy that while the male gods look back to Horus, the goddesses look forward to future events, particularly the rebirth of Re in the 12th hour. We have observed this future-oriented nature of the feminine before, specifically in the middle regulation of the 5th hour. The radiant presence of these star deities in the lower register indicates a sense of divinity and spiritual energy that exists in this region, which is in close proximity to Apophis and his threat. This nocturnal illumination offers a comforting contrast to the gloomy darkness and fear caused by Re's main adversary. Every act of creation embodies both masculine and feminine elements. The emergence of a new consciousness and era originates from a mysterious union in the depths. This refers to a cosmic renewal represented by the gods of the night sky, as well as a unique creation in time symbolized by the goddesses of the 12 nocturnal hours. The birth of new life also has a cosmic dimension, as individuals are always interconnected with the whole. Heraclitus stated that everything originates from the One and returns to the One. Being creative means transcending isolation, loneliness, and alienation, as it allows individuals to participate in ongoing creation. This is why creative people often exude youth and vitality. At the end of the register, the crocodile god stands as a guardian over Osiris, who is hidden beneath a mound of sand with only his head visible. The eye of Osiris is also concealed within the crocodile's spine. This crocodile deity is somewhat ambiguous, with its ugliness and vileness serving to protect the emerging new content from the depths. In a later period of Egyptian history, the rejuvenating journey of the sun god could occur not within the body of the sky goddess, as depicted in the tomb of Ramesses VI and elsewhere, but within the body of a colossal crocodile. This crocodile symbolizes the psychological fact that when we encounter frightening figures in our dreams, we should be cautious, as they may indicate a pre-creative state of the psyche. 8th hour. Provision of clothing. Spiritual revitalization. Re's journey has reached its most challenging stage. The sunbark has successfully crossed the darkest point of midnight, and with the help of Isis and Seth's powerful magic, Apopis has been vanquished. In the 8th hour's caverns or vaults, 10 divine beings and departed souls are bestowed with fresh garments. The majority of the gods are seated on the hieroglyph representing clothing, while a few stand directly behind it. At this moment, after a long period of time, the upper and lower sections are arranged in a symmetrical manner. The sequence of creation has regained a tangible organization. Unusual sounds can be heard emanating from the caves. The accompanying text characterizes them as resembling the buzzing of bees, the clanging of metal, the lamenting of grieving women, the howling of a male cat, and so on. The emphasis on the number 5, 5 caverns in the upper register, 5 in the lower register, is meaningful. Its symbolism points to the realization and concretization of content that previously existed only in latent form or as an idea. It symbolizes, so to speak, the desire to become flesh and assume concrete shape. Now, the ideal unity and totality that have become manifest through a fourfold process, the 4 manifestations of the sun god, must be transformed into the quintessential, that is, into real life and existence. The latter, says Marie-Louise von Franz, is not merely a 5th element added on to the 4 known ones, but represents their realized unity of existence. 1. The number 5, therefore, has to do with earth, physics, matter, and the body. No alchemist could ever master the secret of his art unless he began his study with prima materia, that is, metal, stone, or whatever his substance was. Without this concrete basis, his work was surely doomed to failure. And no alchemist could ever complete his opus unless, at the end of a lengthy series of distillations and sublimations, he somehow returned to his prima materia. The quintessence, wrote an alchemist of the Middle Ages, is the energy and the soul, which is steadfast and penetrates the depths, namely, a body existing through itself, not dependent on or related to anything other than what it is. The Egyptian concept of the afterlife was also quite concrete. It is surely not by chance that in Egyptian iconography, the star indicating the king's post-mortem psychic existence as early as the Pyramid Age, the Old Kingdom, always has 5 points. The soul also had a material side to its existence. Despite its affinity with the sky, the bar also had to be provided with bread and water. Marie-Louise von Franz speaks in this connection of the concreteness of ideas, which is a typical feature of Egyptian culture and of alchemy as well. In the minds of the Egyptians, archetypal images and ideas, their deities, were so real that they were as concrete as anything that existed in a physical and material sense. This sense of material reality inspired tremendous efforts to assure a concrete existence in the afterlife, including not only the construction of tombs on a monumental scale, but also the performance of the complex and time-consuming rituals of mummification. Through such efforts, the divine and the spiritual were, so to speak, materialized. We may view them in psychological terms as an attempt to render the archetypal ideas, visible and palpable. The strong desire to understand the psychic and spiritual aspects of life may explain why, in Egypt, the feminine was associated with the sky, represented by the sky goddess Nut, while the masculine was associated with the earth, represented by earth gods like Geb, Sokar, Tartanan, etc. In Western iconography, Christian doctrine places significant emphasis on the heavenly and spiritual realm, while emotions and sentiments are directed towards the earthly and material, hence the feminine connotation. However, in Egyptian thinking, the sky, which represents ideas and intellectual concepts, was primarily experienced emotionally and therefore more closely linked to the feminine, as depicted in their iconography. Especially beautiful and moving in this regard are the illustrations on the ceiling of the burial chamber of Ramesses IX. The body of the sky goddess Nut spans the entire sky. Framed by her body, her legs, and her arms are rich illustrations from other books of the netherworld. In the evening, the goddess devours the sun in the west, and she gives birth to the solar child on the eastern horizon at dawn. In her book, The Archetypal Symbolism of Animals, Barbary Hanna presents a plausible psychological interpretation of this mythological image of the eternal feminine connected with the sky. According to her, the devouring aspect is simply a part of the dark feminine that has to be redeemed by daily rebirth. When Shu, god of the air, separated the earth, Geb, from the sky, Nut, by elevating Nut, he thereby created a mythological image for the eros principle of the feminine. Psychologically, this means that the feminine is raised from within the unconscious to a position where it can be experienced consciously. And, continues Hanna, when we allow the sun of our collective convictions and those of our egos to be swallowed every night and then be regenerated anew the next morning in the embrace of the cow, that is, the heavenly cow goddess, of eros, love, and nurturing acceptance, then we are close to the very heart of feminine wisdom. Let us return to the 8th nocturnal hour of the Amduat. With the first 9 deities of the upper register, we once again encounter, as in the 5th hour, the Ennead of Heliopolis. The renewal of consciousness has above all a cosmic dimension. However, the provision of clothing demonstrates how the regeneration that occurs in the dead of night is also a tangible creative act. This motif recalls the change of clothing in the ancient Greco-Roman mystery cults, where the so-called solidification robe, like the garment spangled with gold in the Hymn of the Soul, is handed over to the neophyte. As the Latin term for the robe implies, the result of the ritual is that the initiant is not only transformed and has attained illumination, but can manifest it on a higher level of activity. So the new clothes show a different religious view at a deeper level of awareness. This view comes from the strange coming together of opposites, like the Ba soul and the Ka, or the Ba, a noun with a masculine gender in Egyptian grammar, and the corpse, at a feminine gender, as complementary entities. The creative content, initially vague, is gradually gaining substance. Strange, unidentifiable sounds. Half animal, half human issue from the caverns. What is already visible, symbolized by the clothing, cannot yet be put into words. In all this din, the humming, wailing, banging, bellowing, and the like, only the sun god himself can recognize the jubilation of the blessed dead. The dramatic events of the 6th and 7th hours, the mysterious union of the sun god with his corpse and the deadly threat and defeat of Apophis, and finally the provision of new clothing here in the 8th hour, all these things have stirred up strong, even physical or instinctive emotions. The Inchoate sounds and voices may thus be seen as an initial attempt to master these emotions. People who have had a shocking experience, such as an accident or a severe illness, often display a strong urge to speak about it again and again. It is, of course, an attempt to reduce an unbearably high psychic tension. Similarly, we can understand the sounds coming from the caverns of this nocturnal hour as a sign of the psychic tension that increases through this nocturnal hour and the next one, and also as an attempt to articulate and thus alleviate the tension. Like the number 5 and the clothing motif, the 4 netherworld rams at the end of the middle register, which have the hieroglyphic sign for clothing depicted between their forelegs, point to the increasing realization of the new consciousness. They are, as the text states, manifestations of Tatanen, the old earth god whose name alludes to the emergence of the primeval mound of earth from the primal waters at the time of creation. The name Tatanen means raised land. Clearly, the Bay of Re is here equated with that of the cosmogonic earth god Tatanen. This identification is important, for it shows that from the very beginning, the newly developing consciousness, that is, the renewal of sunlight in the depths of the netherworld, carries within itself a strong propensity and a deep longing to be realized or materialized. Just as the earth in the primeval mound willed itself to rise up from the waters of Nun, so the content of the collective unconscious wills itself to rise, via a process of creation, above the threshold of consciousness. The need to renew an old attitude, once fruitful but no longer creative, requires from time to time at least partial withdrawal from the world. As long as this withdrawal corresponds to an inner psychic law, it is legitimate. Nevertheless, it also entails a feeling of guilt, for we are drawing our creative and constructive energy from the world, perhaps for months, perhaps even for years. Later, in order to atone for this guilt, we feel obliged to give back to the world such new and concrete values as might have developed during our lengthy phase of introversion, analysis, and which now must come to the fore. The process of individuation consists, at first, of becoming conscious of new content, emerging from the unconscious, gaining new insights, and adopting a new attitude towards life in general. But there comes a day when that which has been given to an individual, that which has deep sense and meaning and is, in fact, a very precious enrichment of their life, must be shared with others and given back to the world, as though it were the contribution of a treasure given to us out of the depths of the inner world. This is the decisive moment when we step out into the world, provided, as it were, with new clothing. Serious difficulties may accompany this step, for the manifestation of the new, even after a successful defeat of a pulpis, will, from experience, meet all sorts of resistance. Accordingly, despite the fact that the long-awaited event of the rebirth of the sun god is drawing ever closer, Re's enemies are still present, both here and in the hours to come. In the 8th hour, for instance, we meet them near the center of the middle register, where we see them depicted as personified Shem's signs, an allusion to the jurisdiction of the sun god. Each of them carries a knife that, according to the accompanying text, is to be planted into the enemies of Re. Once again, we see the archetypal motif of the threat to life to come. The first manifestations of a new consciousness and a new world order are always endangered, and it is better not to lose too many words about them. In the realm of the dead, the law of silence rules. Those who dwell on the riverbanks love silence, which is also a central idea in the Greek mysteries. The Greek word mylin, which is the origin via Latin of our word mystery, refers to pressing the lips together and thus to being mute or silent, and even to closing one's eyes. The 8th hour commences with a warning against fatigue. The initial gate is referred to as the gate or the gatekeeper that remains tireless. These words convey the aspiration for the gate to consistently grant access to all the fortunate deceased who wish to traverse it and engage in the productive and revitalizing energies of this hour. It is imperative that we remain constantly watchful in order to conquer the inertia, weariness, and unawareness that persist ubiquitously. Is there a creative individual who would benefit from comprehending the intended significance of this message? The 9th hour, the manifestation of the new crew of the sun god. The sun god and his assistants are currently at rest during the 9th hour of the night. In preparation for the upcoming activity, the crew members of the sun bark are holding their oars in a state of readiness. The text that accompanies this scene emphasizes their vital role in sustaining life, as their rowing generates the life-giving water. Those who reside along the river banks benefit from the refreshing water that splashes up from the oars as the bark moves past. The rowers provide water to the Akhic spirits, the living spirits of the blessed dead who reside in this location and offer praise to the deity of the sun disk. In the initial scene of the central section of the 10th hour, the theme of rowing persists. The fortunate deceased are given clothing, bread, and beer, while the fields supply them with trees and plants, essentially everything they need for an active existence. As is customary, the killing of enemies is also mentioned, as the 12 fearsome female deities, known as Uraeus serpents, in the lower section of the text, sustain themselves by consuming the blood of those they decapitate on a daily basis. However, the text also asserts that those who possess knowledge of these deities will not meet their demise in the fiery presence of these terrifying goddesses. As we have seen, the central motif is rowing. Though the rowers are depicted resting, the text speaks of their tireless activity. Their names show what is important at this stage of the transformation process. Indefatigable, who knows no turning back, who knows no hindrance, and so forth. These names tell us that the deities accompanying the sun god must act without hesitation or fear, for only with their assistance can the sun god and his life-giving light safely advance toward the long-anticipated moment of birth in the morning. Here, we observe an archetypal law that was also well known to the alchemists. Successful completion of their opus required inexhaustible patience, steadfastness, and perseverance. Psychologically speaking, nothing less than these self-same virtues are needed in order to bring unconscious material above the threshold of consciousness, inertia notwithstanding. However deep the doubts, and they will be severe, there will be no turning back. However insurmountable the obstacles, and they will be formidable, they are of no concern to me. Once a creative process has begun in the unconscious, and the requisite energy has been constellated, the time has come for the individual to join the crew and contribute to the rhythmic beating of the sunbarker's oars. But what does this mean? One of the rowers bears the name Anter NTRW, which can be translated as Most Divine, or God of all gods, and which is surely a reference to Re himself. The sun god is rowing. Psychologically, this refers to a self-dynamic of the content that is rising upward from the unconscious and into consciousness, or as we may also put it, to an urge within the unconscious to become conscious. Every archetypal image that breaks through from the collective unconscious to the threshold of consciousness manifests itself in two different ways. As a specific form or shape in this nocturnal hour, clothing, and as an energetic or dynamic process, rowing. That is, it has both a formal and a dynamic aspect. For a creative individual, acting consists above all of giving in to the self-dynamic that lies within the unconscious, adapting to the pulse of creation, and listening to the sounds of the hidden deities. As we have seen before, not I am creating, but it is creating, and if I can be so humble as to submit myself to this dynamic, I may partake in the continuing process of creation. The main task is to concentrate, carefully and attentively, on that which is about to emerge from the unconscious. Above all else, as noted, this concentration requires persistence, with no relaxation of effort, for this alone will prevent the emerging archetypal image from slipping back into the unconscious. The act of providing clothing, which takes on a tangible form in the 8th hour, and the act of rowing, which involves self-propulsion in the 9th hour, are two essential aspects of any creative process. Furthermore, I propose that these two actions necessarily influence and limit each other simultaneously. This leads us to the paradox of quantum mechanics, which involves the mutually exclusive descriptions of light, a subject explored in the Amduat. Light can only be accurately described through two contradictory yet complementary concepts, either as a wave or as particles. Waves and particles are two concepts that cannot coexist. Niels Bohr introduced the principle of complementarity in modern physics, while C.G. Jung applied it to depth psychology. This principle also offers a useful framework for understanding the contradictions and polarities found in Egyptian religious thought. Erich Hornung extensively explores this issue in the chapter The Problem of Logic in his book Conceptions of God in Ancient Egypt. From my perspective, this contemporary concept of contradictory phenomena in the world helps us understand why Egyptian thought resonates with us and why we can effectively analyze it using depth psychology. It is important to acknowledge that accepting contradictions is not a simple task. The inherent ambiguity of everything that exists can be bothersome and even distressing. While participating in the process of creation may be captivating, its ambivalence can lead to feelings of isolation and sorrow. We will revisit this topic in the subsequent discussion. It is important to note that in the discussion of the ninth hour, there are several groups of 12 deities. Specifically, there are 2 groups in the upper register, 2 in the lower register, and 5 rowers who come before the sunbark in the middle register. This occurrence serves to highlight the structured and cyclical nature of the transformation process that Sun God and his crew go through. It can be interpreted that this imagery represents the ultimate goal of individuation, which is totality or wholeness. The orderly arrangement of the 9th nocturnal hour has a comforting effect and instills trust in all those who are part of Re's journey through the netherworld. 10th hour. The sun god's protector. Prepared to engage in a battle for the future, the upper register of the 10th nocturnal hour makes renewed reference to the ambivalence of every creative act. As in the land of Sokar, 4th hour, we encounter the motif of the healing of the sun god's injured eye. Though the living scarab depicted at the beginning of the upper register points to the coming birth, every birth brings vulnerability and death. The good of creation and damaged life belong inalienably together, and this is why the 8 standing goddesses must not be absent. Like the baboon called Flesh who carries his eye, who is seated facing them, they are associated with the healing of the eye of Horus. With their tremendous healing power, these goddesses are aspects of the mighty lion-headed Sekhmet, thus the name of the first goddess. And like her, they are full of magic power. More than any other goddess, Sekhmet embodies the ambivalence of all life. She causes diseases, but she also heals them. Such is the atmosphere in which the birth symbolized by the scarab takes place. Its forelegs hold an oval filled with dots, a symbol we encountered in the 5th hour. The oval represents the entirety of the netherworld, and here, as in the case of the oval at the bottom of the cavern of Sokar, it symbolizes the renewal of the sun god, that is, the regenerative power of the netherworld. Between the scarab and the healing goddesses, there are 2 scenes, in the center of which we see 2 red discs, the first disc carried by 2 snakes, the double-coiled, and the second, smaller one by the wrapped staff, representing the hieroglyph for God. As the accompanying text relates, they indicate the cure and healing of the 2 eyes of the sun god. As the 2 assisting goddesses make clear, the healing of Re's solar and lunar small disc eyes is in the hands of the feminine. The psychological meaning is that the healing of the new consciousness, sunlight, needs the strong support of a feminine principle that is obviously quite different from the masculine forces of Re's bodyguard in the middle register. The 2 serpents carrying the first disc suggest that it is the archaic and ambiguous, 2 snakes, 2 goddesses, etc., law of nature that supports this healing process. To surrender to this law is an indispensable precondition for every fight for the new, as the subtitle of this chapter suggests. In the 10th hour, the lower register is dominated by the ancient waters of Nun. This section is where the drowned ones in the netherworld are laid to rest, referring to those who lost their lives by drowning in the Nile. Due to the strong current, their bodies were unable to receive a proper burial. The Egyptians, who placed great importance on tomb and burial rituals, were curious about the fate of individuals whose corpses were missing. The Amduat provides the earliest known explanation for this. Before delving into it, let us first examine the main scene in the middle register. The 12 figures representing Re's bodyguard are categorized into 3 groups, each consisting of 4 gods equipped with arrows, spears, and bows. The gods' names, such as Disc Head and Arrow Shooter, clearly indicate their exceptional aim, infallibility, and fearlessness. These qualities are essential for achieving a higher level of awareness and understanding. Consequently, numerous legendary heroes are bestowed with special weapons by the gods. The weapons carried by Re's bodyguard symbolize the precision and unwavering determination required to protect the new knowledge from any hostile opposition. The bodyguards are described as the ones who protect the great god from Apophis, who represents primeval darkness. Their role is to ensure that the great god can safely enter the eastern gateway of the horizon. Despite Apophis being defeated in the 7th hour, he must now be repelled once again. From a psychological perspective, the weapons symbolize the sharpness, clarity, and alertness of a new mindset that possesses the ability to distinguish itself and possesses a direct and powerful energy that resists the constant threat of returning to a previous state of unawareness, represented by Apophis. Although an archetypal image that arises from the collective unconscious has a natural tendency to manifest in the world, the self-dynamic of the archetypes, it is also true that there is always a risk that this new content will regress into the darkness of unawareness. The author of the Amduat repeatedly demonstrates a clear understanding that the beginning of a new era is inevitably accompanied by conflict and destruction. He recognized that there can be no creative process without aggression, no renewal without the elimination of enemies, or to express it less dramatically, no renewal without suffering. Various creation myths depict the process of creating humans, animals, and plants by tearing apart a primordial being, which can be either harmless or terrifying. In the Babylonian creation myth, Enuma Elish, Marduk engages in a merciless battle against Tiamat, the primordial mother. He fills her body with violent storms until she becomes unconscious. Then, he brutally attacks her, slicing through her insides, tearing her heart, and ultimately discarding her lifeless body. From Tiamat's remains, Marduk forms the sky and earth, as well as constructs abodes for his allies and other deities. Thus, creation commences. This example illustrates that the act of creation can involve intense, aggressive, and destructive tendencies. Between the sunbark and the members of Re's bodyguard, there are two interesting scenes of similar content. One depicts a falcon standing on a two-headed, four-legged serpent, and the other is a falcon-headed serpent lying in a boat. The falcon and the falcon-headed serpent seem to represent the bar soul of Osiris Sokar, a god often portrayed with a falcon's head. By placing the falcon on a four-legged serpent or in a boat moving on the water without hindrance, the Egyptian artist symbolized the regained mobility and vigor of everyone and everything in the company of the sun god. The threat of a standstill, as we encountered it in the seventh hour, is now definitively over. All creation confidently awaits the coming rebirth in the morning. The two-headed serpent has an appropriate name, Uniting Faces, referring to the uniting of opposites, while the falcon's head of the second snake refers to the bay soul of Sokar. These images thus herald that happy moment when all life's oppositions and ambivalences will be lifted, if only for an instant. In the lower register, the falcon-headed deity Horus is depicted overseeing the scene known as apotheosis by drowning, as referred to by Egyptologists. The artwork portrays the bodies of the drowned individuals floating in the ancient waters of Nun. The purpose of this scene is to assert that despite their unfortunate demise, these deceased individuals are considered part of the fortunate deceased. The mythological inspiration for death by drowning is Osiris, who was killed by Seth and thrown into the Nile's waters. The accompanying text of the artwork states, Horus addressed those who were submerged, those who were turned upside down, and those who were stretched out. The individuals in Nun who are associated with the netherworld are characterized by their ability to row vigorously without any hindrance. They navigate through Nun using their legs, clearing the path ahead. Without any obstruction to the movement of your knees, you proceed towards the deluge and approach the surging waves. You navigate towards the vast flood and dock at its banks. Your physical form has not undergone decay, and your bodily tissues have not undergone decomposition. You are individuals who reside within the aqueous expanse known as the Nun. Embrace the guidance of my Father, allowing your soul to thrive. The Egyptian term for tumor, which refers to going ashore, also carries the connotation of to die. The departed individuals desired to land, to safely arrive, and to be securely anchored at the shore of the afterlife. This aspiration held particular significance for those whose bodies were at risk of disappearing in the boundless expanse of the ancient waters. These concepts demonstrate a clear understanding of the potential harm caused by what is commonly referred to as a loss of soul, as described in psychological terms. Although originating from outdated psychology, this phenomenon still occurs today. It involves a sudden decline in mental capacity, where psychic energy is abruptly redirected back into the unconscious mind, symbolized by the image of primordial waters. Without any apparent cause, the individual experiences a sense of heaviness, dullness, and overwhelming fatigue. If this state of unconsciousness persists for an extended period, the ego may become inflated by unconscious thoughts and feelings, leading to significant damage to the individual's personality. This can result in an egocentric and visionary mindset that is completely disconnected from the instinctual and healing laws of nature, as represented by the image of the sun disk carried by the two snakes, first register. Recognizing the potential danger of losing consciousness and being overwhelmed, the Egyptians emphasized the importance of grounding oneself and returning to solid ground. This is why the integration of the base soul and body was so essential. As we have observed, the body or deceased body was not merely a physical entity, it also possessed a spiritual aspect. Unlike the bird-like Ba, the material soul, or soul of the deceased body, had feminine characteristics. The term HT, meaning body, which is represented by a hieroglyph resembling a fish, aligns with the concept of new life emerging from the life-giving primal waters of Nun. It is in this place that the union of the masculine base soul with its feminine counterpart, the body or deceased body, occurs. The Book of Gates emphasizes the significance of a secure arrival for the base soul. In this depiction, the ancient waters of Nun are portrayed in the central section of the 9th hour, according to Hornung, the 11th hour as stated by Piankov. Similar to the Amduat, the text confirms that the bodies remain intact and do not decay. Your trajectory should be directed towards the ancient deluge, Nun. Your motion is aimed at the deluge. While your mortal souls reside on the earth, they find satisfaction in the act of breathing. They will certainly not die. The base soul's ability to exist on earth and in the sky is contingent upon its secure existence in the netherworld. Therefore, a mentally healthy life can only be achieved if personal integrity and identity are preserved in the impersonal realm of the collective unconscious. The Egyptians' fear of drowning demonstrates their profound wisdom, as it reflects their fear of losing the individual's personality and wholeness, which are deeply rooted in the unconscious. It is not surprising that the Egyptians did not have an answer to this question of identity loss prior to the New Kingdom, as it was during this period that the value of the individual and their uniqueness became prominent. It was emphasized during this time that the body must remain intact and not perish. In the 10th hour, a positive conclusion is reached. 4 goddesses, each adorned with serpents on their foreheads, radiate light and provide inspiration to the sun god and his followers. The text states that these goddesses serve as guides for Re in the unified darkness, enabling him to proceed through the eastern gateway. The approaching dawn, symbolized by the sunrise dispelling the darkness, draws nearer. Last minute, time's renewal, the religious aspect of time and the emerging awareness. Everyone eagerly awaits the birth of the solar child in the morning, marking the beginning of a new era. During the night, the cosmos has been rejuvenated once again. The first deity in the upper register, known as the Lord of Jet Time, presides over this particular hour of the night. This deity has 2 heads, with a sun disk between them, and holds the hieroglyphic symbols for life and dominion in his hands. He represents a facet of the sun god himself, Re, who is responsible for ensuring and creating time. At this moment, when everything is on the verge of coming into existence, transforming and starting anew, we encounter another aspect of time known as diet. This refers to the duration and reliability of the earth, its persistence and continuity. Since the netherworld and its power of renewal have proven to be dependable, this quality of diet time must be acknowledged and manifested here, just before the sun god and his entourage depart from the realm of the dead. Time itself requires constant renewal and regeneration. The Egyptian term for year, RNPT, directly translates to that which rejuvenates. This term is also applied to the gods, as they, like everything else in existence, also require renewal and rejuvenation. In contrast to the eschatological perception of time in the European Middle Ages, which anticipated the imminent arrival of Christ's parousia, the Egyptians embraced a perspective that spanned millions of years. However, human life on Earth is fleeting, akin to a dream. The belief in transitioning from one eternity to another motivated the Egyptians to exert utmost endeavor in securing a continued existence in the afterlife. Nevertheless, the desire to prepare for the afterlife did not exempt the obligation to provide for life in the present world. The instruction of Ptah-hotep, a text of wisdom, presents the matter in a lucid manner. Pursue your passions throughout your lifetime. Only perform the necessary tasks. It is important not to reduce the duration of follow the heart, as it is disrespectful to the Ka. Avoid spending time on routine maintenance tasks that are unrelated to managing your household. The wise Ptah-hotep advises against dedicating excessive time to the daily tasks required for basic survival. Individuals who are in sync with their innermost desires and possess a vibrant essence will possess the wisdom to effectively utilize the finite duration bestowed upon them by destiny. They will not expend it on trivial commotion, as their spiritual essence will strongly dislike such behavior. Proper time refers to the duration that is effectively and purposefully utilized in alignment with an individual's innermost desires and values. Time that is appropriate is time that is motivated. In ancient Egypt, time possessed two characteristics, both of which were less linear and quantitatively measurable compared to our contemporary understanding of time. Every energy process necessitates the tension that arises from the reciprocal interaction between two opposing poles. The ancient Egyptians perceived the entire universe as an uninterrupted and ongoing spectacle, in which gods and humans participate, sharing the responsibility of protecting creation from the perpetual risk of disintegration. Any events that occur within the realm of time must be completely distinct from the eternal nature of the original darkness and the danger posed by the ancient waters that encompass the formed universe. The concept of eternity as depicted in the Amduat refers to events that take place within the realm of creation, even if they span over millions of years. From this perspective, it has a limited scope. Inevitably, every form of existence, including that of the deities, will ultimately revert to the original state of darkness and cease to exist. The perpetual and unending process of time's renewal is the subject matter of the middle section of the 11th hour. There, we observe a colossal, twisted serpent, carried by a total of 12 deities. This is the malevolent serpent, the world-encompassing creature that symbolizes the divine essence of time. The snake's temporal symbolism is a widely recognized archetypal concept. The serpent is often regarded as a symbol of spontaneous and unforeseen creative rejuvenation, healing, and rebirth in various cultures. This may be attributed to its capability to shed its skin, or its sudden and unexpected movements, swiftly emerging from hiding places like shrubs or stones. The serpent's numerous coils, which symbolize the merging of eternal contradictions, represented by the zigzag or serpentine path, make it a fitting representation of the dual nature of time in Egyptian philosophy. The Egyptian sages commonly used the terms nehe and jet to describe the eternal nature of time. These concepts represent the two essential dimensions of time that together encompass its entirety. Nehe elucidates the perpetual and unceasing metamorphosis occurring in the universe, the enduring cycle of demise and rebirth in the natural world. Pantarei. All things are in a constant state of change, as stated by Heraclitus. This is the era of perpetual recurrence, the cycle of existence. Jet time, the focus of the 11th nocturnal hour, pertains to the duration and uninterrupted flow of time. The concept of jet time persists, endures, and perpetuates. Prior to Re's re-emergence, during a fleeting period of profound change, it is crucial to underscore the reliability of the Earth and the netherworld, as well as their capacity for creativity. The initial segment of the higher range displays the deity Jet, symbolizing time in a mummified state, positioned in a crouching posture atop a serpent deity that is standing upright in the presence of 10 or 11 stars. The stars symbolize the hours of the night that the sun god has already traversed. Therefore, this deity represents the eternal cycle of nourishment, specifically the feminine generative force of the planet, characterized by its steadfastness and longevity. The serpent god, known as he who takes away the hours, implies that he creates and subsequently devours the individual hours. Here, on this occasion, we will make a prediction in advance. In the final part of the Amduat, specifically in the lower section of the 12th hour of the night, right below the solar beetle about to emerge, there is a depiction of Osiris, also known as image of the flesh, portrayed as a mummified figure resting against the curved boundary that closes off the underworld. Osiris, being the deity associated with death, does not partake in the process of the sun god's resurrection during sunrise. Instead, he must continue to exist in the original darkness. Creation is the deliberate act of dividing or separating. The exuberant celebration that accompanies the arrival of the sun god fails to alleviate the grief experienced by the individual left behind in the confines of the vault. Despite the triumph over mortality, death continues to be a distressing actuality. Undoubtedly, each instance of creativity, every stage of growth and the resulting happiness is intertwined with a tinge of sorrow and melancholy. Chapter 175 of the Book of the Dead eloquently captures the poignant sentiment that accompanies the cycle of life's renewal. During a conversation with the ancient deity Atum, whom we previously encountered in the initial hour and now once again at the start of the 11th hour, Osiris laments his fate. "O Atum, why is it that I journey to a barren and inhospitable realm devoid of both water and air, and characterized by profound darkness and depth?" "Is it therefore infinite?" And Atum responds, "You reside therein tranquilly within your heart." However, this statement fails to satisfy or console Osiris. However, there is a lack of intimate physical activity in that place, and Atum pacifying him, "I have provided the being with alternatives to water, air, and lovemaking. Satisfaction instead of bread and beer." This appears to provide some solace to Osiris. "And witness the countenance of the supreme ruler?" Atum, "Refrain from feeling sorry for yourself, as I will not allow you to experience a lack of something." Osiris remains partially dissatisfied. However, each deity has assumed their position in the bark of millions of years. It is difficult to not feel sympathy for Osiris, who, even though he was promised a joyful life, still laments the loss of the abundance and pleasures of life. However, every fundamental aspect of life eventually comes to a conclusion, including the dietary practices associated with Osiris and his domain. During Re's appearance on the eastern horizon, the concepts of birth, transformation, and renewal are of great importance. Consequently, Osiris, who represents endurance and permanence, must remain in a state of evident rigor mortis. He must wait there until Re, along with the passage of time and the vitality of life, is expelled during the day. Then, in the evening, he returns to Osiris as an older man who requires rejuvenation. From the perspective of everyday awareness, the fusion of Re and Osiris and the subsequent rejuvenation of the cosmos can only be perceived and explained as a harmonious interplay between continuity, represented by Osiris, and discontinuity, represented by Re, between permanence and transformation, stillness and movement, rest and departure, and so on. Although the deceased arrives safely at the shore and finds solace in the afterlife, Osiris, it is paradoxically at this point that time is refreshed, causing the deceased, who is now healed, renewed, and rejuvenated, to re-enter the eternal cycle of time, Re. The phenomenon of creation occurs within a gap or interval where there is an absence of both time and space. The concept of totality encompasses both the aspects of Re and Osiris. Experiencing the transition in and out of the passage of time is a common occurrence, happening regularly and even on a daily basis. According to the Egyptian belief, Sleeping individuals bear a resemblance to deceased individuals. Awakening in the morning can be likened to emerging from a state of death, while sleep serves as a restorative and curative experience during the hours of darkness. A spell derived from the pyramid texts succinctly condenses the paradox into its most concise expression. O Osiris the monarch, you have departed, yet you shall come back. You have slumbered, yet you shall awaken. You have perished, yet you shall endure. Although jet time and nehe time are separate concepts, they are closely interconnected. These paradoxes do not present any significant difficulty for ancient humans. Time, from our perspective, is an uninterrupted and quantifiable progression from the past to the present and into the future. However, for the Egyptians, this was merely one facet of time. As we incorporate the unconscious into our cognition and awareness to a greater extent, our capacity to reject such contradictions diminishes. In order to comprehend the nature of the unconscious, it is necessary to acknowledge the wisdom of archaic psychology, as psychic material originates from the ancient layers of the collective unconscious. The Egyptian notion of time reflects a cognitive approach that has been re-examined in contemporary physics. The principle of complementarity is a significant concept in the latter. In order to demonstrate the compatibility of this principle with the concept of the collective unconscious, I will refer to Marie-Louise von Franz's analysis of oracles and synchronicity in her book On Divination and Synchronicity. Albert Lautmann, a French Jewish physicist who tragically died at the age of 32 due to Nazi persecution, put forth the idea, shared by numerous other scientists, that there are two distinct temporal dimensions. Within his sole extant publication, which focuses on the concept of symmetry and asymmetry in the natural world, the author formulates a theory involving two temporal dimensions. Linear time is mathematically denoted by a parameter, such as a linear scale, along with another time referred to as cosmogonic time. He perceives the latter as a domain where topological accidents take place. Marie-Louise von Franz identifies a distinct similarity between this mathematical notion and the psychological theory of the collective unconscious. His area of study involving unexpected occurrences in topology, she explains, could be seen as a logical assumption that aligns with my understanding of the unconscious as a continuous field organized by the patterns of the archetypes. In this context, all these contemporary ideas in mathematics, physics, and psychology must acknowledge the presence of two interrelated systems, one connected to the passage of time and the other relating to a timeless structure. The current challenge lies in reconciling two temporal systems, Lautmann's cosmogonic time and linear time, and the psychological realm of a causal orderedness of archetypal factors, which exists beyond the confines of time and space. The sole point of connection between the two systems, as stated by Marie-Louise von Franz, exists at the central void, signifying that their connection occurs in a non-existent space, or in a void or a singular point. She further mentions a parallel in alchemy, as noted by Jung. Jung extensively quotes at the conclusion of his Mysterium conjunction. The philosophy of Gerhard Dorn, an alchemist, regarding the window of eternity, known as the speculum aeternitatis, is of significant importance. The speculum serves as a conduit for eternity to permeate the temporal realm of sequential time. It is evident that this meeting place, referred to as a vacuum, symbolizes the point where the individual realm of the mind, encompassing the personal unconscious, intersects with the collective unconscious in mythological and alchemical philosophy. The collective unconscious can be seen as the everlasting structure, while the personal unconscious and personal conscious combine to create the temporal structure, with their connection occurring through the whole. Jung's interpretation of the speculum aeternitatis, or the air hole that allows us to connect with eternity, is that it represents the experience of the self. These observations prompt us to revisit the Amduat, the point of convergence where the two orders intersect and where the process of creation commences is the profoundest moment of the sixth period of darkness, where Re and Osiris come together, and the indescribable event takes place, the merging of the eternal hair time, manifested in the base soul of the sun god, and the finite time, manifested in the lifeless body of Osiris. The birth does not occur in an eternal air hole, but rather the air god Shu himself aids in lifting the new creation from the eternal realm of the netherworld into the realm of tangible existence, 12th hour. This is the propitious moment of birth, the juncture where the opposing forces converge and where the celestial and terrestrial realms are harmoniously united for a singular moment of creation. The 11th nocturnal hour focuses on the theme of time and its renewal in the upper and middle registers. However, the lower register explores the perilous and potentially lethal nature of regeneration once again. The adversaries of the sun god are consigned to their inevitable destiny, being thrown into 6 pits filled with flames and protected by 5 goddesses of death-wielding knives. Horus commands the execution of individuals who have harmed his father Osiris. Standing before him is a serpent demon named He Who Burns Millions, which will use its flames to completely destroy the condemned. You are unable to avoid, you are unable to elude. You are being targeted by the wrathful flames of He Who Burns Millions and the intense radiance of She over her kettles. She dismembers you, she carries out your killing. Furthermore, you will not have the opportunity to witness the perpetual existence of those residing on the planet Earth. The damned are consigned to the second eternal demise, to a state of non-existence that transcends any possibility of time's restoration. They lack the possibility of revival and regeneration. In this realm, devoid of existence and being, the potential for any further instances of creativity is rendered impossible. Their complete lack of creativity is depicted through images of torture, slaughter, and massacre, which reflect the fear experienced by the Egyptians in the presence of unreality, or in other words, complete unawareness. The purpose is not to depict the eternal torment of the damned as an unending punishment, but rather to employ these extreme images to convey the horrifying nature of non-existence. The Egyptians did not fear death itself, but rather the concept of a second, ultimate death, which offered no possibility of rebirth, awakening, or escape. This hour and the subsequent one depict an exceedingly intense conflict between the serpent demon, who incinerates millions, and the extraordinary emergence of the solar child. The crucial aspect is not a cognitive comprehension of these matters, but rather the act of recognizing and acknowledging them. Regarding this matter, we can once again refer to the concluding passage of the abridged edition of the Amduat. Anyone familiar with this enigmatic image? It will become a well-endowed Ak-spirit, which refers to a blessed deceased individual. He will consistently depart and return to the netherworld to communicate with the living. An unequivocally effective solution, verified through countless instances. 12th hour, the termination of the primordial obscurity, the highly anticipated delivery. One final instance remains where the sun god delays in the underworld. The location is called the Cavern of the End of the Primeval Darkness, marking the conclusion of the nighttime voyage. The inhabitants residing along the riverbanks express joy and praise towards Re. However, amidst this widespread celebration, it is important to remember that even after the revival of the great Ba Soul, precautions must still be taken to protect against Apopis. Once again, Osiris is revered and honored as he is required to remain in the depths of the netherworld and endure its faint illumination. Within the lower range, a group of 10 deities positioned before his mummified body extol his virtues. Exist, being, preeminent in his obscurity. Exist, exalted being preeminent in his obscurity. Osiris, the deity who governs life and holds authority over the western region, is recognized as the preeminent figure in the realm of the afterlife. You possess the inhalation of Re, and the exhalation of Khepri accompanies you. In order for you to survive and continue to exist, greetings to Osiris, the divine ruler of existence. It is unavoidable to be separated from Osiris and his realm. However, these deities who express admiration are aware that all living beings will ultimately reunite with the divine entity. Thus, they ardently desire the everlasting existence of the mighty God residing in the depths of the earth. The initial sentences of the 12th hour's text allude to the enigma surrounding the resurgence of the sun. This magnificent deity is conceived in his various forms as Khepri within this underground chamber. Nun naunet Hehu and Hehut manifest within this cavern. Upon the deity's emergence, he departs from the underworld, positions himself within the vessel of daylight, and manifests from the lower body of the celestial goddess Nut. These few lines contain a mixture of three distinct images of creation. The initial depiction portrays the Khepri beetle, which arises spontaneously from the depths of the netherworld and, like the rising sun, marks the beginning of a new era. Out of the three images, this one appears to be the most uncomplicated, but it holds the greatest enigma. The emergence of the scarab from the darkness suggests the potential occurrence of unconscious material manifesting spontaneously, similar to what can happen in a synchronistic event. A synchronistic event refers to the simultaneous occurrence of two events that are meaningfully connected, but not causally linked. Paradoxically, synchronistic events are distinctive acts of creation, stories that seem to fit perfectly, and unexpected yet significant accidents. During a dream, it is possible to have a perception of an event that will only take place the following day. Since it is impossible to perceive a fact that does not exist, we must posit that it possesses some form of existence in order to be perceptible nonetheless. Assert C.G. Jung wrote a letter to J.B. Rhine suggests that there is a subjective arrangement, which is psychic in nature, that already exists and is similar or identical to the future objective fact. This arrangement cannot be explained as a result of anticipation or causation. Building on these ideas, Jung proposes the existence of a form, of foreknowledge that is not connected to the ego, but rather a self-sufficient unconscious knowledge. Jung suggests referring to this knowledge as absolute knowledge. We have all encountered the phenomenon of directing our mental attention towards someone, only to receive a phone call precisely at that moment and discover that the caller is indeed the same person we were thinking about. For individuals who are profoundly enamored, synchronistic occurrences happen frequently. These events indicate the existence of an underlying significance or knowledge that guides daily happenings and daily awareness. The principle of synchronicity provides a significant and illuminating rationale for such occurrences, prompting us to adopt a mode of thinking that is fundamentally contrary to our typical causal reasoning. The implication of quantum theory aligns with the same conclusion. Observations in the realm of atomic and subatomic particles have revealed that the traditional distinction between the observer and the experiment, as well as between the subject and object, and the complete separation proposed by Descartes between the physical objective external world and the psychic subjective internal world is highly questionable. During their extensive conversation, G.G. Jung and physicist Wolfgang Pauli reached a consensus that the presence of a living, independent consciousness within matter is highly likely. Jung proposed referring to this phenomenon as absolute knowledge. Regarding significant synchronistic occurrences, Jung confidently referred to them as an act of creation in time. This concept is most effectively conveyed by the words of Marie-Louise von Franz. Within her study of divination, she makes reference to Chinese philosophy, which emphasizes the pervasive presence of paradoxical nature in all aspects of existence, similar to the beliefs found in Egyptian philosophy. A synchronistic event is an occurrence that is not caused by any specific cause, and thus can be considered an act of creation. Jung espoused the concept of perpetual creation, akin to the perspective of select contemporary physicists who posit the existence of a realm within our world where novel entities are sporadically brought into being. The synchronistic event would constitute a profound act of creation. For the Chinese, this concept is inherently obvious because they primarily think in terms of synchronicity. They believe that creative acts, which are events that occur in synchrony, originate from the point where heaven and earth intersect. Next, there is this captivating Chinese concept that suggests that humans can genuinely establish a connection with a realm where the forces of heaven and earth converge in an incomprehensible manner, devoid of any ambiguity, by demonstrating utmost sincerity. If an individual completely lacks any illusions and all aspects that constitute the realm of the ordinary self, and engages in introspection with utmost sincerity, they will eventually reach a central void where the process of creation, even on a cosmic scale, occurs. Hence, the Chinese believed that select sages or saints who possessed exceptional qualities could attain the innermost core of their being and thereby sustain the cosmic order, while harmoniously existing within the universe. The remarkable aspect of these lines lies in the notion that if an individual genuinely and sincerely values the archetypal images of their soul or the contemporary religious concepts, they can actively engage in the immanent creative force present in the world. Participating in this event is a profound and transcendent experience, as it allows us to glimpse the eternal within the fleeting moments of our existence. The captivating potency of the Amduat's imagery primarily stems from its profound connection to the eternal. This power is most prominently displayed during the final hour of the night, when the sky and earth delicately come into contact with each other. At this exact location, for the final instance, we come across the sun god who has taken the form of the scarab Khepri, which represents the rejuvenation of life in the underworld. At the stroke of midnight, Shu warmly embraces him, lifting him above the horizon as the dawn of a new era. The true location of the enigmatic regeneration process occurs at the most profound depth of the underworld, where existence and non-existence, formation and disorder intersect during the 6th hour. However, it is at this point, marking the conclusion of Ri's voyage, that the extraordinary event is ultimately recognized, and it occurs anew every morning as the sun ascends the eastern skyline. The Egyptians firmly believed that by acquiring knowledge about the hidden aspects of the underworld and by willingly facing darkness, they could actively engage in this extraordinary phenomenon. The second depiction of creation references 2 out of the 4 pairs of primordial deities that form the Ogdoad, which represents the complete cosmic existence. These pairs are Nun and Naunet, symbolizing the primordial waters, and Hehu and Hehut, representing the boundless expanse of space. Not present are Kuk and Kauket, representing darkness, as well as Amun and Amaunet, symbolizing invisibility and concealment. The Ogdoad symbolizes the original chaotic forces that were responsible for the creation of either the primordial egg, or according to an alternative belief, it was the great Kakla who laid it, or the lotus plant from which the solar child emerged. This is how the world came into existence. The primordial egg or lotus represents an inherent psychological and creative force within the shared unconscious mind. Seeking to engage in this innovative concept, the deceased can express about themselves through a common rearrangement of preferences. If I possess strength, it will also possess strength. If I continue to exist, it will also continue to exist. If I inhale the air, it will also inhale the air. The notion of creation in this context does not pertain to a sudden emergence of unconscious material, but rather to a protracted process of contemplation, egg, or nurturing, lotus. The Ogdoad represents a complete state of awareness that includes the seed of a new consciousness and a reorganization of the world. The names of the primordial deities exemplify the inherent obscurity, imperceptibility, and unknowability of the entirety, both in the past and in perpetuity. Those who have a profound encounter with the mysterious and unfamiliar, as long as they do not refuse it, or in other words, as long as they embrace the intense emotions that come with it, will undergo a significant transformation. A microorganism is introduced, marking the inception of a creative process that possesses the potential and inclination to expand. This microorganism, or process of development, can originate, for instance, from a profound and intense affection. However, the ultimate objective does not primarily revolve around the individual dimension of the romantic connection, just as it does not center on the egg or the lotus. The crucial element of importance is the celestial offspring of the sun that resides within it, specifically a supplementary component that allows the concealed, developing force of creation to manifest itself. From every profound affection, there emerges a desire for growth and manifestation in the world, which may have minimal connection to individual love. The third depiction of creation involves the sky deity Nut, delivering the solar offspring from the space between her thighs. This image primarily highlights the subjective aspect of transformation, thereby emphasizing the emotional dimension of renewal. The augmentation of consciousness entails two fundamental components: the broadening of the scope of consciousness through the acquisition of knowledge and wisdom, and the intensification of a distinct emotional connection to both the inner realm and the surrounding environment. In depicting this connection, Egyptian artists crafted a remarkable and awe-inspiring representation. In their conception, the sun bark emerges each day from the celestial goddess Nut's vulva and proceeds to traverse her body throughout the duration of daylight. Continuous communication with the divine goddess and the feminine is thus upheld. Once again, the middle register portrays the central topic of the current moment. The sun god and the blessed dead accompanying him are transported through a colossal serpent by the combined efforts of 12 gods and 13 goddesses. They enter the serpent through its tail and exit through its mouth. Consequently, they are revitalized, as indicated by the text preceding the snake. The Reaver deceased of Re, who are positioned behind and in front of him. They are continuously being born on the earth day by day. Following the emergence of this divine deity in the eastern celestial realm, they immerse themselves in the enigmatic depiction. The serpent is revered as the embodiment of the divine, known as life of the gods. They emerge continuously day after day as the revitalization of Re. The process of rejuvenation occurs within this deity in the form of a serpent. This point is further emphasized by the names of the deities pulling the bark. The deities, who have not yet assumed the form of the serpent, possess appellations such as elderly gentleman, vast temporal entity, hoary-haired, and similar designations. They clearly embody the antiquated and exhausted male paradigm of awareness, the goddesses, having undergone the enigmatic process of snake birth, possess names such as Lady of Time, she who beholds the perfection of Re, Eternal One, she who beholds Khipri, Lady of the Rejuvenated, and similar titles. The divine beings in the upper and lower sections actively engage in the delight and enthusiastically partake in the celebration. The individuals in the upper register are identified by names such as he who experiences joy due to Re, master of celebration, and he who expresses admiration for Khipri. On the other hand, the individuals in the lower register are referred to as he who praises the Ak spirit and courageous speaker. All of them raise their arms in reverence either towards the sun god and his renewal in the morning, or towards Osiris, who safeguards the bodies of the deceased during Re's daily voyage, a crow depiction of a deity associated with serpents during the 12th hour, as shown in a specific artwork from the same hour. All of them possess awareness of the magnificent event of birth, the extraordinary occurrence when the sun god, revitalized and infused with fresh artistic vigor, ascends on the eastern skyline to permeate and replenish the world with his vitalizing illumination. By whom or by what means is this miracle made possible? The answer is straightforward. The serpent god, known as the Ka energy of him who makes the gods live. Prior to the ultimate rejuvenation, all individuals aboard the sunbark must submerge into the obscure depths, uncertain of their ability to emerge from this obscurity. Once again, various self-centered urges, avarice, longing for independence, and stubbornness must be relinquished to the deity of serpents. Anyone faced with this sacrifice may experience profound despair, as all endeavors, rowers 9th hour, all purposeful actions, bodyguard 10th hour, and even all optimism for a new era, coiled serpent 11th hour, could potentially be futile. Was the entire endeavor futile? Have my efforts to overcome these obstacles been futile? We may now be faced with such uncertainties. Relentlessly, we are surrendered to the deity of serpents, and fortunately, there is no possibility of returning. The obscurity within the serpent bears resemblance to the demise of ideals and altruistic intentions. The serpent grants Ka-force to both humans and deities, as indicated by its name. We have previously discussed the Ka-soul within the domain of Sokar during the 4th hour of the night. In addition, there was a deity in the form of a serpent, known as Neheb Kau in the upper section, who bestowed the deceased with the vital life force known as Ka. The concept of the Ka soul refers to a type of fate that transcends specific human actions, including both merit and good deeds. It embodies an inherent significance of existence that endures regardless of circumstances, extending even beyond mortality. Given the imminent arrival of the birth, it is imperative to have faith in this significance, which is completely detached from one's self-awareness. However, it is important to note that expressing the situation in this manner is not entirely sufficient, as the restoration of this crucial energy appears to be achievable solely by surrendering oneself entirely and unconditionally to the serpent's jaws. This surrender inevitably entails a sense of powerlessness and an inability to take action. This experience is profoundly degrading, and nothing intensifies the degradation more than our consciousness of our hidden inclinations. To conquer the inner darkness within ourselves, we must cease attributing blame to others for the misfortunes in our lives and projecting all wickedness solely onto the external world. Without a true transformation of awareness, there can be no authentic rejuvenation, even after acknowledging the presence of malevolence within ourselves. Mere knowledge of what I ought not to do is insufficient. I still engage in those actions. I possess the knowledge that it is insufficient to simply be aware of the existence of evil. I myself am evil. Like all individuals, I possess both violent and frightening aspects. Participation in the new creation necessitates confronting the inevitable humiliation imposed by the dark serpent deity. This deity serves as the guardian of the passage leading out of the underworld and oversees the enigmatic process of rejuvenation. They embody the vital essence of the physical world and substance. The emergence of the new consciousness will occur in our lives solely when we fully surrender ourselves to the profound and mysterious authority of the serpent deity, embracing its dark and hidden aspects without any hesitation or reservation. Concluding, I will present the aspiration of a middle-aged laborer. The dream vividly portrays the discovery of a newborn child amidst disturbing and repugnant circumstances, highlighting the potential for new significance in life emerging from chaos. For instance, the dreamer's children are depicted as bringing home containers filled with fragments of flesh. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon a newborn amidst the uncooked meat. Feeling fearful, I removed the object and carried it to the upper floor. There, I cleanse it and search for sustenance for it. The dream symbolizes the emergence of a more advanced state of awareness, the upper floor, from disorder. The infant was discovered in an unexpected location, a timeless and enduring truth. By reversing the order of 2 lines in spell 115 of the Book of the Dead, we can thus formulate the following statement. I have expanded the realm of obscurity. I have transformed into Kipri. I have restored the clarity of the solitary eye. Topic: the 5 phases of closure. We have spent a significant amount of time contemplating these frequently enigmatic and perpetually captivating images of the underworld. The cultural testimony of the Theban royal tombs has left us in awe as they continue to communicate with us even after thousands of years. Many visitors to these tombs develop a genuine and enduring affection for the sacred realm of ancient Egypt. Although this world may initially appear overwhelming, it possesses a discernible human essence, and we quickly become conscious of the concerns, requirements, aspirations, and anxieties of our predecessors. The images serve as evidence of a profound yearning for existence and an overpowering delight in the realm of deities. Even within the burial chamber, amidst the prevailing darkness and death, these images serve as indicators of life, a life that will be astonishingly revitalized at the very edge of the abyss of hopelessness and of disorder. Every deceased individual aspired to participate in Re's voyage, and I am convinced that all individuals, including contemporary visitors to the tombs, yearn to accompany him. Even in our existence, there is a state of death that can occasionally weigh us down, causing us to lose the sense of divine creativity within our souls. The ancient Egyptians also recognized these states of the soul, and they understood that the consoling teachings found in the books of the netherworld were applicable not only to the deceased, but also to the living. We have spent a considerable amount of time contemplating the images of the Amduat, much like the sun god himself. With the exception of the first and fifth hour, all the remaining hours commence with the declaration that the great god is halting. The text, the Egyptian verb hip, denotes the actions of resting, pausing, or settling down. However, to be intent can also refer to expressing gratitude for a compassionate act. Destiny bestowed by the divine. The ability to rest or take a break is a sacred blessing given exclusively to those who have earned the favor of the gods. Only those fortunate enough to possess such a predetermined fate can pause and find inner harmony with themselves and the deities. As observed, even the sun god, in his process of transformation, relies on the aid of those around him. Whenever he takes a pause, they come alive to serve and uphold him. While they are entirely reliant on the sun god, it is equally true that the weary god himself cannot rejuvenate without their support. Although pausing is a state of grace, it necessitates a specific type of activity. This paradox is a significant characteristic of the mystic. Meister Eckhart, for example, closely aligns with the fundamental concepts of the books of the netherworld when he articulates the matter as follows. I am not blessed because God is within me and near me, and because I possess him, but because I am cognizant of his proximity to me, and I know how to approach him. We should have knowledge of God and be conscious that his kingdom is within reach. Luke 21:31. The notion that individuals must strive for knowledge about the afterlife is a central tenet of Egyptian philosophy, and it is this knowledge that served as inspiration for their magnificent depictions of the hereafter. Similarly, our pursuit of consciousness, albeit on a psychological level, has motivated us to re-examine and comprehend these images. However much we are able to understand, we shall never attain what is, in the end, ineffable, unapproachable, and mute. The Egyptians themselves were fully aware of this point. When we observe the decoration of the royal tombs of the Ramesside period, we encounter a remarkable phenomenon. The first 11 hours of the Amduat are depicted, but the most important hour of all, dealing with the birth of the sun, is missing. Why so? I suppose that it is because of humankind's age-old awe of what is most sacred. It was awe of the unfathomable wonder of divine birth, as portrayed in the 12th nocturnal hour, that must have caused this hesitation to depict it. Where the sacred is so intensely present, it is best to keep silent and not depict or name it. The same is true of numinous power in its darkest form, thus the reluctance of the Egyptian artists in the face of the unfathomable, in the case of Apophis. Only with great caution did they bear witness to this arch-enemy of creation, or even depict the monster unfettered. When attempting to summarize the Amduat, it is important to acknowledge that any summary will inevitably be incomplete, as it can only capture a portion of the entire work. Beyond all that can be specified, there exists a final essence or significance that eludes our comprehension. The Chinese refer to this ultimate essence, which is also the source of all things, as Tao, and they express, the paths that are traversable are not everlasting. The designations that can be assigned are not eternal designations. The unnameable is the source of all living beings. The name is the progenitor of the countless organisms. Hence, remain perpetually devoid of any longing or craving. To witness its marvelous intricacies, always cultivate a strong sense of ambition and longing. For the purpose of allowing you to witness its visible expressions, both of these originate from a common origin. Although they possess distinct names, they share identical designations. This enigma remains shrouded in mystery, the entrance to an array of extraordinary phenomena. The process of transformation of the sun god can be categorized into 5 distinct stages. Stage 1, Vision of Paradise, hours 1 to 3. The first stage encompasses the initial 3 hours of the night. Re and his group enter a world of beauty and liveliness. The trees provide shade and yield an abundance of fruits. The fields flourish, promising a bountiful harvest. Wherever the sun god passes, there is a burst of celebration on the banks of the Underworld river. Everything and everyone is filled with anticipation for what is to come. Similar to the well-known alchemical axiom, the maxim of Pseudo-Democritus, The divine drama begins with joy. Nature rejoices in nature. Nature subdues nature. Nature rules over nature. This truth, as C.G. Jung once stated, finds remarkable confirmation in the process of individuation in psychology. It is a recurring experience that the emergence of a sacred content into consciousness can evoke tremendous, albeit sometimes silent, joy and gratitude. The vision of paradise that we find in so many religions is the symbolic equivalent of the archetypal image of totality, or the self, especially when this image emerges at the beginning of the process of psychic development. Such a vision leaves its marks on the individual in the form of the image of a goal, so to speak, or in the form of a purposefulness that may remain for the rest of their life. A person's first experiences with and insights into the inner world of the psyche can exert a unique, almost magical fascination. For example, some analysts begin their analysis because a single dream they experienced was so fascinating and overwhelming that they instinctively felt they must search for the hidden treasure. This is a fortunate, paradisiacal initial state in which nature still rejoices in nature, and when such a numinous, transcendent vision manages to gain acceptance and take hold of a whole nation, a new religious movement will arise, as has so often happened in the past and as will surely happen in the future. However, there will come a day when the initial joy will be overshadowed by indications that the upcoming transition will be more challenging and painful than anticipated. The downside of the initial joy is problematic because, as Democritus stated, when nature overpowers or conquers nature, it inevitably leads to a situation where we are forced to endure various conflicts. At this stage, two opposing impulses emerge. On one hand, the desire to uphold the old values, which can genuinely align with our instincts since they are typically of a conservative nature, and on the other hand, the longing to move beyond them. The longer the old condition has persisted, the more difficult it becomes to let go of these old values, as they have served us well for many years, decades, or even centuries. Despite the conservative nature of the psyche, there is also a profound yearning and drive to achieve and realize new values. This expected state of conflict can potentially cause sadness, which can diminish the previous happiness and even lead to depression. The Amduat, an ancient Egyptian text, acknowledges this phenomenon. In the upper section of the third hour of the night, there are depictions of four lamenting women, including she who weeps, she who mourns, and she who wails. These goddesses symbolize the melancholy that is an essential component of the psychological and spiritual process of rejuvenation, despite the presence of joy and celebration. 12th hour. At this moment, conflicting emotions may emerge. The experience of love often elicits a complex blend of joy, pain, bliss, and melancholy, as is customary when we are profoundly affected by it. The lamenting females, as well as the affectionate ones, should not be excluded from the propitious domain of Osiris. During the initial 2 hours, there is a noticeable increase in the individual's conscious recognition of the rich and plentiful psychic images from the collective unconscious. In contrast, the serene state of Osiris in the third hour emphasizes the emotional aspect of the ongoing process of rejuvenation. The emotion of love has been aroused and has established a natural and intuitive bond with the internal psychic experience. The rational and emotional aspects of every psychic development are closely interconnected. Within the domain of the mind, genuine understanding and perception are unattainable without the presence of love. Paul emphasizes in his profound love hymn to the Corinthians that possessing prophetic abilities, comprehensive understanding, and unwavering faith is meaningless without love. This is evident in his statement, "And if I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith so as to remove mountains, but do not have love, I am nothing." I Corinthians 13:2. If my comprehension is accurate, Osiris epitomizes the fundamental essence of being the deity of death, encompassing the principle of love as the most dependable foundation for genuine and enduring metamorphosis. Stage 2. the therapeutic nature of darkness, hours 4 and 5. The preliminary phase has concluded. We are now faced with a completely novel circumstance during the 3rd and 4th hours of the night, the presence of malevolence. The state depicted by the alchemists served as the initial stage of their work, known as the opus. This stage is characterized by darkness, melancholy, fear, wickedness, and the wretchedness commonly found in human existence, as Jung once described it. During the tumultuous early phase of the alchemical transformation process, complete disorientation occurs. Contrary to popular belief, the authors of the Amduat did not view this condition as the starting point, but rather as a subsequent phase. Like the Nigredo, the sun god is encompassed by a menacing darkness. Due to the impediments that hinder his path, his journey is halted. The great god's reliance on deities who possess superior knowledge of the rejuvenating powers of the earth and the netherworld has increased significantly. These deities are primarily serpent gods, with the ability to safeguard the concealed enigma present in this place. The sun god's powerlessness symbolizes a distressing human condition from a psychological standpoint. The dark night of the soul marks the commencement of a profound encounter with God, serving as a pivotal stage for numerous alchemists and mystics. According to St. John of the Cross, the soul can only be purified by the fire of this particular night, and not by any individual effort. This is the moment of relinquishment, necessitating significant patience, tenacity, and unwavering determination. The opening passage of the 4th hour simplifies matters to their most basic level, taking a break while being guided by the presence of this divine being. The psychological interpretation of this statement is most effectively elucidated by Meister Eckhart in the initial section of The Talks of Instruction, penned between 1294 and 1298, where he states, "Thus, commence by focusing on your own actions and accept the need to step down. Indeed, unless you first escape from your own self, you will encounter hindrances and unease, regardless of your chosen destination. Seeking peace through external means, such as places, methods, people, deeds, exile, poverty, or humiliation regardless of their magnitude or nature, is ultimately futile and does not bring true peace. Those who pursue their desires in this manner are misguided. The more they progress, the less they discover what they are in search of. They resemble a man who has made a wrong decision. The more he progresses, the more he deviates from the right path. However, what course of action should he pursue? He should accept his resignation as a starting point, and subsequently he has relinquished all things. Indeed, if an individual were to relinquish a kingdom or the entire world without relinquishing their own self, they would have relinquished nothing at all. However, if an individual relinquishes their own self, then anything they retain, be it wealth, prestige, or any other possession, is ultimately forfeited. Nevertheless, he has relinquished all possessions and commitments. Begin by focusing on yourself and consequently accept and embrace the situation. However, it is important to clarify that this should not be misconstrued as an endorsement of asceticism that disregards the pursuits and pleasures of everyday life. Meister Eckhart's dedication to life was so profound that he could not escape from it. Meister Eckhart advises that individuals should seek inner solitude rather than seeking isolation from the outside world, regardless of their location or companions. Through his inner solitude, he establishes a profound connection with God, which remains attainable even amidst the busyness of everyday life. Primarily, this state of being alone necessitates listening attentively to the internal voice of the spirit, to a core restorative locus that Jung has proposed naming the self. However, paradoxically, the self encompasses the entire cosmos. In Indian spirituality, it is widely acknowledged that the individual soul known as Atman and the cosmic spirit or soul called Brahman are considered to be one and the same. In accordance with this concept, which bears resemblance to the Amduat and the teachings of Meister Eckhart, rebirth and redemption entail forsaking the familiar and customary and transitioning towards the unfamiliar. This narrative depicts the genuine and thrilling experience of life that has been assured to all individuals who have embarked on the expedition of the sun god, notwithstanding the escalating obscurity in this realm. The fifth hour of the Amduat pertains to the proximity to the enigmatic and sacred essence. This passage introduces the mention of the deceased sun god for the first instance. Aka, an ancient deity of the earth, safeguards the secret flesh known as the corpse within a highly secured location in the Sokar cavern. The amalgamation of the physical form and the lifeless remains is not presently appropriate. However, another deity associated with the earth, who appears to symbolize the lifeless body of the sun god, manifests in the form of Sokar. He possesses superior understanding of the enigmatic process of creation within the innermost layers of the earth. The presence of the individual implies the existence of a divine, innovative, and latent energy within the lifeless body. Multiple deities gradually pull the sun god through the cavern. It is currently premature for him to be reunited with his sinister counterpart, his lifeless body. In order to successfully face this situation, he will require additional divine intervention. During the upcoming hour of the night, the ancestors will manifest themselves to assist in the union of the bar with the corpse. The second stage is distinguished by its obscurity. Psychologically, this darkness, primarily perceived as a state of depression, serves as a therapeutic element amidst the peril to the soul. It is this darkness specifically that provides the essential safeguard for the profound process of rejuvenation. Soka, as depicted in the fifth hour of the Amdua, can be considered the deity associated with alleviating depression. From a psychological perspective, Soka represents an archetypal force that promotes healing and creativity. This force is only activated when the individual's ego has become disoriented. It seems that all the energy, which initially manifested in various moods such as happiness, enthusiasm, and sadness, has retreated into a deep part of the mind to get ready for the forthcoming process of change. Third stage, the harmonization of contradictions, sixth and seventh hours. The third stage presents the most formidable resistance conceivable. At precisely midnight, during the sixth hour, at the very edge of the abyss and on the verge of complete disorder and non-existence, the merging occurs between the Bay Soul and the lifeless body, specifically between the deities Re and Osiris. This event marks the inception of a new day or era. The accompanying text declares that the darkness of the earth is illuminated, causing great jubilation among the nearby deities. However, before the expressions of happiness subside, a fresh peril emerges that endangers the sun god's expedition. During the seventh hour Apopis, the ultimate adversary of creation and personification of malevolence and antagonistic energies, poses a significant threat to the cycle of rejuvenation. The forces of creation and destruction are engaged in a fierce conflict. Both sides exhibit comparable levels of strength, and it is impossible for anyone to accurately forecast the result of the conflict. How could the sun god, facing such a peril in the seventh hour, consume his own eye, which is the sun disk, in the presence of his ultimate foe? In this critical moment of extreme peril, all efforts to achieve consciousness must cease. The concealed depictions in the third phase of Re's passage through the netherworld suggest that the primary objective of the nocturnal journey is the unification of the ultimate polarities. However, it is important to consider that the process of inner transformation and its vulnerability primarily take place within the collective unconscious, without any significant impact on consciousness at this stage. The emerging creative drive, however, brings about a metamorphosis of the deities. They become alive, they respire, and their obscurity is illuminated. This suggests a change in the fundamental archetypal framework, where new archetypal images become more prominent, while others fade away. However, the notions of an outdated perspective, whether held by an individual or a community, diminish and pave the way for novel concepts and principles. Nevertheless, this transformation is unavoidably accompanied by disorder, and the downfall of previous systems can be catastrophic. Apopis. Ironically, it is specifically this type of breakdown that unleashes the most powerful forces of religious and cultural revitalization. The examination of the fluctuations and challenges that transpired over the course of 3,000 years of ancient Egyptian history provides compelling evidence in support of this assertion. The insightful educators and authors of the Amduat appear to have recognized the peril of the inclination towards disintegration during the process of generating the new illumination. They strongly emphasize the significant presence of the entire assembly of deceased kings and ancestors. Amidst the possibility of falling apart, or in psychological terms, losing connection with oneself, these ancestors ensure a continuous existence that withstands dissolution. The collective world of the ancestors is, in fact, the most personal and intimate possession one can have, the hidden treasure of one's soul. The subterranean stream has long nourished the soul, serving as a reservoir of collective consciousness that holds the accumulated wisdom of countless generations. The genuine chronicle of the mind is not conserved in scholarly publications, but rather in the vibrant psychological entity of each person. The creative individual draws upon this record of concepts. Without it, there is no means of evading the collective spirit of the time. The soul contains the concealed treasure that must be elevated. This assertion does not imply that we can abandon the visual representations, written works, religious concepts, and cultural legacy of our ancestors, as this is only feasible for a select few exceptional individuals and revered figures who are regarded as saints by Christians and other religious factions. Instead, it signifies our failure to comprehend the enduring manuscripts of the human mind, rather than their ability to incite an unending stirring within our inner being. When the divine beings who observe the joining of Re and Osiris are resurrected, individuals who have encountered a profound and symbolic experience will undergo a permanent transformation. The blessed dead, including those who are still alive but freed from their lifeless state, all take part in the miraculous process of the sun god's self-reproduction as he approaches his lifeless body. Within each individual, a seed is sown, referred to by alchemists as the divine embryo. This seed represents a radiant light that heralds the arrival of a new day or era. It revitalizes their vital energy, enabling them to actively engage in the forthcoming fourth phase of metamorphosis. Now let us redirect our attention to Osiris, the deity who abstains from any form of action but is greatly adored. He also plays a role in the enigmatic process of rejuvenation. The texts describe the strong and noticeable presence of the sun god's being merging with the lifeless body of Osiris. In this union of opposites, all conflict is eradicated and a state of indescribable divine beauty and timeless calm prevails, if only for a moment. The described phenomenon is a profound encounter with the self, inner unity, and the divine that transcends intellectual comprehension and can only be grasped through love. It is a transcendent moment where we experience a profound sense of oneness with ourselves and the entirety of existence. A woman in the prime of her life experiences a vivid dream, which she describes as follows. It is the late hours of the night, in the region of Palestine. I am currently situated in the field alongside the shepherds, where we are positioned in close proximity to each other. An aureate rim of the ascending sun is visible on the horizon. I am aware that every shrub and every tree will hold great affection for me. It is a remarkable and almost reminiscent of biblical imagery. A new day is emerging from the darkness of the night. The lingering sunlight signifies the conclusion of a lengthy, obscure, and likely frigid night. The dreamer must exhibit patience, akin to the flocks of shepherds while waiting Osiris. Profoundly touched, she directs her attention towards the enigma of the sunrise. She experiences a profound and celestial affection. I am aware that each shrub and tree will hold deep affection for me. In her seclusion beneath the boundless canopy of the night sky, she feels nurtured and shielded by the encompassing plant life, symbolized by grain Osiris, of every shrub and tree. She is profoundly connected to her vegetative essence. She is currently in a state of euphoria. The dream depicts a state where love is united with an awareness of the impermanence of everything and where the ego is liberated from the need for personal identity. This dream is a classic example that has long served as a safeguard for humanity against the ancient darkness of the cosmos. Throughout countless generations, likely since the inception of humanity, the human soul has harbored an enduring yearning for illumination and affection. The Amduat, with its captivating imagery, serves as a testament to a profound and mystical occurrence where the emergence of light from the abyssal darkness is perceived as an overpowering encounter with the divine. The desire for light is psychologically equivalent to the desire for consciousness. Even after thousands of years, the images that can fulfill this desire have not changed. Stage 4. The actualization of the novelty, hours 8 to 11. Each light endeavors to find its corresponding object through which it can manifest its existence. What would light be without the existence of objects and living beings? The subsequent stage, occurring from the 8th to the 11th hour, focuses on the internal processes involved in the growth and maturation of the seed that was sown during the darkest hour of the night. Currently, there is a universal desire for everything to manifest in reality. The recurring symbol of fresh garments, which is prevalent in the 8th hour and extends into the early part of the 9th, unequivocally signifies the profound rejuvenation that the union in the depths has initiated. A revitalization that encompasses the physical, psychological, and spiritual aspects. Receiving a new garment symbolizes the acquisition of a new life, or, as believed by the Hermeticists of late classical antiquity, a new fate. A significant number of individuals in contemporary society hold the belief that their lives are immutable and will remain so indefinitely. There is now no anticipation for alteration, unforeseen encounters, or the sensation of fresh affection. Certain aspects of our lives have the power to profoundly touch our innermost being. Subsequently, we retired for the night and subsequently roused in the morning. Appearances suggest an uninterrupted progression, yet eventually it becomes evident that a transformation has occurred within us. We experience it deeply within ourselves, and from now on we hold it as a confidential matter. One day, we encounter an individual and instantly recognize that they are also aware of the secret. This could mark the inception of a friendship or even a romantic relationship, initiated with minimal verbal communication. Spiritual communions are formed when individuals, despite their unique characteristics, unite towards a common objective, the manifestation of what desires to emerge from the collective unconscious. The Amduat elucidates the presence of perpetual transformation, an unceasing process that upholds not only our personal existence, but the entirety of the universe. From the very beginning, we are immediately enveloped in a realm of metamorphosis, and even the baboons, the initial divine beings we come across, exude delight in anticipation of this alteration. Lastly, the new clothing brings about a noticeable transformation in the 8th hour. Without question, there are numerous instances where we have the opportunity to change clothes, meaning that a fresh archetypal image is ready to enter our lives, providing inspiration and promoting our well-being. However, there is a prerequisite for accepting it, a deliberate mindset that is open to actively participate in the internal narrative. In the absence of this preparedness, there is a risk of losing everything and regressing into a state of unconsciousness, akin to that of the condemned as the Egyptians would have described it. Therefore, it is imperative to join the team responsible for rowing the solar bark during the 9th hour and to devote maximum effort to the ongoing expedition towards the birth of the solar child at dawn. Now is the moment to achieve mental clarity in the presence of Re's well-equipped bodyguard at the 10th hour, as only a vigilant mindset possesses the necessary endurance. The commencement of a fresh epoch, known as the 8th hour, may not hold the same significance for the Egyptians as it does for us. Within their religious framework, time possesses a distinct characteristic that varies according to the actions of the deity involved. In the absence of a governing divine being, a state of non-temporality would exist, denoting a domain beyond the act of creation, under the dominion of Apophis. Therefore, every particular moment or period is accompanied by a specific range that aligns with the distinct characteristics of the divine being who governs it, allowing individuals to exercise their agency in accordance with the regulations established by that particular deity. Time that is created possesses an inherent cosmic quality, and is influenced by the perpetual fluctuations of cosmic events. This drama entails the eventual return of all the gods to the primordial waters, when the Creator God will annihilate everything he has brought into existence. I will obliterate all that I have crafted. The earth shall revert back to the abyss, to the tumultuous deluge, as it was in its initial state. The created universe will indeed persist for countless aeons, but like all things temporary, it has a finite lifespan. Stage 5. The experience of both sorrow and happiness upon the revival of the sun god, 12th hour. Awareness of the inherent constraints of everything that exists intensifies the duration and anticipation surrounding the birth of the sun god. The fifth and final stage of the nocturnal journey represents the pinnacle and culmination of the transformation process. Once again, the proliferation of vivid images and intense events reaches an almost insurmountable level, and once again, the sun god must undergo a period of heightened dramatic intensity. After the initial joy, there is a sense of gratitude and reverence towards this magnificent deity at daybreak. It is a great relief when those who are with him can proclaim, "He who has been born has been born. He who has emerged has emerged." During the 12th hour, in the higher range of emotions, there is a combination of happiness and a sense of sorrow for the individual who will remain in the gloomy underworld, known as Osiris. The prayers directed towards him highlight his robustness in a conventionally ecstatic manner. During his departure from the underworld, it is important to remember that he is and will remain the Lord of life, and that the revival of all life will always rely on his vital energy, which originates from the depths of the earth. Every instance of creation, regardless of its time or place, is inherently connected to a distressing sacrifice. The process of creation and its manifestation requires the inevitable separation from the living creative spirit that is actively involved in it. Every creation must undergo a process of detachment from its creator, resulting in a distressing separation between the creator and the created entity. Several creation myths underscore this separation by recounting how the primordial deity, upon finishing their task, retreated to the utmost expanse of the heavens, where they remain in seclusion. An eminent instance of this retreat can be observed in the Egyptian deity Amun, who is widely recognized. The name of this deity signifies the imperceptible or the concealed, a notion that served as a source of inspiration for the hymn writers dedicated to this divine being. Amun is a distinctive individual who remains concealed from others. He conceals his true nature from the gods by veiling himself. He is exceedingly remote, surpassing even the expanse of the sky. His depth is unfathomable, surpassing even the depths of the netherworld. His true form remains unknown to any deity. His image remains undisclosed in the writings, and one gains no definite knowledge about him. His enigmatic nature surpasses the ability of his majesty to unveil, and his magnificence eludes discovery. Unfathomably powerful to be comprehended, one promptly collapses from sheer terror. If someone intentionally or unintentionally utters their confidential name, no deity can invoke him by that name. The individual conceals his identity to enhance his enigmatic nature. No written text can unveil, comprehend, or elucidate the enigma of creation. Therefore, in the final scene of the Amduat, the deities standing before Osiris grieve for the representation of the physical body, namely Osiris himself. Their mourning is necessary, as the distressing experience of separation and loss is an unavoidable outcome of any act of creation. The existence of Osiris ensures that the happiness experienced at this moment will not be limitless, but rather accompanied by appreciation and respect for the vast and mysterious. Once again, as previously observed in the 6th hour, the deities Re and Osiris are closely interconnected. This marks the exact moment of childbirth. However, before anything else, the sun god and his group must undergo a perilous and intense ordeal. Unexpectedly, everything appears to be hopeless. The sun set, and as it did, the numerous fortunate deceased were enveloped within the physical form of an immense ancient deity in the shape of a serpent. The accompanying text uses euphemistic language to downplay the true nature of the situation, which is actually quite monstrous. It states that the gods are depicted as entering the revered image of the serpent, known as life of the gods, and emerging as rejuvenated beings of Re on a daily basis. This observation aligns with what we have seen in the descriptions of Apopis, where the faithful in ancient Egypt were hesitant to openly acknowledge the dangerous nature of the divine. The snake deity linked to the enigma of rejuvenation is far from benign in actuality. Who then assures us that the death mentioned here will result in a subsequent rebirth? Who would have the audacity to forecast the outcome of an unreserved confrontation with the contents of one's unconscious mind? There is absolutely no assurance, especially when the baby is about to be born. There is no guarantee whatsoever that transformation and healing will genuinely take place. The Egyptians firmly believed that life is rejuvenated precisely at its utmost boundary. The serpent god, being a mysterious and eerie entity of the deep, represents a sense of comfort and intrigue linked to the act of creation and birth. Wherever this extraordinary event occurs, the act of creation is replicated as it was during the initial occurrence. And at this concluding moment of the Amduat, just like in the original creation, Shu, the deity of air, is present to once again divide the sky and the earth, thereby preparing the path for the development of creation in a sacred space that is diligently guarded by the deities. This birth marks the conclusion of a prolonged period of darkness. In African villages, life begins before the first faint rays of the sun rise above the horizon. Both humans and animals congregate at the watering holes. The fields have been tilled and cultivated. They all utilize the advantageous early morning hours, as they are aware that as the sun ascends in the sky, their tasks will progressively become more challenging. Hence, for thousands of years, the inhabitants of Africa have coexisted with the trajectory of the sun. Whenever I reminisce about my personal experiences in Africa, a profound yearning emerges within me, a yearning to be in proximity to the enigmatic allure of this extraordinary continent. The ancient Egyptians have been extinct for thousands of years, but the enigma surrounding Africa and their civilization remains vibrant and eternal.